Online, can you please confirm, am I audible, am I visible, is everything all right? Online, can you please confirm in the comment, am I audible, am I visible? So first of all, I would like a small sorry. I would like to ask for a sorry, and I will tell you the reason why. Okay. Nevertheless, we are right now in the Samadhan session. First of all, I will start with the ideology of the Samadhan. Okay. As you can see on the board, Samadhan is all about current affairs, and that too from prelims point of view. Okay. Prelims point of view for those who are new. Now, in Samadhan, what we will be doing, we will be covering the 1.5 years का current affairs plus some other important topics. For example, let's say IEA. Even if that is not in news, I will cover that topic. Okay? So 1.5 years of current affairs plus any other important topic which I think you should know will be covered under the Samadhan. Now, this coverage will be the most authentic coverage, and I will tell you the reason why. Most authentic coverage. The only reason why I am saying this is, for every news whatsoever we will be covering, I have a newspaper clipping or the PIV clipping in front of you. Okay? See, right now what happens, whatever you do in terms of current affairs, that may not be the current affairs. That may be something which has been just put forward into the magazine out of, maybe from the previous years or somewhere else from the static. So what we will be doing is, we will be having the authentic current affairs coverage. Okay? Whatsoever have been the news. Now, how we will be achieving this? We will be achieving this through 7 sessions. So there will be 7 classes. Now, for those who are new and seeing me for the very first time, offline or online, when I say 7 classes, I mean them with the day-long classes. So these will not be the 2-hour-long classes. These will be day-long classes. For example, we will be starting, let's say, 10 a.m. and the classes will go maybe until 8 or 9 or sometimes until 10 p.m. also. Done. So they will be around 11, 10 to 12 hours long classes with some breaks in between. One break is mandatory, which is for lunch. That is mandatory. Around 45 minutes ka break will be there for lunch. There may or may not be other breaks in between. Okay? That totally depends on the pace of the class. The pace is good, we will give you the breaks. We may leave you early, but the pace is not good, we will stretch the class. Okay? And don't worry, even if you are not comfortable, let's say in the very first class, if you are new, you will be comfortable in the subsequent classes. Now the ideology of these classes, why we are taking the day long classes, why not 2.5 hours, is for the very simple reasons, and all of them lies into the practicality. See, meeting for 2.5 hours in a day for, let's say, 5 days or 6 days or 7 days or regularly in a week, do not solve the purpose, because it breaks your rhythms. Then you come back in the rhythm. So sometimes the coverage decreases, and that is where you will find the current affairs here. People are leaving some part of it and doing very selectively. What we will be doing is, in this 12 hours stretch, we will go comprehensive. Now, what I mean with this practicality is one more thing, that it will imbibe the habit also in you. Habit of sitting for long hours, right? Some of you generally claim, sir, we study for 10 hours a day. I'm just asking for those 10 hours only, but in the class. That is it. Done. Those who are old, they will be able to relate. Not impossible, although quite tough, right? But let's say if you are going for the UPSC, this is something which you have to do. The only thing which I expect from you, please do not deteriorate your health. Even if you are old, please do not deteriorate your health. Please take care of your health. Otherwise, whatever time you will be saving will be, opportunity cost of whatever time you will be wasting out of the health crisis. Okay? So if you think that your health is not great, not good, kuch hai, pain vagara, please leave, please rest, right? That is the only request. These 7 classes, how we have divided these classes, please focus. Otherwise kya hoga, you people become gajni, right? Then you say, sir, you have left this, you have left that, all those things, right? So you should know each and everything, that how I have planned these sessions, how we'll be covering these sessions. Acha, one more thing, when I say 1.5 years, the question should be, sir, until what time? So I will be covering the current affairs until March and April. And when I say April, I will be covering only the important part, because I don't want you to burden with the new facts. Okay? Matlab, you need not to do anything. All of it will be my responsibility. Okay? 7 classes will be there. Out of them, first three classes will be in Feb. Next 2 classes will be by 20th of March. The schedule will come. Generally, right now in Feb, you have the classes on Saturdays, right? In this, what I can say, this March, we may have 2 classes that may be on Sundays, right? Saturday, Sunday, we will decide, we will let you know. Done. 2 classes. Now, what about the next 2 classes? In these 5 classes, I will ensure, on the board, please. In these 5 classes, I will ensure. In these 5 classes, I will ensure that we are having the decent coverage until January at least. January and some part of February also. You know, everything, all the topics, subtopics are detailed, comprehensively covered in your sessions. In these 5 sessions. Now 2 more sessions for what? Exactly. See, my sixth session will be in April. Some mid of April. Only we will be meeting for 1 day in April. Okay? Maybe in mid of April or maybe in starting of April. You will be notified. Just 1 day in April we will be meeting, and we will be covering what? We will be covering this section, March, February, and some part of April. We will be binding. Then we will be meeting up in May. 1 more session will be in May. What we will be doing? We will be revising the most important current affairs. We will be covering anything is left within the classes. I will hunt for all the test series, everything important again, right, in this time period. If there is anything which is left, I will be covering in my 7th session in May, right? This may not be the day long session. We will be meeting, let's say, for 7 hours or 8 hours, because I know the importance of time in, May ka month. Done. So that is how I have planned my sessions. 3 sessions in February, 2 in March. This will cover our current affairs until mid-Feb or Feb, or at least January, I promise. 1 more session in April, which will have the February, March, and some part of April ka current affairs. Last session in May, where we will be revising the things, and then whatever is important which I may leave, right, may be covered in some test series, random test series, etc. But important things, I promise, I will be covering in the 7th May ka session. Okay? But as per my past experience, hardly we get 20 or 30 additional news articles, not more than that. Itna hi milega, zyada nahi milega. So 2 घंटा उधर, less 6 hours on the revision on most important topics, not the entire current affairs, most important, whatsoever is I think fits. For example, right now in today's classes, I will be telling you some of the important topics like cotton and then maybe coconut, and I am expecting a question on that, maybe, right? So all those topics we will be covering in the 7th May ka session, important ones. Done. That is how I planned my 7 classes. Now, the first and foremost doubt in your head will be, for those who are new, what about the notes? Let me tell you one simple rule of this class. And the rule is, if you want to get benefited of my sessions, the SAMADHAAN sessions, please make the notes within the class. I do emphasize on the notes, handwritten notes, right? I will be guiding you on the notes making, and that will be making within the class itself. What I need from all of you is blank A4 sheets. Now, what you will be doing on every sheet, let's say this is front side, this is back side. At the top, you will make a small box, then a section like this, small box, and then a section like this. Here you will write the page number. For example, let's say if I talk about economy as a subject from the current affairs point of view, economy, static, I have covered with you. From current affairs point of view, whatsoever things are important, we will be covering separately. Maybe I may not cover the entire economy within today's class. I will stretch it over 5 classes. Some part today, some part in the next class, some part in the next to next class, and so on. Okay? So what you have to do is, whenever we are starting the economic portion, we'll keep them separate. Economy ka some notes we'll make today, some notes in let's say next class, then next to next class, and so on. So all of them at end of the Samadhan sessions, 5th session, you will compile them together. So what I'm asking you, just write the page numbers here, 1, 2, and what you will write here, subject, the name of the subject. Let's say economy, so you will write economy. IR, you will write IR. Okay, that is how you have to compile the notes with me. Done. And now on the page, how you have to compile the notes, I will be guiding you based upon the topics. Sorted hai? Chaliye. Up. Again there will be doubts, sir, apart from handwritten notes, will we get anything? Let me tell you one thing very frankly, you will be getting the PDFs of the current affairs. PDFs of the current affairs. And this we will get around 28th of Feb. This we will get on 28th of Feb. So every year we release a Samadhan compilation, and that is released at the end of February month. So this will be released. Now how to use this, I will come to this. First is running notes. Second is you will get the PDF of Samadhan. How to use that PDF, what is the need of that PDF we are doing the class, that I will do, that I will tell you. Okay. Now PPT, I will not give you any sort of PPT, because whatsoever is the information is there on the PPT, I have already transferred them into this compilation. Okay. This compilation will get around 28th February plus minus 5 days. Now notification about the classes, those who are very new, there is a private Telegram channel of Samadhan. I have made a separate channel so that we can connect over the current affairs separately on that. If I want to share something, I can share the article on that channel particularly. So there is a notification channel, Telegram channel, private Telegram channel. The link is there in our BootCamp channels. If you are paid, the link is there on the website under the description. Please join that channel. Class links, PDFs, any sort of notification, any issues within the class, maybe the link is not working, technical issues, light chali gayi, so we have to notify you, right? Online, especially you. So what we will be communicating, we will be communicating it through the Telegram channel. Just a simple request, please unmute it. Otherwise there is no point, right? Unmute it, and if you have the space, अगर आपकी wish list में थोड़ा जगह बची है ऊपर वाली में, 5 pin कर सकते हैं. You can pin 5 chats in the Telegram, right? So if there is a space in your wish list, you can pin the Telegram channel of Samadhan also. Now there will be a general doubt, sir what else? सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन है, सर इसके अलावा क्या? Should we read X, Y, Z or not? अब to answer this question, I will take you through this slide. Look at this slide and please understand the ideology. ठीक है? Understand the ideology. Before I even start, let me tell you, even if you have not done the current affairs in the past, you can sit comfortably in my sessions. Okay? I don't promise you the same level of clarity, but I promise you one thing, that समझ में आएगा, है ना? And with multiple revisions, some what I can say, the homework or the R&D at home, you will be very comfortable in the current affairs, because I have already attached the clippings. Even if someone has read the newspaper, someone has not read the newspaper, hardly it makes a difference, because I have attached all the clippings from the newspaper, all of them, important, all of them. And when I say all of them, I mean it, because there is no extensive coverage other than Sunya of the newspapers. Let me tell you very clearly. Okay? So we have attached all the coverings of clippings of the newspaper, so that you have that confidence on the classes, in the coverage, and on me. Done? So even if you have not done the current affairs, just be comfortable, have faith on me. Let's see for 1 class, 2 class, and I promise you will be comfortable. Done? Now understand this ideology. This is very important. Please understand this ideology, and this is very close to my heart. I mean, this is the reason for 95% of the students struggling in the current affairs. 95% of you struggle in the current affairs because you don't follow this ideology. The ideology says that we have to do the current affairs in 3-level approach. 3-level approach. And when I say 3-level approach, I mean level 1, level 2, level 3. Now what is the utility of these level 3s? See, for example, if you are doing any indices you are doing, okay, global gender gap, let's say report, global gender gap report. Ab in that indices, I want to divide that current affairs into 3 levels. What you have to do is, first of all, in the class itself, you have to do the level 1. And when I say level 1 is something which is most prominent of that particular report. Who publishes it? Who publishes that report? Most prominent one who publishes that report. Now let's come to the level 2. Level 2 is something which you will be comfortable with multiple revisions. I mentioned the report. Is that report annual? Is that report biannual or biennial? Other than that, what is the rank of India in that report? So, frequency of the report, rank of India in that report, maybe who topped that report? Who topped that report? That is nothing but the level 2 ka information. At least frequency and the rank of India is something we should know. अब ठीक है at least we should be knowing frequency and rank of India if applicable, rank of India if applicable, or what you can know, maybe the rank of India is decreased or increased. Done. Now in level 2 itself, within the class, if the parameters are important of that report, let's say there is some report, Human Development Index, if there are parameters, we should know the parameters if they are important parameters. Now what in level 3? Level 3 mein I generally count the information which will take lot of time to remember. For example, there is a theme attached to the report. You might have seen the questions in the PYQs, right? Theme of some summit, theme of some, what is the declarations of the theme of some institutions. So those themes, they will take time, because remembering the themes is not a something, easy task, right? So this will take time. What I am saying is, this you have to do within the class. This please do. This you cannot skip. This you have to do, and for this you have to give the revisions, right? Revise and try to remember. Revise and try to remember. This you have to do within the class itself. And then there comes the level 3. Now level 3 is something which even if I will cover in the class, makes no sense. There is no head, there is no tail of those information. Theme hai. I can just mention the theme, that the theme is something on AI, or maybe something on climate change, or maybe something on women, the women in agriculture. But there is no sort of explanation of that theme. Let's say G20 ka kuch theme hua. What you have to do, you have to just see that again and again, and if you want to remember, you remember it. So what I will be doing is, I will not cover, and I am mentioning it very strictly, I will not cover the level 3 ka information within the classes for a purpose. I will not cover this information within the classes, but I will give this information as part of SAMADHAAN. Ab there is a catch. Please go to level 3, not now, at least post 20th March, once we are done with all the, the 5 sessions, so that you can retain the additional information. Again, I will come to the mistake I was telling you 95% of the people do in current affairs, that you try to cater all 3 levels at the same time. You try to remember all 3 levels at the same time. Let's say if I'm talking about Amor experiment or Catherine experiment, just know in level 1 that experiment is related to what. In level 1, just remember that experiment is related to what. In level 2, try to remember the body and maybe the technology associated. In level 3, the other information, how it was conducted and all those things. Level 3. If it is important, I will mention it in the SAMADHAAN. And please, you may read the SAMADHAAN post 28th Feb. Start reading the SAMADHAAN. But try to retain this level 3 post 20 March. Once you have done these 1 level and 2 level. At least this you should remember. Ye pata hona chahiye. Do I make sense? Everyone, do I make sense? So what is the utility of the SAMADHAAN? SAMADHAAN will contain the additional level 3 for some of the articles. It may not be important for all the articles. You may skip it. If you have the form of current affairs, you can comfortably go with my classes and skip whatever is there in the SAMADHAAN. Last year also there was only one what I can say the statement asked from the Samadhan other than my classes from level 3. Only one statement. Rest I covered within my classes itself. Class में किया था मैंने सारा. ठीक है. Only one statement out of Samadhan was asked from level 3. So if you are not that comfortable, please go with level 1, level 2, which we are catering in the class for the revision purpose. Go to the Samadhan, skip the level 3, go ahead. है ना? But I know most of you are doing a lot of hard work. So let's go to the extra mile. Let's try to get that 2 marks or 4 marks also, if you can. Done? Any doubt to anyone? Okay. Now if I talk about the current affairs, we have these three what I can say the sections: science and tech, which also includes astronomy, space tech. Then you have this particle physics, quantum tech, nanotech, nuclear tech, maybe fuel tech. Then you have this what I can say this health, diseases. Then you have the defense. So science and tech will contain all of them plus health plus defense. Done. Then we have IR. In IR, first of all, you should be covering the declarations and conventions. After that, you should be covering the bodies with me. Bodies will bifurcate into two parts: non-UN bodies and UN bodies. Non-UN we will cover today and UN will cover in the next class. Okay? Then after bodies we have to do the summits. Summits के बाद we have to do the initiatives. For example, this Kaladan project, right? All those initiatives, all those are nothing but the initiatives. Post initiatives we have to do the mapping part of the IR. Done. In my classes beta, mapping we will do combinedly of all of them. We will not bifurcate it subject wise. We will conduct a single lecture or maybe 5 hours or 6 hours a class, and we will try to cover the entire mapping in one go. And do I make sense? Okay. Economy mein, for example, right now which we don't cover in the static is most important thing is stats. Then second thing is terms and news. These two are something which will give you very good weightage in the examination. After that, whatever is related to static we have to link and stat. Okay. For example, let's say India Post Payment Bank or maybe Small Finance Bank. We have seen those in what I can say the static, but they have resurfaced, so we have to see them again. Okay, revision ho jayega. Done. Economy. Then similarly with the polity, articles, constitutional amendments, bodies, then non-constitutional bodies, constitutional bodies, and all those things. Then schemes. This we will do ministry wise, right? We'll open the ministries, we will cover all the schemes. I told you in my static class also, schemes we will cover at the one place only, right? All the schemes from related to all the ministries which have been in news in last 1.5 years, or else they are important, I will cover all of them in the Samadhan. Then indices and reports, we generally bifurcate this into two part: IR and then India. Whatever are the like the reports on indices, we will try to fetch the stats out of it also. Okay, whatever is the important stats. Then culture mein, personalities, sites, this what I can say, artifacts and all those things, right? GI tags and all those things we'll see in the culture. Miscellaneous mein, don't worry, we'll cover the sports, we'll cover the awards, and then mapping we'll cover in the miscellaneous section only. Okay, so whatever is important from the current affairs point of view will be tackled in Samadhan. I am again telling you, Samadhan will comprise of this. अरे यार ये चल नहीं रहा, ये देखिए शायद चल नहीं रहा. ठीक है. Now, what is the agenda of today's class? First thing is science and tech. We have to cover the telescopes, missions, particle physics and current affairs, quantum tech, nanotech, nuclear tech. Post that we will jump to a very important part. Last year 2 to 3 questions directly I gave from this session only. And one more thing, very clearly I am saying, very clearly, each of my session, day long session in current affairs is your 4 questions in the prelims examination. 4 or 5. 7 sessions hai, 7 into 4 28, 7 to 5 is 35. So you can expect at least 28 to 35 questions from these sessions. Okay? Last year also I have delivered, you can see that on the internet, all proofs are there. Okay? So every session, for example in today's class also we are covering these 3 sections. please expect at least 4 or 5 questions out of these sections, है ना. So each session of समाधान is equal to 4 questions in prelims at least, or maybe 5, maybe किसी में 3 होगा, किसी में 5 होगा. Done. So let's start with the class. Any doubt whatsoever, I will take it first, then I will start. Related to coverage, I mean the strategy and all those things. Please raise your hand and ask the doubt. Anyone? Related to the class? Huh. Whenever the maps to be brought in the class, we will tell you. In today's class, I asked you to brought the atlas. है ना? This I asked you to brought. But even if you have not brought it, it's fine. You use your mobile phone, Google out the countries. For example, if I want you to see the SAARC countries, just open the Google and see there. Okay, if you have not brought it, but if you have brought it, it will be handy. Done. Today we are not doing any mapping within the class. Whenever we will be doing the mapping within the class, we will ask you to bring the India ka map and global map. Okay, and we will post the PDF of the map, which you have to take the printout, so that every one of us have the same map. We'll post the PDF. Don't worry. Okay. Chalo. Anything else? Sorry. That will be part. Sorry, I missed. Environment and ecology will be part of it. Don't worry. I'm writing it here. Right? I missed. Environment and ecology will be part. Don't worry. In environment, all the species, conventions, everything will be part of it. Then anything else? Shall we move ahead? Okay. Online, any doubt, beta? Art and culture I mentioned, beta. You can see it's mentioned. Okay. Chalo. So we will be starting with telescopes. Don't open anything. I will ask you what you have to open. Just look at the board. Don't open anything. I will ask you if I want you to open anything on the board. Right now, when I talk about our universe, our universe is made up of millions and billions of galaxies. Millions and billions of galaxies. Out of that, one is Milky Way galaxy, our galaxy, in which Earth or our solar system exists. One galaxy is Milky Way galaxy. There are billions of such galaxies. Each galaxy has millions and billions of stars. Each galaxy has millions and billions of stars. Out of that, one is our sun, and we have covered this in the static portion of science and tech also. I have covered this very beautifully, how the universe is expanding, how the this massive supernova can be turned into an entire galaxy, and quasars, pulsars, all those things. So what I'm saying, each universe has billions of galaxy. What galaxy? Each galaxy has a billions of stars. Out of them, just one star is our sun. Now, around the sun, planets are rotating. Around the sun, planets are rotating, and out of them, one of the planet is Earth. Okay. Out of them, one of the planet is Earth. Now, when I talk about the Earth, around this Earth, like Earth is revolving around the sun, around this Earth, some bodies will be revolving. All these bodies are known as satellites. What I'm saying, around this Earth, some bodies will be revolving. These bodies are known as satellites. Out of them, one is natural, other all are artificial. Whatever you launch in the space, the satellites, communication satellite, or maybe navigation satellite, or maybe Earth observation satellite, all of them are man-made. hence are known as artificial satellite. So I'm saying out of these satellites, one of them is moon, and moon is nothing but natural satellite of earth. So we have the sun also. Up. I told you two belts. What was the name of those belts? Asteroid belts. So we have asteroid belt, and beyond Neptune what we have? Kuiper belt. And I told you one more, Oort cloud. याद है? Beyond Kuiper belt we have Oort cloud. For those who are new, what I am saying, beta, in our solar system we have two belts. See, right now whatever I am taking within the class is not important per se from the current affairs, but it is important to keep the things in perspective so that I can start my class. Okay? Just listen to it as a story. What I am saying, there is a belt, asteroids are floating in that belt. What is the range of that belt, asteroid belt? From which planet to which planet? Mars to Jupiter. So this is from Mars until Jupiter. Asteroid belt. Then Kuiper belt is beyond Neptune. It is beyond last planet Neptune. ठीक है? Up. What I'm saying, apart from this sun, as I've already told you, in our galaxy, which is nothing but Milky Way, and apart from this sun, don't you think there will be other suns, other what is the stars located within the same galaxy? There will be other stars located. These stars. The same galaxy is Milky Way galaxy. Or apart from this galaxy, there will be other galaxies located. In those galaxies, there will be other stars located. When I talk about this star, there is a life cycle of a star. Right? There is a life cycle of a star. It starts from nebula. It starts from nebula and it goes until maybe sometimes supernova, maybe sometimes black hole. So what I'm saying, the life, for example, let's say I'm a human being, so you can expect sun as a human being. So the sun could be you can assume star as a human being. Human being could be a child, being could be an adult, or maybe a grown up, or maybe somewhere in the graveyard. Okay? Human being could be in the any stage. What I'm saying, the different stages of these stars, which we will see again from the current affairs point of view in the next class, could be sometimes supernova, sometimes black hole, and sometimes massive black hole, sometimes quasars, etc., etc. Okay? Different stages. Need not to worry about those stages. Just understand that could be black hole, it could be something else. But there is a beauty now. After certain stage, this starts generating energy out of fusion. What is that stage? Look at your notes and tell me of science and tech. What is that stage? Sorry, main sequence star. What I'm saying, at the stage of the life, let's say the license to get married, the license to get married, there is certain age. So that I'm saying is main sequence star. This is that stage of the star, life of the star, when it starts generating energy. Now let's take a pause. Are you all with me until here, until energy? Because now the entire game will start changing. Are you all until here with me? Energy. I'm briefing you again. Universe have many galaxies, a single galaxy like Milky Way have many stars. One of them is our sun. Sun ke around we have planets. Now whatever is rotating around the planets are satellite. We have one natural satellite, which is moon. Others are artificial satellite of the earth. Now there are two belts, asteroid belt and we have Kuiper belt. एस्ट्रॉइड बेल्ट्स में वी जनरली फाइंड द एस्ट्रॉइड्स एंड कुइपर बेल्ट में वी जनरली फाउंड द कॉमेट्स, ठीक है, एंड डार्क प्लैनेट्स एक्सेट्रा. नाउ in this belt is from Mars to Jupiter, this belt is from beyond Neptune. Now what I'm saying, a star has a life like a human from birth until death. So birth I am saying is nothing but nebula, death I am saying is maybe sometimes supernova explosion, or maybe into black hole, or maybe black dwarf, yaad hai, white dwarf, all those things. Need not to worry at all, because this we have to see again. Those who are only in the Samadhan online, please don't worry at all. Right now my only focus is you should know that star has a life. Out of that life there is one stage which is main sequence star, adult star. This is adult star. So up this star starts generating energy. Now focus on this word energy. This is important for us. This is important for us. इतनी बात सबको समझ में आई, ठीक है. नाउ आई वांटेड यू टू फोकस अपॉन द वर्ड एनर्जी. बेटा व्हेन आई से एनर्जी, जनरली इन टुडेज क्लास वी आर ओनली कंसर्न्ड अबाउट विच टाइप ऑफ एनर्जी, इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक रेडिएशंस. energy is nothing but wave plus particle traveling in terms of photons and known as electromagnetic radiation. Ab if you will see this, this has a range. When I talk about electromagnetic radiation, there are three things which you have to keep in mind. Three things. Please focus. Again I am saying not important from today's class point of view. This I have to repeat again in ICT. Electromagnetic radiation again in ICT. But I have to keep the things in perspective so that you know everything. What I am saying, electromagnetic radiation has three things: energy, frequency, and wavelength. Up if the energy is increasing, or let's say highest, and the energy is lowest, that is how we arrange this electromagnetic radiations or the spectrum. अब what is the catch? Whenever the energy is highest, it may pick out, for example, if this is the atom, if this energy is striking on this atom, this may take out the electron out of this atom. If the electron is coming out of this atom will destroy. That is where you will see that the rays like gamma, then your notes, gamma, very good, X-rays and UV rays. यही था. These are high energy rays. When I say these are high energy rays, what I mean, they can throw out a electron out of the atom. Even my skill is made out of a cell, but that cell is made out of atom, so it can destroy my cells also on the body. That is where they can be disastrous to the humans, especially leading to issues like cancers. Okay, high energy radiations. Up these high energy radiations are generally blocked by atmosphere. You might have read in environment that UV rays A and B are blocked by ozone layer. So C is somewhat some part of C is coming on the earth, but that not what is the harmful. What I am saying, these three rays, since they are harmful and since they are blocked by the atmosphere, that is where the life is possible on the earth. Otherwise there would have been, what is the death of the human beings or the cancers and all those issues. So since these high energy rays are not coming on the earth, the life is possible on the earth. Okay, then if you remember, we saw the applications of these high energy rays in today's class. Not important, we will see it again in the ICT. But now after this we have other rays. Can you please name them? Very good. Visible, infrared. See, visible maybe there is a spectrum now. What is the spectrum? It is WIV, your violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. Now the wave which is having energy less than this red is infrared. Infra to red, infrared, energy less than red, infrared. After infrared, what else? Very good, micro, then we have radio. So as I go from this side to this side, what is happening? The energy is decreasing. Are you all comfortable until now? Because I will extend it further now. Are you all comfortable until now? Everyone? Okay. Ab beta, see this now. Whatever you see currently is nothing but the energy coming in the visible range. This is the range. This is the energy range. Now what is the, what I can say, in EVs we don't care, we are not concerned. This is a range, high energy towards the low energy. There is a relation which you should know, that whenever the energy decrease, the wavelength increase. If the energy starts decreasing, the wavelength starts increasing. This we have seen in the static portion. Done. Up. What I am saying now, this is something which you can see, but your eyes, see what your eyes are doing. Your eyes are taking these photons, the retina of your eyes are taking these photons which are carrying this energy, and those photons are converted into image. So right now you people are sending me these visible, what I can say, the electromagnetic waves, visible range electromagnetic waves you are emitting right now, and that is why what my retina is processing and making an image. Are you getting my point? But the idea is, maybe your retina is not able to see the other rays, but there are other cameras which can see those rays and make the images. You might have heard about, on the board please, now this is important, this will change the entire course of the discussion. You might have heard about night vision cameras. You may not be able to see the things, but that night vision camera is able to see those things. Why? Because that night vision camera is converting the infrared waves into images. So that night vision camera is converting the infrared image into the, infrared waves into the images. Am I clear? Similarly, very crudely I am saying, that is not how exactly it happens. Very crudely I am saying, similarly, all of these waves will make certain category of images. So if I am able to capture the gamma, X, UV, it will make some images, maybe not in your eyes, maybe not on the, let's say, the thermal cameras, maybe on some other devices made to capture those rays. Up, I am taking it back now. I am saying these stars in their various phases and these planets, maybe for example Earth will release the infrared rays or maybe the visible rays. Similarly Mars, all types of rays, maybe if the, let's say, reaction is not there, maybe the high energy will not come, but from the visible and from the infrared, the rays will come, are emitting the rays continuously. And what is happening now, similarly in the stars, whatsoever is the stage, especially black holes and maybe supernova or maybe quasar or maybe and when I say black hole, I am saying outside the black hole. If you remember, I told you about the Einstein ring. Remember that? Okay, those who don't know, it's fine. But I'm saying outside the black hole, whatsoever area is visible, that is what I am trying to mention here. These all, what I can say, the stages or the forms or maybe the elements, what they are doing, they are emitting the energy. And if I am able to see this, energy, don't you think I can detect these elements? So that is where what we are doing, we are using the telescopes. So what is the use of the telescopes now? Telescopes will either study these ranges, maybe visible, maybe infrared, maybe micro, maybe radio, maybe UV, maybe X, or maybe gamma, and will convert those into images. You might have heard, maybe you might have seen also in your childhood, there was a telescope placed on the ground with which you can see the stars or maybe the planets in the sky. Dekh sakte the. What was the type of the telescope? Visible, because you were able to see from the eye. So those were nothing but visible type of telescopes. See, your eye can only see the visible wala thing, na? Visible wala range. The other infrared or maybe micro or maybe radio, your eye cannot convert that into images. Similarly, these cannot be converted and these will destroy your eye. Okay? Because these are high energy. They will pop out the electrons out of the atom, which will destroy the cell. If the cells are destroyed, it will destroy the entire human being. Do that make sense? Okay. Now you need to tell me. See, I've explained you everything. Do not speak the answer. I request. Do not speak the answer. I'm giving you 10 seconds of time. I'm asking from you. A space-based telescope. Ground-based telescopes. Telescopes put on the ground. See now on the board. When I talk about the telescopes, what the telescopes will do, I will ask the question first. See this. Telescopes will observe or will detect what? Energy waves. These telescopes either I can put on ground or I can put on space. I can put on ground, I can put on space. Now you need to tell me, if I'm putting any telescope on ground, which rays it will detect. Can it detect gamma? No. Can it detect X? No. Can it detect UV? Some part of UV can be detected, especially UVC. So what I'm saying, right now we cannot detect, or it is very difficult. I will not use the word blanket shield ki we cannot detect. There will be some part of gamma coming to earth, maybe not reaching to the required places. What I'm saying, we cannot detect gamma, X, UV. Difficult hai. This is difficult to be detected. But mind you, we can detect visible, infra, then micro and radio. If I talk about the space, in space what all waves you can detect? All of them you can detect. In space you can detect all of them because see, our atmosphere was just blocking these three, and that is why the life is possible on earth. In space these will not be blocked. Space, when I'm saying space right now, I mean outside the earth atmosphere. So if these will not be detected, these will not be blocked, the space may anything can detect all the rays. Do I make sense? Now you need to answer me why we are keeping some of the telescope in space, despite of the fact that we can put them on ground, we can save the cost, and we can detect the visible, infrared, micro and radio waves. See, the answer to this is, when I talk about the other rays, especially the gamma, X and UV, they have the higher energy, and if they have the higher energy, they give better detection. So it is important for us to place both the space telescopes and the ground based telescopes. Ab itna dekh liya. This was nothing but the background for everyone, so that you are with me from now. Now we will deep dive into the current affairs. Okay? Don't write anything not important. Now before even starting the telescope current affairs, what is important for us to know? I have told you the entire story. Just from an aspirant perspective and a future bureaucrat perspective, right somewhere in rough, इसमें अब तुम्हें देखना क्या है? Let's say I am talking about the Pratush telescope. So what areas you have to keep in mind? Just write in rough and try to think in the future. I've covered everything. You need to tell me the current affairs points. हमें क्या चाहिए अब from any telescope? If we are reading about the telescope, what we need? First thing is whether the telescope is land or space. Ayana. First thing is this. Second, I need the agency which has launched that telescope. Ayana. Maybe some agency from India, or maybe ISRO, or maybe some other country. चाइना का है, किसका है टेलीस्कोप. थर्ड थिंग इज इफ इट इज लैंड, स्पेशली इफ इट इज लैंड, I need the location where it is located across the, don't write this, where it is located across the globe or maybe earth. kahan hai location, kya hai of the telescope. One thing you have to tell again apart from this. Very good, very good, very good. This is something which we miss, that which electromagnetic wave it will be. That is very rest case. That is where you are done with the telescopes, 100% of it almost. Now there will be some random what I can say the level 3 ka information which we need not to bother as of now. Okay. For all the telescopes, these are 4 different areas. Land or space hai, agency kaun si hai, location kya hai, if it is on earth, then which electromagnetic radiation. Do I make sense? Okay. So what you do, I'm giving you 1 minute. Just take out your for those who are from Prelims Bootcamp. So there will be 2 types of category of students, especially online, from SAMADHAAN and only SAMADHAAN and Prelims Bootcamp. When I say Prelims Bootcamp, the other batches included. So those are from the Prelims Bootcamp and have done my science and tech. Please take out the science and tech notes. In astronomy, I made you left 1 page of telescopes. Please open that and keep it on the desk. And for those who are new online, for those who are new, take out a rough page. Take out a rough page. I am saying A4 sheet. On the top, write science and tech, and here you write page number 1. On the top, science and tech, and write page number 1 on a blank A4 sheet. Don't worry, and give a heading: telescopes. Give a heading: telescopes. I will tell you how you have to use your page. Please don't draw this. Ruk jana. See, what we will do, you have 2 options. You have 2 options. Either divide this into 2 halves. Write about the telescopes of India at the top. I mean, see, if you are dividing into 40-60, it will be 40%, 60%. Okay? Or else, I mean, this is better, but if you want to do, you can use the same thing. This India on this side and international on this side. But I will recommend go like this. Okay? 40, then 60% of the space. Now, whenever you are doing making the notes, divide this into 3 halves again. 1, 2, 3. Same this 1, 2, 3. Start करिए. बनाइए. Done. So we will divide the telescopes into two types. One is for India, other is of other world, like other countries and all those things, miscellaneous. ठीक है. The very first news is on Astrosat. The context is Astrosat was launched in 2015 and recently the Astrosat has completed 10 years. So since it has completed 10 years, it is important from your perspective to cover this again, right? So Astrosat is again a telescope. So we should know now what? We should know all these facts about the Astrosat. Okay? So please write heading Astrosat. Please write heading Astrosat. Space based है, land based है? Obviously space. So like space based, comma, write the year of launch 2015. Whenever we are writing the years like this in the notes, it is nothing but the year of launch or the formation. Okay? 2015 is the year of launch. This is indeed important as it has completed 10 years. Important hai. We are seeing the context also and we are seeing what we have to write in the notes. Done? Then once we have seen space or land, second is agency. Please write by, very good, ISRO. By ISRO. So since this is in space, we need not to write the location. Third thing which is important is nothing but the wavelength. So what is the wavelength out of these? It is what is the wavelength it is seeing out of these? It is seeing all the wavelengths. So please write multi-wavelength. Multi-wavelength, very important. All the wavelengths, multi-wavelengths. Multi-wavelength. Then you write 5 payloads. 5 payloads. 5 payloads. See, I want you to remember just one. So I mentioned 5 payloads, but आप सोचिए, when you have to revise ना, you cannot revise all 5 of them. So what is the most important from my point of view? I am making you right, and that is what you have to revise. कि at least this you should know. ठीक है? Payload के नाम बहुत complex होते हैं. You cannot remember. Have faith on me. Just write one of them, which is UVIT. So out of these 5 payload, one is UVIT. On the board now. Why 5 payloads? Because it has to see the multi-wavelength. So one payload will be for the gamma, one payload will be for the X-ray, one payload will be for the UV, one payload will be for the visible, and one payload will be for the other, let's say micro and radio. So that is how 5 payload are there. One of them is for the UV range, and this is important. This was in news. Do you get me? This much is important in Astrosat, and I promise you, you will be able to solve all the questions. Have faith. Okay. Next, you have to give the subheading UVIT. 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 So again, this body IIA celebrates 10 years of operation. Since Astrosat has done the 10 years, so this UVIT will also do the 10 years. They celebrated UVIT. Who? Indian Institute of Astrophysics. They celebrated the 10 years. This was mentioned in the PIV, hence we are covering the UVIT also. Okay? So it was on board the Astrosat. Please write payload of Astrosat. Payload of Astrosat. In bracket you can write और कॉमा लगा के लिखिए कहाँ कब लॉन्च हुआ था 2015. Very good. 2015. Now write a very important feature, peculiar feature of this. Right? First, India's UV space telescope. So we have seen the wavelength also. We have seen the area also. यार रटना नहीं है, रटोगे तो कब तक रटोगे, समझ के तो पढ़ोगे ना. कोई चीज है स्पेस लिखा है तो क्यों लिखा है, यूवी मतलब क्या, ठीक है. सो यूवी स्पेस, so it is only seeing which wavelength, ultraviolet. So if I make the statement recently seen in news UVIT, then the statements, it can see all the wavelengths, or it is a multi wavelength telescope in space. False. It is just UV. It is a payload of Astrosat. And if I say payload, it is nothing but an independent telescope within the Astrosat as a mission. So Astrosat has 5 telescopes. Out of them, one is UVIT, which can see the UV rays. Then please write led by Indian Institution of Astrophysics. Led by Indian Institute of Astrophysics. Can someone tell me the location of this now? Indian Institute of Astrophysics. Where it is located? Very good. Please write Pune. पुणे और बेंगलोर. इट इज इन बेंगलोर बेटा, पुणे आप इससे कंफ्यूज हो गए. इट इज इन बेंगलोर, सॉरी. लिख लीजिए आगे वाली स्लाइड पे आई मेंशन द लोकेशन आल्सो. इट इज इन बेंगलोर. लोकेशन इज इंपॉर्टेंट. इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स, प्लीज राइट इट इज इन बेंगलोर, कर्नाटका. डन. चलो नेक्स्ट यू राइट इंसिस्ट टेलीस्कोप. गिव द हेडिंग इंसिस्ट telescope. Insist telescope. You will write it complete. You will write telescope also. Insist telescope. हाँ, बेंगलुरु कर्नाटका. ठीक है, राइटिंग में मत जाओ यार, जो बोल रहा हूँ वो सुनो. देखो लोकेशंस हम लोग सेपरेटली कर भी लेंगे, है ना, डोंट वरी. देखिए ऑन द बोर्ड. तो प्लीज राइट स्पेस बेस्ड comma proposed. So it is not launched yet, it is proposed. Now it should give you one very good insight that whenever you are preparing this topic, you can give a little bit less weightage to it. ठीक है, proposed है, अभी आया भी नहीं है, बात चल रही है बस. तो comma you write proposed. इससे मुझे याद आया, आज मैंने तुम्हें सॉरी क्यों बोला. हाँ, आज वैलेंटाइन डे है, ठीक है, बट तुम्हें याद आनी चाहिए मेरी पहली क्लास इकोनॉमी की. कितने लोगों को याद है? अब जुनून नहीं, आशिकी. तुम्हें आशिकी किससे करनी है? एग्जाम से, यूपीएससी से, इसलिए तुम इधर हो आज. ठीक. अच्छा, कितने लोगों ने बलिदान दिया है आज? अच्छा, बताएगा कोई नहीं. हाँ, लेट्स नॉट मेक दिस पब्लिक. ठीक है, चलो ऑन द बोर्ड. स्पेस बेस्ड प्रपोज्ड. देन राइट by same Indian Institute of Astrophysics. What is the location? Now you should remember it. Bengaluru. Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Bengaluru. Third, we have to see the wavelength. What is the wavelength of this? Please write. the wavelength proposed is for UV and optical astronomy, for UV and optical astronomy. अच्छा एक चीज समझो, ये भी याद नहीं करना. Logically, if you can remember UV and after UV, optical is nothing but visible. Optical is nothing but visible. UV के बाद क्या है? Visible. So it will not be obviously not UV and radio. It cannot be UV and radio. Why? Because it will be a range. So the range will be from UV until visible. Logic है. So you should have that clear in mind. It should not go to radio or micro. UV and then after UV is optical. Make sense? ठीक है. Then anything important? ठीक है. So if this is first of UV, this will be second of UV. Done? Not important. Then you write the full form of this. Please write full form of this. Indian Spectroscopic and Imaging Space Telescope. कहीं कोने में लिख दो, बहुत छोटा सा. Indian Spectroscopic and Imaging Space Telescope. You should know the full form. Let's say the UPSC is not giving you the short form. See the full form pe aaya. You should know it, right? Done. You can see the news article. IIA, Indian Institute of Astrophysics, works on, मतलब proposed hai, it is working, still working on this INSIST telescope. Next we have Pratush telescope. Next we have Pratush telescope. Pratush telescope. First thing we will see whether it is space based or land based. It is space based, right? It will be rotating in the space. Ab year of launch, it is also proposed. Please write proposed. And the timeline for this is out. It will be launched by 2030. Not important, not important. Let me tell you, not important. You should know that it has not been launched yet. Pratush telescope we are talking, but not launched yet. Second, we will see the institute. Please write designed by Raman Research Institute, RRI. Raman Research Institute. Location Bengaluru. Raman Research Institute, Bengaluru. With, now this is, I mean, to avoid the traps, with support from ISRO. With support from ISRO. Then you had one more important point on this. Please write. अच्छा पहले wavelength लिख लेते हैं. What is the wavelength of this? Anyone? Very good. Please write radio wavelength. So it will study the radio wavelength. Arey Baba, whatever you are doing in the class is important. You should know the wavelength of this. ठीक है? अब see, even if it is on the space, it is not working on the gamma, X and all those things. It is working on the radio. So this is something which is peculiar to this. Why? Because it has been set up on the moon. Please write last point. Please write. It will be, sorry, set up on the moon. Please write last point. Will orbit, set up matlab not on the surface, around the moon. Will orbit far side of moon. What is this far side? We'll see. We'll see far side of the moon. Just underline far side. We will see far side of the moon. Acha, what will be the major aim of all these telescopes? Same, observe the universe, galaxies, black holes, stars, all this. Now there is a special, what I can say, the term mentioned within this, the aim of this telescope. Just write, see, बाकी का भी aim सेम है, बट इसमें cosmic dawn करके word use हुआ है in the aim. We'll write it separately. Please write. Please write. aim to study cosmic DAWN dawn cosmic dawn in Pratyush only. Pratyush में last point, this is level 3 but I am making you write because I find this could be asked directly or indirectly. Cosmic dawn. अब cosmic dawn in bracket you write. What is cosmic dawn? Please write in bracket. Period when, now this will be covered by Kuldeep sir also in static. Period when, in Big Bang it will be covered, ठीक है? Period when first stars and galaxies formed. First stars and galaxies formed. है ना? अब आई एम टेकिंग इट अ लिटिल बिट अप सो दैट यू हैव एन एज फ्रॉम योर कॉम्पिटिटर्स. ये सबको पता होगा, ठीक है? द एजेंडा ऑफ दिस टेलीस्कोप विल बी टू डिटेक्ट from cosmic dawn the neutral hydrogen. So when everything was getting compacted, the hydrogen was making the bigger atoms. So there was some hydrogen left which was never compacted or fused. So that left out hydrogen known as neutral hydrogen will be observed, or the wavelength from that will be observed. What you will do, radio wavelengths in bracket you write, radio wavelength in bracket write from neutral hydrogen, H2 write H2 from neutral hydrogen, ठीक है? So you can see this is a clipping from the PIB. Again it has been mentioned, see, proposed space telescope. Now the full form of Pratyush is there. Is it here also? No. Full form of Pratyush, see on the board everyone. Don't write, just remember, ठीक है? Just remember. Probing reionization of the universe using signal from hydrogen. So the H in Pratyush is for hydrogen. Again I am reading it for you. Don't write, don't make your notes bulky. Just remember, याद हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. Probing reionization of the universe using signals from hydrogen. And which signals? Radio signals. Do I make sense? Chalo. Now next is Daksh project. In bracket you can write the word mission also, है ना? It is space only. Daksh project, please write. It is space based. Space based, comma, proposed. It is also not launched yet. Proposed. Space based, proposed. Important है ये. Here, like if it is proposed, you should know. Otherwise UPSC will trap you on the same lines. Launched recently, all those things. ठीक है? Proposed. Then please write by IIT Bombay, in collab with now you will write the short form only. RRI हमने देख लिया कहाँ है? बेंगलुरु. ठीक है, RRI in collaboration with RRI, comma TIFR. This also we will see later. Very good, Tata Institute. TIFR. ठीक है, this is Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. We will see later. RRI, TFR, comma support from ISRO. Support from ISRO. Now let's write the wavelength. Can anyone tell me the wavelength in the class? Very good. It is high energy wavelengths. So X, then gamma, and some part of UV also. You write the word high energy wavelengths. High energy wavelengths. Gamma, X, some part of UV. We have seen what do we mean by the high energy, right? High energy, then the others were the energy which will not impact the humans, low energy. Okay. Then you write aim to explore. Your writes ऐसे लिखिए, aim study of explosive astrophysics. I will explain. First you write astrophysics like gamma ray burst, gamma ray burst, gamma ray BURSTS burst, gamma ray BURSTS burst, gamma ray burst. Beta, can anyone explain? See, although gamma ray burst I will cover again in the next lecture, but can anyone tell me what do you mean, what you can infer from the gamma ray burst right now? Gamma ray is bursting out of the explosions out of the stars. Gamma ray is bursting out of the stars ka explosion. Gamma ray burst. What is explosive astrophysics? Whenever the stars are being compact, condensing maybe into supernova or maybe into black hole or maybe into other mechanism, death of the star, that is nothing but the explosions. And I told you in the static wala classes also, when the star is dying it will explode and will be compacted into very small minute masses, right? Black holes. So explosive, not important, not that important, but ठीक है, देख लिया हमने. Done. So we have seen the space based what is the telescopes of India. Now what we will do, we will now focus upon the land based of India. So some telescopes will be on land. In India. So see, read the news articles about Daksh. IIT Bombay led Daksh mission. Now see, even if the question is coming on Daksh mission or Daksh project, you have to handle it with the same knowledge what I have given you. Builds aims to build satellites, most powerful telescopes, deep space race, deep space, right? Explosive astrophysics, this supernovas, black holes, and all those things. Then Daksh mission will take India deep space leader, etc. So if the question is coming, Daksh project is related to what? Daksh space is related to what of the following? Yeah, Daksh project is related to what of the following? Deep space will be one of the option what UPSC will use, and that is nothing but explosive astrophysics. Done. So ambitious. So it is set to launch, not launched yet. It is proposed. So these are the telescopes, nothing else, right? Okay. So this mission will have 2 telescopes attached, है ना? Not important. Third level है, बाद में कर लेंगे. ठीक है. Now first you write Mace Observatory. First you write Mace Observatory. Mace Observatory. Mark it 1 star. Mark it 1 star. So, as you all know, this is nothing but land-based, comma, which year? 2024. So recent है, land-based, launched in 2024. Then you read by very good, bark is Bhabha Atomic Research Center, and by bark and ECIL is bark and ECIL is Electronics Corporation of India Limited. Electronics Corporation of India Limited. Electronics Corporation of India Limited. पहले बताओ समझ में आ रहा है क्या चल रहा है क्लास में? समझ में आ रहा है ना? ठीक है. Okay. Now what we will write? We will write the location. Land based है तो land based में I told you location is important. कि where on earth it is located. Where on earth it is located. Please write the location. So located at या location. Just write this location semicolon. Location semicolon. Hanley. And this is where? Ladakh. Now do me a favor for your ear. Just see the Ladakh from the political perspective in the map, where it is located and what are the states which are touching Ladakh. Please right now from your atlas. States touching Ladakh. Please. Although we will cover it again in mapping, but please, on the map you can do, on phone you can do, atlas you can use, or whatever you want to do. Don't write it on the this. We will see it in the mapping again. Abhi mat likhiye bas. It's just peripheral I am taking. How many states? ठीक है. Now please write here the wavelength. Which wavelength it is studying? Which wavelength it is studying? Gamma rays. लिखो. Gamma rays. See now on the board. I am contradicting myself. I have taught you so far that these telescopes cannot see the gamma rays. But now I am mentioning that it is observing what? Gamma rays. That is where I want to list one important phenomena in front of you, which is known as Cherenkov effect. See now on the board. Whenever these gamma rays are coming toward the earth, they are interacting with the atmosphere of the earth, and in the atmosphere they are interacting with the ionosphere of the earth. And when they are interacting with the ionosphere of the earth, since I told you they can pop out what? Electrons. They pop out the electrons out of the material, or the what is the electrons present in the, or atoms present in the ionosphere. They pop it out, and when it pop it out, these electrons starts traveling towards earth. And when that is the case, they travel faster than light. Ab this should also contradict you. Sir, how can anything travel faster than light? Light is the fastest. So how this electron is traveling faster than light? When I am saying faster than light, I mean that in the atmosphere. Light ka speed is fastest in vacuum. So what I'm comparing, in this medium, it is traveling faster than light, but obviously lesser than the light speed of light in vacuum. Okay, so it is traveling faster than light. And when this happens, when any particle travels faster than light, it emits blue light, and this blue light is tracked by this telescope. Again I will explain. This is important, the term is important, Cherenkov effect. Correct spelling, if the spelling is not correct, just pardon me, don't worry. What I'm saying, this term is important. What is happening, whenever the X-rays are entering towards or hitting the atmosphere, they are interacting with the ionosphere, so they are making the electrons travel faster than the speed of the light in that medium. And when it is happening, the moving electrons is emitting the blue light. Just Google Cherenkov effect, please, and see the blue light. Just Google Cherenkov effect and see the blue light. फोन निकाल लो बेटा, काम आएगा आज. Pictorial memory will help you to retain the information for longer period of time. We have to have this at least for 4 months, if not less. हाँ बाबा. हाँ ठीक है, अगर एक्सटेंड करोगे तो वही हो गया मतलब. ठीक है, तो indirectly, although the aim of this to what I can say, see or what I can say, the track gamma rays, but not directly, indirectly using the Cherenkov effect. ठीक है, so they will have, can you see this? Sorry, towards the earth, the ionosphere की तरफ, towards the earth. ठीक है, which this telescope is monitoring. So when it can see the blue light, it will say the gamma rays are coming. That is it. Done. Chalo. So in Beckett right of gamma rays, by using see on the board, by using Cherenkov technique, Cherenkov technique on the board. See, Cherenkov technique detects very high energy particles, mainly gamma rays, indirectly by observing a faint blue light called Cherenkov radiation produced in the Earth atmosphere. High energy gamma rays from space enters Earth atmosphere. It collides with air molecules, create a shower of secondary charged particles, electrons and positrons. These particles move faster than light, travel in air, not faster than light in vacuum. I've written everything. This produces a brief blue flash called Cherenkov light, last only nanosecond. So this do not last for long, this lasts only for the nanosecond. Ground telescopes like maybe this collect this light using large mirror and cameras. So ultimately it is not collecting the gamma, it is collecting the light only, and that is also the blue light. Do I make sense? Acha. Okay. See, don't write anything on the Cherenkov right now. I will give you the SAMADHAAN. There I will mention about the Cherenkov also. Or you want to write? चलो एक काम करो, ये लिख लो, ये बना लो कहीं रफ में या कैसे भी. If you have the space in the document, you can use the document. Otherwise नीचे ऊपर कहीं भी बना दो फटाफट. Cherenkov technique. Effect is the light, technique is the phenomena. And while you are writing, I am explaining it again for those who are not making sense. हिंदी में बताऊंगा जिसको भी समझ में नहीं आया. देखिए हो क्या रहा है, गामा रेज आ रही है हमारे अर्थ के एटमॉस्फेयर की तरफ, बट जब वो गामा रेज आ रही है तो अर्थ का एटमॉस्फेयर उसे ट्रैप कर रहा है. अब हो ये रहा है कि अर्थ के एटमॉस्फेयर में जो आयनोस्फेयर है, ये गामा रेज हाई एनर्जी व्हाट इज द रेज है. तो उस आयनोस्फेयर में जो भी इलेक्ट्रॉन एंड पॉजिट्रॉन्स हैं, ठीक है, उसके साथ ये कोलाइड कर रहा है. और जब भी ये गामा रेज उसके साथ कोलाइड करेगी, ऐसे कोलाइड करेगी, तो उसको बहुत तेज स्पीड में ट्रेवल करने के लिए फोर्स कर देगी. अब जब वो बहुत तेज स्पीड में ट्रेवल कर रहा है और उसकी स्पीड ऑफ लाइट से ज्यादा हो जा रही है इन दैट मीडियम, तब एक लाइट आ रही है जिसका कलर ब्लू है, और वो ब्लू कलर को हम डिटेक्ट कर रहे हैं इस टेलीस्कोप से. और ये पूरी टेक्निक ये डायरेक्टली गामा रेज को नहीं डिटेक्ट कर रही है, ये इनडायरेक्टली गामा रेज को डिटेक्ट कर रही है बाय डिटेक्टिंग द ब्लू लाइट, एंड दैट इज नथिंग बट द Cherenkov technique, very much in news almost every second month, third month, है ना? You cannot skip this. We are not going random, we are going as per whatever is there in the news, right? It is important. Otherwise, I would not have explained the entire phenomena to you. Online, सब ठीक. Online, all good. And highlight the gamma here because that is a trap. Highlight the gamma. I ask you to bring the highlighter. Highlight the gamma because that is a trap here. Okay? You can't use the logic. Okay. Chalo. Now, write about Henley Ladakh. Henley Ladakh. Henley. So this is a location in Ladakh. You want to see it on the map? Please see right now. Please see. It will help you in pictorial memory. We have the time. Don't worry. You see. Henley Ladakh. Just open the map. करते रहो मेरे साथ ना. Please do the exercise. It is for you, not for me. Henley Ladakh on map. Just इतना करके images में Google में you will find 1 or 2 good images. Just see that. Henley Ladakh. Have some map वाला images. Have some ground वाला images. Sorted? Please write. Please write. First, dark sky reserve. Dark sky reserve. First, dark sky reserve. Semicolon. Semicolon. Please write. 2023. Comma. Ministry. See, like this you have to write. MOST. Ministry of Science and Tech. Done. Comma. ठीक है, डिपार्टमेंट और मिनिस्ट्री एक ही बात हो गई ना. इतना क्यों लोड ले रहे हो? डिपार्टमेंट है बट मिनिस्ट्री डाल दी मैंने. प्लीज राइट पार्ट ऑफ आई एम राइटिंग द नेम हियर. चंगथंग या चंगथांग, whatever you pronounce, Changthang Wildlife Sanctuary. So this is part of Changthang Wildlife Sanctuary in Ladakh. Now you should know this also, कि Changthang Wildlife Sanctuary is located in which state? Ladakh. This is additional information which you have to fetch. Although I will cover all the wildlife sanctuaries, tiger reserves, elephant reserves, what is, you know, all of it in news in subsequent lectures. Changthang Wildlife Sanctuary. Ab, you have written it, but can anyone tell me in the class what do we mean by dark sky reserve? Ideal line is artificial light is bent. Artificial light is bent. You cannot use these tube lights there. You cannot use any artificial light is there. Dark sky reserve. Okay? Ab, why we are doing it? So that we can detect the astronomical things much more better. ठीक है, चलिए second you write. So Miss of this Henley protested dark skies and builds a future on stargazing, etc. So there were recent protests around this. See, Changthang mentioned in the newspaper. So this is the Hindu clipping. So even if you have not read the newspaper, Changthang. Then you will see here Henley Dark Sky Reserve, you will see here. Then you will see few names here. This, ठीक है. Please write. अब इसमें से we have written one, Major Atmospheric Cherenkov Experiment. This we have written. Please write. Other telescopes in Henley only you have to write. In Henley, second point. Other telescopes at Henley. Other telescopes at Henley. So we will write 2 or 3 telescopes. Okay. Please write Growth India. In capital you will write Growth, 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 INDIA, India. Growth India. Next we write HCT, Himalayan Chandra Telescope. हिमालयन नहीं कोई डिटेल नहीं लिखनी अभी इसकी. हिमालयन चंद्रा टेलीस्कोप. एक और लिख लेते हैं, थर्ड राइट. दिस इज HAGAR. Please write high energy gamma ray telescope. High energy gamma ray telescope. Now last in India, one more, just one more. Which is Kodaikanal. Please give the heading. See, we have seen all of it now, है ना? Kodaikanal Solar Observatory, COSO. Kodaikanal Solar Observatory. So recently this observatory helped to detect or what is the sun's magnetic impact on Earth, right? But you just give the heading Kodaikanal Solar Observatory. Acha, one thing should be clear in your head now. Solar observatory hai, so what should be the aim or agenda? To observe the sun or whatsoever the impacts of the sun. So please write COSO. I am writing just short form. And this observatory is almost in news, every year. Last year also I taught this. COSO. Please write. Land based, comma 1899. Land based, comma 1899. So it is one of the oldest in the world. Very old. Okay? 1899. See the year. It is not 1999. It is 1899. Comma. Please write for solar research. For solar, although this is clear with the name, but sometimes it may be asked as Kodaikanal Observatory. Solar can be skipped, है ना? So Kodaikanal Observatory for solar research. Then you write next point. You write location. Located at कहाँ है? Very Kodaikanal तो होगा. Tamil Nadu. Please write Kodaikanal, Tamil Nadu. There has been the independent question on the Kodaikanal by the UPSC. Okay? Which of the following is the artificial dam? Kodaikanal. So out of this, it was asked by the UPSC recently, 5 years ago or 6 years ago, it was the question. Then you write artificial dam, beta. So we have the Kodaikanal dam also, है ना? Then you write next point. By, operated by, very good, IIA. Operated by IIA. Now please write the short form only because we know the IIA, right? Indian Institute of Astrophysics. कहाँ located है? Bangalore. Very good. ठीक है। There is a level 3 का information which I will give in your handout. Don't write in the document. On the board. This is level 3 now. On the board. Please, on the board. Evershed effect. So this is renowned for the discovery of Evershed effect in 1909, which involves the radial outflow of gas in the penumbra of sunspots. So whatever is the radial? Radial means away from the surface in the radial directions, right? If that is a circle, in the radial direction, है ना? So Evershed effect. This you will read from the Samadhan. If you can remember, remember. Otherwise, please skip. Then don't overload your notes with these informations. Okay. Next. So we are done with India. What we'll do? We'll do the telescopes of world now. So we have the 30-meter telescope in news. So right now the ideology is the uses of mountains for many reasons, right? Maybe for the metals, maybe for the other exploitations, maybe for your what we are seeing. These telescopes are being implanted at a higher height. Why the telescope were implanted on Henle in Ladakh? Why? Because the height 4,300 मीटर की हाइट पे है. कितना? 4,300 meters. So that the sky could be clear, है ना? Whatever they are seeing in the sky, it is clear. It is clearly visible. So this was an article in news that why we are using these mountains for these telescopes, etc., etc. Maybe sometime if you remember, and we will see it again for those who are only part of Samadhan. This INO, right, for Neutrino Observatory, which district? Theni district. In which state? Tamil Nadu, right? Underground. We are talking about the INO Observatory. So it is underground, under the mountains. So this was the article from where I fetched these two. Third 30-meter telescope. INO we will see later. INO pe to there have been many other news also, right? So 30-meter telescope, please write. So we are writing the land first, right? Then we'll come to the space. India का land क्या? अभी now global land. Then we'll go to the global space. First we have covered the telescope of India's space, India's telescope in space. Then we have covered the telescope of India on land, two of them, Kodai Canal, and second was Mace. Then we saw the location Henley also, Chergan Cove effect also, or the technique also. Now what we are doing, we are covering the telescopes of the world on land. Then at the end we will cover the telescopes of the world in the space. Sorted? ठीक है. 30-meter telescope, please write. So it is land, comma, proposed, very very important, proposed. Then location, please write. Monarchy, where? Hawaii, very good. Monarchy, Hawaii. Please open the map, either the atlas or I am giving you the easy way. First on the mobile, just see the location, then on the atlas mark it. ठीक है? Monarchy है Hawaii. And again this location is why? Because this is at the very high, good height, like Henley. I will ask a question, just see this. Beta, see on world map. See on world map. Just answer me, is it in northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere? Northern hemisphere or southern? Northern, very good. Hello, देख लिया? On the board now. By which country or which organization? No, it is a joint collaboration. So please write, instead of by, please write joint collab, semicolon, of the countries like US, Japan, comma, China, Canada. I missed one country. Anyone in the class who can tell me the last left out country? India. India is part of it. Okay? Please write comma India and underline this. You should know we are party to this 30-meter telescope. So we have US, China, Japan, Canada and India. Okay? In which ocean this is? Mona kiya? Huh? Pacific Ocean. Okay? Do India touch the Pacific Ocean? No, right? Then also we are part of this. Okay? And if you will see the other nations, are they touching the Pacific Ocean? All of them. Then that is how you have to do the mapping, right? Okay. Next. अब हम क्या लिखेंगे? क्या लिखेंगे? Rays लिखेंगे? What rays they are covering? लैंड पे है वॉट रेज, लॉजिकली वॉट रेज, गामा हो गया, एक एक्सेप्शन था गया, छोड़ो. ऑन लैंड विजिबल एंड इंफ्रारेड. सो प्लीज राइट एदर विजिबल और इंफ्रारेड और यू राइट ऑप्टिकल एंड इंफ्रारेड. ऑप्टिकल एंड इंफ्रारेड. either you can write visible or you can write optical, whatever you want to write you write. I am writing optical. ऑप्टिकल मतलब जो आप देख सकते हैं, विजिबल ओनली. ऑप्टिकल एंड इंफ्रारेड. Right, if the statement is there, it can see optical and let's say radio. Conceptually na, logically you should say no. It will see a range na, it will see a range, right? So it will see a range. Are you getting what I'm saying? Okay. This will help you in elimination in some of the questions. Optical and infrared. Then you write, अच्छा क्या देखेगा ये? Aim, what the aim, what it will see? Same, galaxies, stars, black holes, right? Aim, study of galaxy, star, black holes, etc. Now you know the everything, you know, from the fundamentals. All of them are doing the same thing, na? Some of them are dedicated like COSO, that is for the solar. Galaxy, stars, black holes. Done. Now see on the board, this will be your third line of information. This I will drop in the Samadhan. Indian Institute of Astrophysics, then Indian Center of Inter University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, Pune, and the Aryabhatta Research Institute for Observatory Sciences, ARIES, Nainital. First of all, locations are important, है ना? This we have seen. IUCCA is in Pune, ARIES in Nainital. This I will drop in your Samadhan as the level 3 information. Let's not write this in the notes, है ना? ठीक है ना यार, समझ में आ रहा है एजेंडा? ठीक है, चलो नेक्स्ट राइट केक ऑब्जर्वेटरी. केक ऑब्जर्वेटरी see, we have not even left the images in the newspaper. We have fetched the current affairs from the images also, है ना? तो जो नीचे आता है ना उससे ये है. So we have covered it comprehensively. Just to let you know, one time UPSC asked a question on Harai camels. Harai. So that was mentioned in the newspaper like this. Ab, the beauty of that question is that can be solved directly by the TRINETRA. You don't need the information on Harai camels. You can solve it with the TRINETRA, the logic sections which we are having for you. Okay? But just to let you know, sometimes UPSC target these things, especially in terms of environmental species. UPSC sometimes asks the questions directly from these, you know, what are the images uske niche there has been sighting of this particular species. So we will cover everything. That is what I wanted to mention. So Kirk Observatory. So please write. तो क्या है? लैंड है, लैंड कॉमा land comma 1993 to 1996, although not important, established in 1993 to 1996. Located or location, anyone who can tell me the location? Same location. So just copy this like this and paste it here. Mauna Kea, Hawaii. Mauna Kea, Hawaii. Location. For this now, this is being operated by some local companies and institutions supported by NASA. So if you want, you can write the name, लिख लो, operated by CALTECH, Caltech plus UC system. Now you can go home and read about it, not important. ठीक है, this you can ignore very safely. Need not to remember. CALTECH plus UC system. So this is a body supported by NASA. ठीक है, read about it at home if you want to, otherwise skip. Don't worry, skip. You cannot bombard your head with all these random stuff. Then you write Caltech plus UC system. एक collaboration है, एक body है which we should not know. But why I made you write this on the board, everyone? Why I made you write this? मैंने आपको इसलिए लिखवाया है. If the option is coming, let's say ISRO, NASA, you can see very clearly that this is not directly NASA or ISRO. This is some other random body. Need not to remember this. Just remember the fact it's not by NASA or ISRO. This will do the wonder. Then write last, or not last, please write. Please write largest optical and infrared, largest optical and infrared telescope on largest optical and infrared telescope on Earth. हाँ, मेरे पास वेरीफाइड होनी चाहिए, बट don't worry, अभी मैं I have the verified information. If there is any change, you just write it down, bring it back after the class, then don't worry, I have the verified information, है ना? Then what we have written. Okay, now why this was in news? On the board, please, on the board. This has observed the Titan. If you remember my Statica class, Titan is the moon of Saturn. So it observed the clouds over the Titan. Titan is the moon of Saturn. Saturn is the planet of our solar system. So it observed the clouds around the Titan, which is the moon of Saturn. So what we should know now? We should have some information on Titan also. Where you will write about Titan? See, those who are from bootcamp classes, Samadhan wale usi mein likh lena. Those who are only from the Samadhan, you can write just below it. Don't worry, because you have ample of space. They have the limited space because they are already done the static part. So what I'm saying, what you do, go to the planets. I made the space blank. मैंने छुड़वाया था एक blank space. Planet and moon. Planet and moon. You have the space there. Planet and moon. You have the space there. दिखाना बाबा. Moon or satellite, quasi moon, right? So moon or satellite में what you can do, on the right hand side, on the left hand side, natural के left hand side पे you can give a heading Titan, or you can write the Titan at the top. ठीक है? You can write about the Titan at the top. Please write Titan. Give the heading Titan. Right? Largest moon of Saturn. Largest moon of Saturn. Largest moon of Saturn. Then you write second largest moon after Jupiter's Ganymede. Second largest moon, प्लस का साइन लगा लीजिए या कॉमा लगा लीजिए या पॉइंट बदल लीजिए. Second largest moon after Jupiter's Ganymede. 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 So the largest moon, this you have written, those are from the bootcamp, this you have written, the largest moon is Ganymede. Acha, one thing yaar, right now in the class, the message is for those who are part of Samadhan only. Just give me a minute, pin drop silence please, I request. Those are part of only Samadhan current affair classes. Don't worry at all, even if you are not done with the static. When I am covering the current affairs, I am ensuring that whatsoever things are important, I am tackling it before. For example, if you can see, before telescopes, I did the conceptual part of the telescopes. So for all the topics, whatsoever is the requirement, I will do it within the classes. Okay? So even if you are not part of bootcamp, don't get into FOMO. Okay? If you want, if you need the static portions also, we have a bootcamp classes. Okay? But otherwise, don't get into FOMO. Only known moon with a thick atmosphere. Please write. Only known moon with a thick atmosphere and liquid bodies and surface liquid bodies. Only known moon with thick, यार समझो मेरी बात को, सुनो मेरी बात, ऑन बोर्ड पे देखो. न्यूज में क्यों है? उसके एटमॉस्फेयर की वजह से है ना. द telescope observed the atmosphere or the clouds of that moon. So we have to do the atmosphere of that moon. So first we have done the fundamental part, that this is the largest moon of Saturn, second largest after Jupiter's Ganymede. Now we'll see the what is the atmospheric part. So whatever you are writing right now is from the atmosphere, that it is only known moon with thick atmosphere and surface liquid bodies. What surface liquid? Seas of methane and ethane. In bracket please write. Seas of, in bracket please write. Even if the things are not visible from the back, I am dictating, don't worry at all. The second option is open your phone, in the phone it will be visible. That is the second option, but nevertheless I am dictating everything. Seas of methane and ethane. Seas, or you can write rivers, hardly it matters. On the other planet sea hai ki river hai. Seas of methane and ethane. Done. चलो, rest this. हाइड्रोकार्बन सी का नाम है. डोंट राइट, दिस इज नथिंग बट लेवल 3. दिस यू विल सी फ्रॉम द समाधान. दिस इज लेवल 3. समझ में आ रहा है अभी लेवल 1 क्या है, 2 क्या है, 3 क्या है? लेवल 1 इज द बेसिक इंफॉर्मेशन अबाउट इट, level 2 is the whatever you are writing right now in the notes, and level 3 is whatever we are skipping here. This I am skipping, this is level 3 now. These are the names of two hydrocarbon C's, and please do not write them in the notes. I insist, I request, take a red pen whenever you get the hard copy of Samadhan, mark them separately in Samadhan. Don't do the same mistake which other 95% are doing. For you, level 1, level 2, level 3 should be dealt differently. Level 2 tak we are doing in the class, level 3 with the red pen, mark it in the Samadhan. Whatever I am telling you right now, just mark it in the Samadhan whenever you get the Samadhan. Now write ALMA telescope. ALMA telescope. ALMA telescope. Please write land, comma 2011, land, comma 2011. Write the location. Location, which country? Chile. Atacama, Atacama Desert, Chile. Take a pause, open the map, see it on the map. And please do this activity. Baithe mat raho. It is all about competition. Please understand my what I can say, point of concern. If others are doing, you have to do, involve and look actively. 10 घंटे देने ही है तुमको, सोते हुए क्यों देने हैं, जग के दे लो, तुम्हारा फायदा है. Be active, push yourself. If you are giving 100%, go beyond 100. Right? Try to go beyond 100. Atacama deserts. Now do one more activity. Mark major deserts of the world. 10 major deserts of the world. Just Google it. You will find the image on the world map. 10 major deserts of the world. Mark them. Sahara and all. Sahara desert you will find. Gobi desert you will find of China. Right? Mark them on the map right now, right away. I am giving you 1 minute. And don't worry, this we will cover in geography mapping. Don't worry. Coding kuch nahi. It's just you have some experience, right? अच्छा बोर्ड पे देखो. Last year we did the same exercise on the members of NATO. मैंने ऐसे ही कराया था. I gave the 1 minute. I asked the students to write the members of the NATO, mark it on the map. This is a direct question on the NATO, on members only. So don't take these exercises ऐसे ही कुछ भी. Questions will come directly and I will claim कि क्लास से आया. ठीक है. I mean उसका कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, but you understand my point of view. 10 major, I need only 10 for you. As of now just mark 10. फिर धीरे धीरे याद करेंगे. 10 के बाद we'll go beyond if required. As of now we'll read the top 10. Done. Time up. On the board now. Please write the countries. Don't worry, we will do the mapping again. Please on the board. Countries. We have US, Japan, Europe, and others. I want you to remember these three: US, Japan, Europe, and others. There are 16 more countries. Need not remember. And one more fact: India is not a part to this. Okay? Just write it as it is. ALMA telescope. Now what we'll write? We'll write the wavelength. Which wavelength? Anyone in the class? ALMA. The name of ALMA is Atacama Large Millimeter Array. It is radio. Please write radio in semicolon. Make radio, underline, semicolon. Please write array of A double R A Y, array of 66 radio antennas. Array of 66 radio antennas. Array of 66 radio antennas. Done. क्या करेगा ये? एम क्या होगा? वही स्टार, गैलेक्सी, ब्लैक होल, वही सब. ठीक है, लिखते नहीं है, फायदा नहीं है. टेलीस्कोप है, वही काम करेगा. चलो नेक्स्ट राइट. So we are done with ALMA. टी एम पढ़ लेता हूँ आपके लिए so that you are comfortable. Formation of stars, planetary systems, the planets, galaxies, chemical building blocks of life, etc. etc. ठीक है, in the all those things. मतलब the atoms, hydrogen and all those things. Then extraordinary sensitivity allows to detect even extremely faint radio signals. It can detect the faint radio signals. It can penetrate through dust clouds also and help astronomers examine dim and distant galaxies, stars out there. This you can do in the level 3 at home. What you can do is you can write the full form. Full form is Atacama Large, full form ALMA, Atacama Large बेटा do not share the telegram channel का link है ना. I mean see, the idea is we want the things to be comfortable for you. We can make it ultra complex as well. ठीक है. अब if you want to share, I mean you do the diagnosis, you see whether the other person is needy or not, otherwise send those to us. I mean we will also help them. ठीक है, or we will try to help them. Please, I mean it's up to you now. It's up to you. You diagnose. If you think that someone cannot pay, बहुत ज़्यादा गरीब है कोई, तो कर दो, खुद कर दो, टेंशन मत लो इतनी. ठीक है. But public channel का link, like private channel का link, don't put it in the comment. Do that favor to me. Okay. I'm writing my telegram handle. So if you think anyone needs any course out of Sunya IAS, out of any reason he or she cannot pay, you can send me on at Sunya essay. Just so you know, since you are offline, this is for you. Every year, देख लो यार, every year I open the scholarship for 50 students, right? These 50 students, I mean, I don't follow the criteria of the government. If you find any auto rickshaw wala bhaiya or any shopkeeper, if they want to look forward for the coaching of UPSC for the students, you can recommend us our institute. We won't charge anything, even the material, everything is free for these 50, right? This is the what is the initiative of Sunya IAS, so that you know, कहीं जा रहे हो, मिले किसी से, बात की, just bring them to us. We'll get them admitted into the foundation batch. We have a separate batch. ठीक है ना? And if you find anyone who cannot pay even, let's say 2000 3000 for these batches, ongoing batches, just send my ID to them. ठीक है, I will take care. क्या stay we are not giving, so I am saying this for the stay में थोड़ा I have the additional what is the cost, which is something. See, this is not funded by anyone. This is on our personal what is the, things, not funded. So stay and all those things we are not giving. We are just giving the classes and the material. ठीक है, चलो. Now next is La Silla Observatory. La Silla and this I got from the personal experience. Someday I was traveling in the auto rickshaw. Bhaiya ultimately told me कि बेटा मेरी बेटी है एडमिशन करा दोगे क्या. So that is how I started this, है ना. चलो क्या था नाम. La Silla Observatory. Please. Nothing much, just write the simple plain facts. La Silla Observatory. Please write ground, comma 1969. Ground or land, you can use the same word land if you want to use, or ground, anything is fine. 1969. Location, just write Chile. Then by ESO. ESO. Please write in bracket European Southern Observatory. This is not a space. European Southern Observatory. Then you write it is for optical. But it will just see. Optical hai. It will just see. No waves, nothing. Optical. Okay. Then you write Vera C. Rubin Observatory. I am writing it on the board. VRA Vera C. Rubin Observatory. Vera C. Rubin Observatory. Right. Again same thing. Land. Land. Year not important. Next you write land. Location Chile. Then by US agencies you write, underline US agencies. By US agencies. Then you write optical. Can anyone search it for me? Is it only optical? Can anyone search it for me? Just Google it out. इधर कुछ और लिखा है. For me it is only optical. Just confirm. Visible? Visible है? Only optical है, right? ठीक है. Fine. Only optical. I have infrared also, but I don't think so it is infrared. It is only on optical. Then you write next. You write LSST. Mark it star. LSST. LSST. Please write legacy survey of space and time. Legacy survey of space and time. नियर इंफ्रारेड है, ठीक है, तो ऑप्टिकल कॉमा इंफ्रारेड भी कर लीजिए. नियर इंफ्रारेड है मतलब द शॉर्ट रेंज, ठीक है. तो इंफ्रारेड में भी है 3. डन. So legacy survey of space and time, please write conducted by above observatory conducted by above observatory, यही या तो नाम लिख लो या यही लिख लो, above observatory conducted by above observatory plus, now this is important, you will underline this, plus 10-year survey of 10-year survey of, this is important, you will write and underline, legacy survey of space and time, 10-year survey of southern sky, southern sky. See, what is the location, northern and southern of this telescope? Southern hemisphere. So if it is southern hemisphere, so what this telescope is trying to do, 10-year ka whatever is the sky, it will do the survey of that sky. Okay, so this is known by the initiative legacy survey of space and time, है ना. अब this is not for the northern hemisphere, mind you, this is for the southern hemisphere, that southern is important, है ना. Legacy survey of space and time. Next we write there are important ones, I'll change the slide. Now we have few important ones, ठीक है. Please write स्मॉल में मीर, कैपिटल में कट, मीर कट टेलीस्कोप, मीर कट टेलीस्कोप. See, if I talk about this Vera C. Rubin Observatory, why I was telling you that this is only the, what I can say, optical. मैं क्यों बोल रहा था? Because of this, it's the world's largest digital camera. And when we talk about the digital camera, it should be generally optical. But maybe there are some equipments which is in the other, what I can say, things also. The world's largest digital camera, which is the size of a small car, and all those things, right? And it will take the images of the sky in what hemisphere? Southern hemisphere, for 10 years, and that is not that is nothing but the name of the program, LSST, legacy of space and time, LSST. Done. Now we have Mirkut telescope. So it discovers the unusual radio glow in a distant swarm of galaxies. So radio glow in a distant swarm of galaxies. So again, observing the galaxies, stars and all those things. Out of that, radio glow will be nothing but which ray? Radio. ठीक है. So the telescope will be for which? Radio. Radio wavelength का होगा, right? So please write land land, year not important, escape. Then you write location. Location. अब तुम्हें लगता है ईयर चाहिए, तुम्हें दिक्कत हो रही है, फिर जाके सर्च कर लेना, नेट पे मिलता है. बट फॉर मी इट इज नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर दिस टॉपिक एटलीस्ट, ठीक है. लोकेशन, प्लीज राइट विच कंट्री, वेरी गुड, प्लीज राइट नॉर्थन केप, नॉर्थन केप साउथ अफ्रीका, नॉर्थन केप साउथ अफ्रीका. क्या करोगे अब आप? फटाफट से गूगल नेट लोकेशन नॉर्थन केप साउथ अफ्रीका. नॉर्थन केप साउथ अफ्रीका. Please write array of just write the next thing is wavelength radio. Please write array of 64 dish 64 dish 64 डिश टेलीस्कोप जो होता है इस टाइप से डिश होता है, एंटीना जैसा दिखता है, डिश DISH डिश, इट लुक लाइक एंटीना. तो 64 एरे ऑफ डिश कॉमा 8 किलोमीटर अपार्ट 8 किलोमीटर अपार्ट, ठीक है. इन ब्रैकेट राइट वर्ल्ड्स मोस्ट पावरफुल radio telescope, world's most powerful radio telescope, bracket close. Although see the extension it works at a centimeter wavelength, but not important for us, है ना. We are done. Okay, Meerkat telescope. Then you write last you write part of square kilometer array project, part of square kilometer array project, square kilometer array project. I will explain this. First you write, लिख लिया. Now give a heading. Square kilometer array project. Give a heading. Square kilometer array project. So we have done Meerkat square kilometer array. What are the news? I'm reading for you. India celebrates joining square kilometer array observatory as member country to set up regional data center. This should click you that India now is a member of square kilometer array. And that telescope which we read earlier, Meerkat, is nothing but one part of this square kilometer array, and that is nothing but in South Africa. Okay. So please write what you will write about the square kilometer array. Square kilometer array. Please write international project to build world's largest radio telescope in 1 million square meter. In 1 million square meter. Please write. Antennas will be located in which two countries? एक तो बता दी मैंने. One country I have told you, South Africa. So please write South Africa. and Australia. See, location will not be there in India, but India will be a contributor. Maybe some dish, maybe some antenna, maybe some technology, India will be contributing. Now you write next very important point. India joined in 2024. India joined in 2024. Then write the headquarter. Like the entire operation, see, we are constructing the telescope at the locations. Some locations in Australia, some locations in South Africa. Why? Because of the clear skies. They are in the southern hemisphere. The skies will be very clear. I mean, they are towards the pole, right? Lesser disturbances will be there. So we are establishing the telescopes there. But from where it is being operated? It is being operated from the UK, right? So headquarter at United Kingdom. Now this is level 3 for this member countries. We have seen India. India is a member. India is a member. Apart from India, logically speaking, if it is in UK, the headquarter in UK, UK should be the member. UK should be the member. Now just think upon the big countries. कौन सी आएगी? US. Is US a member? No. Is China member? Yes. Is Russia member? No. Just see the big companies which you know that India के में वो है. तो in bracket what you can do later. You can later write US not a member, Russia not a member, because this will be the trap of UPSC. UPSC will trap you here only. Done. So we have seen China hai, India hai, UK hai, then some other countries which we may not remember. It's fine. Then the locations will be the member. So the two locations are Australia and South Africa. They has to be the members. Done. Baki New Zealand close to Australia, then Canada, France, Germany, Italy, New Zealand, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Netherlands, etc. थोड़ा याद रखो. Abhi just one piece of information is enough that India is a member, and if you may write maybe US not a member, then Russia not a member, but China is a member. ठीक है, चलो. Now we have next loafer. Yeah, that is the name. Loafer telescope. Let's write the full form first. Low frequency array. Low frequency array. Then you write land and you write the location. Land. Location is Netherlands. Location is Netherlands. Developed by Dutch Institute. Dutch Institute. Dutch Institute. Just write this. Do not write further. मेरी बात समझो. UPSC will simply change that this is made by maybe NASA or maybe US or maybe Europe. All those things. You should know this is made by some Dutch institute of which we need not to remember the name. याद नहीं करना, मानो मेरी बात है ना. You not to remember. Don't burden your brain. Otherwise it will throw up the information. फिर current affairs वो डर ही लगेगा, है ना. Not important. Then write waves. Please write waves. कौन सी है? रेडियो. रेडियो इन ब्रैकेट राइट लो फ्रीक्वेंसी. इसकी भी लोअर, रेडियो में भी लो फ्रीक्वेंसी. प्लीज राइट one last point, one last point. First telescope which can view entire sky at once without physical movement. W/O is without physical movement on the board. So this Loeffler telescope observed the coronal mass ejection. You can see the snapshot from the 18th November का newspaper, है ना, Loeffler telescope. So this coronal mass ejection we will see again in the lecture number 2. Astronomy में I have not covered everything. I am again left with the stars, galaxies, exoplanets, then maybe some black holes ka types and all those things. I'm not done with the entire astronomy. We are just covering the telescope. Then we'll cover the other types and the maybe the some random names. So coronal mass ejection we'll cover in the next class. What is coronal mass ejection? This was observed by the Loeffler. So it is the ejection out of the sun. Sorted? हाँ, नहीं, इसको जस्ट व्यू कर रहा है, इट इज विजिबल. बस देख पा रहा. जैसे आप मान लीजिए अभी आप सन देख पाते हैं, सन को देख पाते हैं ना अपनी आंखों से, वैसे ही उसके इजेक्शंस को देख पा रहा है. ठीक है, विजिबल. डन. रेडियो विजिबल, ये उसको देख पा रहा है बस. मतलब इट इज नॉट एबल टू व्हाट आई कैन से इंटरफेयर द फ्रीक्वेंसीज. देन यू राइट फास्ट टेलीस्कोप, FAST, फास्ट टेलीस्कोप. Fast telescope, please write. Land at the rate China. So this is located in China and this is made by China. So by China. Which agency? Not important. Fast. Please write radio semicolon. Please write world's most sensitive radio telescope. Aim to detect neutral hydrogen. We have seen the neutral hydrogen, cosmic dawn. So at the start of the new universe, some hydrogen was left out, it was not fused. So that hydrogen it is detecting, so that it can tell about the evolution of the universe, right? To detect neutral hydrogen. So in bracket you can write, if you don't know now evolution of universe, it is for the evolution of the universe, it is to see the evolution of the universe if you don't know. ठीक है. On the board now. So it detects neutral hydrogen at the edge of the universe, reconstructing images of the early universe. Okay, evolution of the universe. Discovering pulsars. Pulsars again we have seen in the static, we will see again in the current affairs. Establishing a pulsar time array. Okay, this. It seeks to join the international very long baseline interferometer network, perform high resolution radio spectral surveys, detect weak space signals, and search for extra territorial intelligence. This all of it is level 3, and this we will see later. Not important as of now. Okay. Now you give the heading. I mean, now we are moving towards the space. Okay. Now we are moving towards the space telescopes. So we have seen telescopes on land. Last few telescopes, 4 or 5 or maybe 10 maximum. अच्छा एक काम करो, बात नहीं करोगे आप, you will not talk, you will revise. I'm giving you 1 minute or 2 minutes, you take, you revise the telescope. If any doubt, you let me know. अब देखो लेवल 1 क्या है. If I'm asking you the name, you should know it is a telescope. Loafer is a telescope now. ठीक है, that is level 1. Or maybe level 2 is space based है, land based है. Second, which rays. Third is location. Fourth is agency. Level 3 is whatever we are skipping in the Samadhan is a level 3. है ना, not important, you can comfortably skip, have faith, comfortably skip if you don't have the time, but if you have the time कर लेना. I don't want to bombard you, that is the only aim. बात नहीं करिए यार प्लीज, क्या तकलीफ है समझ में नहीं आती. पहले हम लोग भी कॉलेज में यही हरकतें करते थे, तो प्रोफेसर को भी समझ में नहीं आता था तकलीफ क्या है बच्चों की. यार तुम तो यूपीएससी के लिए, हम तो कॉलेज में ठीक है, पास होने के लिए आते थे. And don't use your pen when you are revising, don't underline anything right now. Make it a rule, when you are revising the thing for the third time na, then use your pen. Before that don't use your pen, you will underline everything, even the dot you underline. That is what you do. Last 30 seconds here. Fellow on the board now. Let's complete. Now, what I'm doing, I'm showing you the news, why they were in news. So this observatory, it shows some eccentric star. What is eccentric star? We'll see in the stars only. Lecture number 2, the other part of astronomy. So this particular observatory witnessed something, right? Now Hubble Space Telescope, again out of some reason of the galaxy, some spiral galaxy and all these kinds. So there are different types of galaxies, spiral galaxy and all those things. Okay, types of galaxies you will see in the next lecture. Right now you just know one thing, that Hubble Space Telescope was in news. Then let's say James Webb Space Telescope. Almost every month you will see that this in news. James Webb Space Telescope. Almost every month you will see this in news. Then we have important one which you will not miss: Imaging X-ray Polarimetry Explorer, IPXE. Okay. Up. When I talk about the space-based observatories, these are the observatories which you have to keep in mind. Now understand, out of all, these two are not operational as of now. These two are not operational as of now. But when NASA launched the observatories, for different rays, for example, if you can sense, this is for X-ray, this is for gamma rays. When NASA launched in the space for different rays, NASA launched 4 different types of observatory together. It is known as Great Set of Observatories. 4 observatories NASA launched in 1990s, 1999 something. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out of them, 2 are functional right now. 2 of them have left the orbit, so they are not functional as of now. These 2 are important. These 2 are not that important. These 2 you will find in news. These 2 you will not find in news. News mein hi nahi milegi because not operational now, not doing anything, right? Then we have the other 2 important observatories, James Webb and IPXE. If you can see, some piece of information within these observatories are hidden only in the names. For example, this is X-ray, this is space, this is space, this is X-ray. So some piece of information is already available within the name of space observatories. Can sense it, right? What we will do, we'll just write in the same pattern the rest of the information. Done? फटाफट लिख लेते हैं, खत्म करते हैं इसको. Chandra X-ray Observatory, please write Chandra X-ray Observatory, please write space, 1999 अभी भी ऑपरेशनल है, ऑपरेशनल space, 1999, operational by NASA. Let's not waste the line. In bracket you can write for X-ray. Obviously it is in the name यार, क्यों लिखेंगे वापस? For X-rays. Done. So can I say, अब I'm making a statement. Which of the following comes under the aim of Chandra X-ray Observatory? Detect exploded stars, detect cluster of galaxies, detect black holes. All of them. Okay, X-rays will be coming out from all of them. Fine. So this we have done. Then please write the last line here. Part of NASA's fleet of great observatories. This you will write in inverted commas. Fleet of NASA's great observatories. Great observatories. See, in this, one is Chandra X-ray Observatory, second is Hubble, third is Spitzer, and fourth is Compton Gamma Ray. Just write these great observatories are these four telescopes. अरे समझे क्या बोल रहा हूँ? Great observatory में 4 telescopes हैं, 1 2 3 4. These 2 are not functional, these 2 are functional right now. Make sense? Now if I'm asking you the question, which like out of the below given telescopes, which out of the given below telescopes, how many of them are part of great observatories of NASA? One is Compton Gamma, second is Spitzer, third is James Webb Telescope, fourth is Chandra X-ray. Only 3. James Webb is not part of great observatories. Okay, Hubble is part of great observatory. Make sense? This is important. Just remember one thing, James Webb is not part of it, rest 4 are part of it. अरे कोई कंफ्यूजन? ये मैं लिखवा दूंगा यार, अभी इतना लिख लो. अच्छा, इसकी स्पेलिंग इधर भी लिखनी है. दिस इज COMPTON, कॉम्पटन. स्पेलिंग मैं भी देख लेता हूँ, मेरे को भी नहीं पता. हाँ, COMPTON, कॉम्पटन. क्रॉम्पटन जो भी है, ठीक है. COMPTON, डन. कॉम्पटन, चंद्रा, हबल, स्पिट्जर, कॉम्पटन, डन. अब हबल में लिख लेते हैं फटाफट. हबल स्पेस, ईयर लॉजिकली बता दो, 1999, कॉमा ऑपरेशनल by this you will remember. Now this is not only by NASA, this is by NASA and ESA, Europe, NASA and on the board. Now if I say, if the statement is on the board, please on the board, although I have discussed this with those who are part of BootCamp, it is a joint initiative of NASA and ESA. This is right. And if this is also replaced with USA and European Union, this is also right. The examiner may give you the body or may give you the country. If I talk about Daksh project is project of India, is it true or false? True. It's true. An organization within the India has launched it. Are you getting my point? So the same thing. The examiner may give you this also, may give you this also. Don't get confused. There are some prominent names which you will remember, I mean, by the end of the class. So please write by NASA and ESA. You can circle the ESA so that you don't remember. So that you remember, sorry. Then you write UV, comma, visible and infrared. So there are 3 ranges: UV, visible, infrared. UV, visible, infrared. I mean in infrared only, na, there is part of infrared, the first near infrared. In bracket you can write near infrared. Only a part of infrared is there, because this Spitzer is for infrared and this Compton is for gamma. So gamma, X-ray, UV, visible, combinedly for infra. Done. We are done with the entire range. Can sense? Gamma, X-ray, then we have UV, visible, infrared. We are done with the entire range. Radio, micro, not important from the space perspective. ठीक है. So what you will do? ये हो गया. Then you write, next you write Spitzer. Spitzer, right? Infrared, comma 2003, comma infrared, comma 2003, comma make a cross, right? Unfunctional by NASA. As of now it is not functional. कब खत्म हुआ, not important, not functional. Then Compton, please write gamma rays, comma, although it is there in the name also, gamma, comma, you write 1991 unfunctional, again by NASA. इन दोनों का सिर्फ आपको इतना चाहिए कि फंक्शनल है या नहीं है, तो नहीं है, बस इतना बहुत है. सेकंड इज दीज आर पार्ट ऑफ ग्रेट ऑब्जर्वेटरी. So let's revise now. I will make you write, don't worry. खुद भी लिख सकते वैसे. What are the part of great observatory? First is Chandra X-ray. Second is Hubble. Third is Spitzer. Then is Compton. COMPTON. This is functional. This is functional. This is not functional. This is not functional. If I talk about Chandra X-ray, this is for X-ray. This is for UV, visible and near infrared. This is for infrared and this is for gamma ray. If I talk about this is by NASA. This is by NASA and ESA. But remember this thing, and others are also by NASA. Rest, if you want to know the year, remember the year, you can remember, but not important. This much will do the wonders. इतना बहुत है, याद रहेगा, ठीक है. James Webb Space Telescope. James Webb Space Telescope. Please write space, comma 2021. Space, comma 2021. Then you write collab. What are the countries? US, Canada or Europe. See, either the UPSC may ask you this or may give you NASA, then ESA, then here CSA, Canadian Space Agency. Anything could be there in the exam. You should know. Rehana ya. ठीक है. Then you write the rays, infrared. This for the infrared. Then you write in bracket, you write infrared, largest and most powerful space telescope. See, when you will read the news now na, James Webb telescope will not be detect kiya. James Webb telescope ka news, whenever you are seeing in the newspaper, you will find the images also. Whenever you follow the newspaper na, whenever the James Webb, every month you will find James Webb in news. Whenever James Webb is news, you will find some image, maybe some star, maybe some. Why? Because it is operating in the infrared. So out of thermal radiation, it can make the images also of the stars. Okay? So infrared. Done. Then you write orbit in L2. Orbit in L2 Lagrange point. So in bracket you write L2 Lagrange point. For those who don't know the Lagrange point, is there anyone in the class? Those who don't know, is there anyone in the class? Okay. So you're not part of Prelims Bootcamp, right? Okay. So Lagrange point is a point in the space where the gravity of two objects are making equal or are getting equal. For example, ma'am. For example, if this is, let's say, Earth, and if this is Sun, if I keep the object very nearby to the Sun, it will be attracted toward the Sun. Sorry, Earth, it will be attracted toward the Earth. If I keep an object very near to the Sun, it will be attracted toward the Sun. But if I find some object in between, sorry, if I find the location in between these two, so that the gravity can cancel each other, that is nothing but the Lagrange point. Right now we have 5 such Lagrange points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the utility of these Lagrange point is that the vehicle here or whatever you are setting up here will be stable. There is no pull on this side, there is no pull on this side, so it will be in the stable position in the space. And the second thing is, since this is stable, this needs lesser fuel. That is the only use of the Lagrange point. and we will see the Lagrange point again in the next lecture, okay, in the astronomy. Okay, so we are done with James Webb. Last you write imaging X-ray polarimeter explorer. Please write. This I am dictating. Please write. Space, comma, 2021. Space, comma, 2021. Right? By NASA. And which is the second country? USN. This was in news. This you should know, yaar. Not India, Italy. So please write Italian Space Agency, or you can simply write Italy, yaar. It's fine. NASA and Italy, it's fine. We have to remember this. So either you can do US and Italy, but you remember NASA more than US in terms of space. So NASA and Italy we have done. Why we have to write the complete name Italian Space Agency? Italy se yaad rakhenge. This is Italy, this is US. Done. Third you write. Capable of measuring the polarization of X-ray light from black hole jets, in bracket you write quasars and pulsars, and black hole jets, GETS jets, in bracket you write quasars and pulsars. Now those who are not part of Samadhan, those who are not part of Prelims Bootcamp, this quasars and pulsars I will take again in the astronomy wala class along with the galaxies. Those who are part of Prelims Bootcamp batch, please revise your notes regarding quasars and pulsars. We have covered this in static also. Quasars and pulsars. You will find them around black hole. One you will find them around black hole, and I think one you will find along with the stars. Black hole is I think the second page of astronomy in your notes. Dikhana beta. Okay, not second, it is fourth page. क्वासर्स है आपके में, पल्सर्स रील्स, अच्छा पल्सर्स भी है ना, हाँ. पल्सर्स इज ऑन द फर्स्ट पेज ऑफ एस्ट्रोनॉमी. दोज आर फ्रॉम समाधान, डोंट वरी, सिट बेटा, आराम से बैठो, आराम से रिवाइज कर लो अपना. दोज आर पार्ट ऑफ प्लेन्स बूट कैंप. सी पल्सर्स ऑन द वेरी फर्स्ट पेज ऑफ एस्ट्रोनॉमी. न्यूट्रॉन स्टार के नीचे हाईली मैग्नेटाइज्ड रैपिडली रोटेटिंग न्यूट्रॉन स्टार इट इज. एंड व्हेन आई से क्वासर, it is nothing but the when the two this black holes, supermassive black holes will coincide, they will start making the active galactic nuclei. I told you this leads to the multiple stars. फिर कोई बात नहीं, आराम से you see, घर पे you revise, again we will cover. अगर बैच के हो नहीं भी आया, again we will cover this in the next lecture, don't worry. Quasars and pulsars important in astronomy. ओपन योर नोट्स फॉर द पार्टिकल फिजिक्स, फटाफट से ओपन योर नोट्स फॉर द पार्टिकल फिजिक्स. रिवाइज फटाफट से. Those are part of bootcamp. You can revise. Others, please don't worry. Look at the board. Particle physics. Okay. See, online on the board, especially those who are not part of what I can say the bootcamp classes. Please look at the board. I'm explaining you. What we are starting now? We are starting the topic particle physics. Beta, particle physics. When I talk about this topic, we generally go at the particle level or maybe the subatomic level. Generally, when I talk about any what I can say the material, this material is made out of atoms, and those atoms are made out of some subatomic particles. Generally, in classical physics, what we know that let's say there is a nucleus in this atom. There is nucleus in this atom. Outside that nucleus, what is happening? Electrons are revolving. But this particle physics takes it further one more step. This says that in this nucleus, whatever you are having, proton or neutron, these proton and neutron are made up of further subatomic particles. Electron is subatomic particle, but proton and neutron are further made up of some subatomic particles. That is, they could be broken further. So the concept of particle physics or the theory of particle physics says that there are three things. Those three things are on the board here. I make revise making the things revised. Those three things are फटाफट बोलो. matter, binding force, and then mass. What this theory is saying, this theory is giving you the explanation that from in any atom how the matter is coming, how the binding force is coming, that is how this electron is binded to the center, how this proton and neutron are bounded to each other. Okay, how these proton and neutron are formed by other subatomic particles known as leptons. So this says that there are leptons and quarks, and both of them are known as fermions. Leptons and quarks combinedly are termed as fermions. So matter is made out of fermions. Please, online, if you find any difficulty in this, although this has nothing to do with the, let's say, the current affairs topics, but I want thoda sa base ban jaye to acha hai. One more thing, if you want to see the particle physics lecture, it is freely available on the YouTube. Just search Science and Tech Lecture 1 BootCamp Sunya IAS. You will find it. Abhi nahi, baad mein. Abhi class mein rahiye. Ab, what I'm saying, when I talk about anything, let's say, suppose this is a atom. Let's say this is an atom. This atom is having some matter. This is matter. This is matter. In this matter, subcomponents are binded together. These subcomponents are binding together. Now, this has some mass. This may have some mass of 2 grams, 4 grams, 5 grams, something, or maybe 10 grams, 100 grams. Some mass. So what I'm saying, the explanation of all these three things came out of the theory of particle physics, which says that matter is out of the regions of fermions. Fermions are of two types, leptons and quarks. What is happening? These leptons are combining together and making what? Proton and neutron. These quarks are of 6 flavors. These quarks are of 6 flavors. Now, if you don't know the meaning of flavors, the flavors mean they keep on changing their the state. Tau to mu, mu to and all other state. They will keep on changing the state. Flavors hain. They will keep on changing. And these same changing, the spins, changing of flavors, the same changing of spins we use in the quantum tech. We talk about na ki yaar, this is, let's say, quantum superposition or quantum entanglement. We talk about these spins only, the qubits. Qubits are not nothing but these spins only. That these quarks, they keep on changing the spins. Opposite बोल दिया क्या मैंने? ठीक है. Sorry. Flow में हो गया. Sorry. ठीक है कोई बात नहीं. Wait. Quarks, proton and neutron, and these are for electron and neutrinos. ठीक है. There are 3 flavors of neutrinos. There are 3 flavors of electrons. They keep on changing the positions of the spins. Now binding force is coming out of gluons. Very good. So we'll see one term which is gluons. Online, again I am telling, this is static. This is something which I am briefing you so that you can understand the topic better. That is it, right? The classes of current affairs. Gluons will bind them together. We have 4 types of gluons: W bosons, Z bosons, then gluons. Sorry, अरे यार तुम लोग confuse क्यों हो रहे हो? Binding, the binding force are of 4 type. Gluons, see, all of them are known by the name bosons. Gluons, then we have photons, then we have W and Z bosons, right? Okay. Now gluon is responsible for strong nuclear force. So whenever this nucleus is binded, this is out of gluon. Photon is responsible for electromagnetic force. W and Z is responsible for weak nuclear force. Online, again I am saying those are not part. Please watch that lecture. The things are beautifully explained there. I am just making the things revise, so you may or may not understand. It's up to you. बेटा आपको समझ में आ रहा है बच्चा? थोड़ा बहुत आ रहा है? ठीक है. Then we have mass. In this matter, the weight is given by one more particle known by the name as Higgs boson. Higgs boson. Okay. In the Higgs field, whenever this matter is there, this matter will gain the mass out of Higgs boson. Now the idea is these subatomic particles, so fermions are giving what? Matter, and these are of 2 types, quarks and leptons. Electrons, quarks, proton and neutron. See, 3 of them will combine to give 1 proton. So these are basic unit. There are 6 types of quarks. there are 6 types of leptons, 3 for electrons and 3 for neutrinos. Done. 6. Then we have bosons. Bosons, there are 4 types. Boson will give force, right? Force or binding force. It will keep the things intact. These forces are coming from 4 different particles: W boson, Z boson, then we have gluon, and then we have photon. The same photon which you are seeing in the electromagnetic spectrum. Done. Charge, mass, spin, I have discussed everything very beautifully in the lecture number of static, right? This gluon is giving you the strong electromagnetic force. Photon is giving the electromagnetic force. Sorry, this is right. Jaldi mein galat ho raha hai. Strong nuclear force. This is electromagnetic force, positive and negative, that is between the charges, and this is nothing but weak nuclear force. Okay. Now can you tell me on neutrino, those are from my classes, on neutrino, will this apply? No. Will this apply? No. Will this apply? Yes. And then there will be some weak gravitational force out of the mass in the neutrino. Okay. So third is Higgs boson. Higgs boson. This Higgs boson will impart the mass. So if every particle is going into the Higgs boson or the Higgs field, the mass will be imparted to that particle. So this was nothing but the fundamentals of particle physics. Now in current affairs, what we'll see? First of all, we will either see the experiments out of them. Let's say the first topic which we have to see is Large Hadron Collider. So what will happen? I think we have seen that in the classes. Nevertheless, we'll cover it again. What is happening? We are colliding the particles. I gave you the example in the class. When 2 cars will collide, what will happen? The components of the car will ooze out. So what we want to do? We want to see these subatomic particles. So we want to see the components of the car. From the outside, you may not see the components of the car, but when the cars will collide, then the components will ooze out. So what we do? We make them travel at high speed so that they collide and the subatomic particle ooze out. Am I making sense? So we have a first initiative, which is nothing but Large Hadron Collider. Those who are only from the this, what I can say, Samadhan, please write. So it is. Otherwise, this is there in your notes. Don't worry, beta. Those are from my classes. This much is there in your notes. This is nothing but world's largest. Don't worry, it is there in the same format. World's largest particle accelerator. That is, it will accelerate the particles so that they collide, and hence we can see the subatomic particles. We can see the fermions, we can see the bosons, and we can see the Higgs boson. Okay, we make them travel at a very high speed. So it was established in 2008 and is located at CERN. CERN, which is in Geneva. Then 2012 में it confirmed the Higgs boson. It is established in 2008. It confirmed the Higgs boson in 2012. So please write confirmed Higgs boson in 2012. Now I know you have the space. Those are from my batch. You have the space. Please write the detectors. The name of the detectors. Don't write the full form. Just write the short form. This much. Okay. Detectors in LSC. Detectors in LSC. So we have Atlas, CMS, LS, LSCB. Full form I will drop in the Samadhan. Don't write the full form. You cannot remember it. Full form नहीं याद होगी आपको. These are technical terms. Toroidal, very much technical terms. Toroidal, right? So we need not to read the full form. Just write the short form so that you can use your memory to identify. This I made. I know. I remember. This I made in your, what I can say, the lecture. Please write these 4 detectors in Large Hadron Collider. There are 4 detectors: Atlas, ATLAS, CMS, Atlas, CMS, ALICE, LS, ALICE, LS, Then we have LHCb, capital में LHC same. Then we have B. B meson decays. Up see, you cannot remember the full form. These are very technical terms. We need not even know them. जरूरी भी नहीं है. We need not to become a scientist. But write the name of the directors. Not that important. It's fine. Now there is a body, Sun. Sun. The year is 1954. Again, the location is Geneva, Switzerland. Now, if you have missed this, you can remember this. It is on the France-Swiss border. It is an intergovernmental organization. है ना? 22 members are there. 23, sorry. 22 are European and 1 is Israel. 23. Total members are 23. Is India a member? No. India is not a member. India is a associate member. So please write intergovernmental. Then year, those who are only from the SAMADHAAN. Others should have this. है ना? 1954 at Geneva, Switzerland. 23 members. 22 are from European Union. 1 is Israel. India is not a member. India is an associate member. Not in full capacity. We can associate. We can participate in their conferences. That is it. We cannot contribute maybe, you know, anything, what is the equipment there. Huh. Ma'am, that is why I am dictating. And second option is you can see it on the phone. Zoom में the ideology is it will take 30 more seconds to do that. आप फोन में बैटरी है, आप एक बार उस पर क्लास चालू करके देखिए if the things are improving. Are you only from the समाधान? Okay. मैं लिख देता हूँ वापस से. Fine. And please write intergovernmental. Intergovernmental. Then you write the year 1954 at Geneva. At Geneva. Then there are 23 members. 23 members. 22 are from EU. 1 is Israel. Then India is not a member. India, write India, make a cross, and then you can write associate. India is an associate member. India is an associate member. Okay. Then about the neutrinos. On the board now. See, these neutrinos emit in both fusion and fission reactions. In fusion and fission reactions. In atom, these are not stored directly at the neutrinos which are being emitted. These are stored as some flavors of neutrinos. Within atom, these are not stored directly as these neutrinos. This I explained in the class. These store as the flavors of neutrinos. So whenever either this reaction or this reaction is happening, they emit out. They emit out. The idea is, if they are emitting out, they will be emitting out maybe from the earth, and they will be emitting out from the universe. From the universe, they may emit out from where? Stars, maybe, you know, this galaxies, maybe black holes, etc. Because there will be fission reaction. In the stars, the energy is coming out of the fission reaction. So whenever the energy is coming out, these will be oozed out. From the earth also, maybe into any radioactive decay, it will be oozed out. Then don't you think in the nuclear power plants also it will be oozing out? Nuclear power plants? Because what you are doing the fission. Sorry, either the activity is fusion, here the activity majorly is fission. Okay? Now, so here we are having the major activity as fission. Here we are having a major activity as fusion. I'm sorry, I generally mess it up. Okay? If we are able to detect this, if the detection is possible, then we can always tell about the stars, galaxies and the black holes present or available, है ना? But the idea is when you see the neutrinos, first thing is the charge on the neutrino is 0. Since the charge is 0, the electromagnetic force do not work. The electromagnetic force by the photons, remember, they do not work. They work when there is a charge on the particle. Since these are chargeless, that do not work. Secondly, is there a mass? Mass is there, but it is very negligible, very minute, right? Very negligible. So generally what happens, this have very weak gravitational force active. Gravitational force is nothing but force outer property of mass and radius. So mass is very less, so the gravitational force will be very less. So they experience the weakest of the gravitational forces. So these two forces, sorry, this force is not applicable, this force is applicable. Apart from this, they experience one more force, that is nothing but weak nuclear force. They generally do not experience the strong nuclear force, because the strong nuclear force is a property of nucleus, है ना? They are not part of the nucleus, they are coming out of the atom, so they generally don't have the strong nuclear force. Strong nuclear force is not applicable on them. इतनी बात समझ में आई? ठीक है. अब let's see the current affairs related to neutrinos. First, those who are not part of what I can say this bootcamp, please write about the neutrinos. Write about the neutrinos. Fundamental subatomic particle. Fundamental subatomic particle. Secondly, right, charge is 0, mass is negligible. bootcamp वाले लोगों के नोट्स में ये है. Then please write not part of atom, then write ejects during fusion or fission, ejects during fusion or fission. Then please write weak nuclear force is there, then weak gravitational force is there. Weak nuclear force is there, weak gravitational force is there. Weak nuclear force is there, weak gravitational force is there. Now we saw 4 what I can say the initiatives to detect the neutrino. On the board, everyone, neutrinos are not that easily detectable because they are not interacting with two forces. Those are electromagnetic and second is strong nuclear force. The only force which we can use to detect the neutrino is the weak gravitational force. Up see, if they are not interacting with the nuclear forces, they will pass through your body. Right now, every second out of your body, millions and billions of neutrino pass. Outside this wall, every neutrino can pass almost across anything because they do not interact with the matter. Okay? Why? Because they do not interact. They do not have the strong nuclear force. Up. We saw 4 initiatives. First of all, we saw the ice cube. Okay. Ice cube. So what we are doing? Equipment we were placing beneath the ice. And what was the location? Antarctica. So at Antarctica, beneath the ice, we are trying to detect the neutrino. Then second we saw Indian Neutrino Observatory. Those are from current affairs. Please keep writing. Others you have in notes. Indian Neutrino Observatory. This was underground, or this is proposed, not set up yet. Proposed. So this is proposed, and this is underground. Proposed, comma, underground. And the location, if you remember, is Theni district, Tamil Nadu. Theni district, Tamil Nadu. How many of you are exclusively from the Samadhan? एक बार हाथ उठाइए. Can you do me a favor? Can we reserve rows for you so that I know? ठीक है? How many of you are following out of new people? समझ में आ रहा है? सबको आ रहा है? ठीक है. Okay, I know. Then you write. Third is Trident. Very good. TRIDENT. Trident. This is by China. This is under sea. So this is under ocean. This is under ocean, and this is by China. So Trident will also discover the neutrinos. So this is set up under sea. Why we are going underground? So that we can detect them better. We can avoid the interference of the neutrinos, right? Then fourth one we saw Juno. Give the heading Juno for those who are only from the Samadhan. Juno experiment. Juno experiment. The full form is Xiangman underground neutrino observatory. Xiangman underground neutrino observatory. Done. Then you write, so underline underground. So this is underground observatory. This is by China. Okay. Then what it will do? It will detect the neutrinos from Earth's surface and maybe from space also. Okay, majorly from the Earth's surface. Then by China. This much is important. Don't worry at all. Now these are the three articles which I think are new for all of you. Done. Shall we start now? बेटा comfortable हैं आप? ठीक है. Is there anyone who is facing difficulty right now? ठीक है. So we have just revised for those who are part of bootcamp. Rest we will start now. Majorana particles. So you have the space, matter, antimatter होगा उधर देखो. Those who are part of this Samadhan, you will make the same, you will use the same page only from Samadhan. Same page में you keep on writing. ठीक है. Take the notes. You have the space there. Majorana particles, matter, antimatter. Right? Those are part of bootcamp. You have the space in the document, matter, antimatter. अब see on the board. कोई rocket science नहीं है board पे देखो. For every matter, we have a mirror particle. When I say mirror particle, generally you assume that it has the opposite charge. Mirror particles. Same characteristics, but the charge is different. For example, for electrons we have positrons, for protons we have antiprotons, for neutrons we have antineutrons. So these are nothing but the mirror particles, and these mirror particles are known as antimatter. Now, why this is important? I told you what is different here. Charge is opposite. That means if I take matter and if I take antimatter, this is important topic, please. If I take matter and if I take antimatter, let's say if I take one particle of this and if I take one particle of this, and when I'm combining this, what I'm getting? I'm just getting the energy. That is, they will annihilate, they will destroy each other. Why? Because they have the opposite charges. This is nothing but matter and antimatter things. Like, what do I mean by matter? What do I mean by antimatter? Right now, whatever we saw, proton, electron, neutron, that is nothing but the matter. Right now, whatever we saw, proton, neutron, and electron, this is nothing but the matter. Opposite of this, the same weight, the same thing, everything is same, but the charge is opposite. That is nothing but antimatter. And when this will come close to this, it will annihilate. It will annihilate or will destroy each other, but will release the energy in return. Up, understand, as of now, I am giving you a thought of, a point for thought. Right now, what you see in me, you, and everything, matter or antimatter? We see matter right now. We see matter right now. We don't see antimatter mostly. We mostly see matter. That means, as of now, matter is more than the antimatter. We all are made up of matter. We don't, in classes also, we don't talk about the antimatter wala things, this anti-neutrons, etc, etc. We generally talk about the matters. But antimatter do exist, and antimatter are those things which will, when combined with matter, proton, antiproton will combine and make the energy or annihilate. Right now, this is something which is a question mark in front of the scientist also, with no answer whatsoever, that why the matter is high than the antimatter. There is no answer with the scientist also, that why we have the matter more than the antimatter. There are 3 or 4 theories which we see in the the engineering and all those things, but not important for you. For you, the only thing is, this phenomena is known as matter antimatter asymmetry. क्या बोला मैंने? Matter antimatter asymmetry, which means that matter is more than the antimatter. Reason scientist के पास नहीं है, तो हम क्या करेंगे? ठीक है, theories हैं, but reason, clear evidences are not there that why the matter is more and the antimatter is less. Do I make sense? ठीक है, please write this in the document. Those are from Samadhan. The same, maybe you can make a different page of the particle physics if you might have made, or maybe in the same document also you can write. It's fine, completely fine. ठीक है, so please write matter antimatter. बेटा दिखाना antimatter. Please write in antimatter, same properties. I'm dictating, you have to write now. I'm tired. 10 minutes और बस, then I'm sending you for the lunch. Same properties as matter except what? Except opposite charge. Except opposite charge. Except opposite charge. You can write these examples: electrons का positrons, protons का antiprotons, neutrons का anti-neutrons. I mean, if you want to write, you write, otherwise fine यार. एंटी लगाना है 2 में, एक में इलेक्ट्रॉन का पॉजिट्रॉन. इलेक्ट्रॉन इज विद नेगेटिव चार्ज, पॉजिट्रॉन इज विद पॉजिटिव चार्ज. ओहो, क्या? doesn't matter. Done. Now give a subheading. Just extend that line, or maybe if you are not part of bootcamp, write it as a separate subheading: matter antimatter asymmetry. Now I have explained you this. This simply says that right now matter is more than antimatter, and we don't have the answer for this. Simple. ठीक है? Matter antimatter asymmetry. Matter antimatter asymmetry. On the board, on the board. First I'm reading out for you. According to physics, this Big Bang, again I'm saying Kuldeep sir will be taking the Big Bang in geography. According to physics, the Big Bang should have created equal amounts of matter and antimatter. But today, the universe is made almost entirely of matter. What we have is matter. Antimatter is entirely extremely rare. This imbalance is called matter-antimatter asymmetry. In short, matter survived, antimatter almost vanished. That makes sense. Please write this in simple language. We will write now. Matter exists more than antimatter. Matter exists more than antimatter. Okay, we have written the matter antimatter asymmetry, and I have told you scientists also don't have the proven what is the things for this. There are 3 or 4 theories, but nothing has been proven yet. Done. Now, what are Majorana particles? What are Majorana particles? On the board now. On the board now. See, someone was commenting from the front that the spin will be opposite. It's fine. Okay. Majorana particles. These particles are such particles. बोर्ड पे समझ लो, 1 मिनट में खत्म हो जाएगा, वरना कितने भी न्यू गूगल कर लेना, तुम्हें समझ में नहीं आने वाला. आई प्रॉमिस. बोर्ड पे देखोगे, विद इन फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकंड इट विल मेक सेंस. Majorana particles. Majorana particles are those particles in which matter and antimatter they do not annihilate, that is, they do not destroy each other. Can I say proton is Majorana? Can I say proton is Majorana? No. We have seen it has an antimatter which will annihilate. Is neutron Majorana? No. Is electron Majorana? No. What is Majorana now? Neutrinos. Neutrinos, as per the scientist, are such particles which do not annihilate themselves. And the reason I have given you very shortly in the neutrinos, because they don't have the charge. So, getting my point? So, as of now, in the theory, Majorana particles are those particles where matter and antimatter do not annihilate. They do not annihilate. Rather, they stay together. They stay together with opposite spins. This opposite spins you will use as the qubit, and that is where UPSC asks the question on Majorana chip. So Majorana chip was made upon the particles, Majorana particles, which were used as the qubits in that chip. Okay. So this is not Majorana, this is not Majorana, this is not Majorana. As of now, neutrinos are treated as the Majorana particles. Shall I explain this again? How many of you want me to explain this again? एक और बार, ठीक है. आप ऐसे समझिए, Majorana particles वो होते हैं जो आपस में कंबाइन होने पे भी एक दूसरे को एनिहिलेट ना करें, खत्म ना करें. अब क्वांटम फिजिक्स में अगर मैं 2 पार्टिकल्स को यूज कर रहा हूँ और वो एक दूसरे को खत्म कर दें तो क्या होगा? आई विल नॉट बी एबल टू यूज देम. So I need the particles of opposite spin which can keep on rotating in the quantum tech, and such particles of opposite spin which I can use are Majorana particles, and one of them is neutrinos. As of now, neutrinos behave like Majorana particles because in theory right now anti-neutrinos which have not been detected so far, मिले भी नहीं है, but in theory it is assumed that the antineutrinos and neutrinos both exist and they do not annihilate each other, and since they do not annihilate each other, these are the Majorana particles. Do I make sense now? Okay, please write. आप जो बोल रहे हैं ठीक है, बट एक्वायर्ड चार्ज करके होता है, फिर वी नीड टू गो इनटू द फिजिक्स, फायदा नहीं है उसका। आप जो बोल रहे हैं वो भी ठीक है, बट सिंस दिस इज पार्ट ऑफ द न्यूक्लियस, एक एक्वायर्ड चार्ज आता है आउट ऑफ द दिस प्रोटॉन्स, उसमें नहीं जाते, फायदा नहीं है उसका। ठीक है, हाँ। अरे यार, अपोजिट स्पिन मतलब एक की स्पिन ऊपर है तो दूसरे की नीचे होगी। अब स्टैटिक में कवर किया है मैंने, इससे ज़्यादा जरूरी भी नहीं है। ठीक है, now if this is the case, opposite spin is there, so they can be used in the entanglement, they will be entangled, right? I gave you the example of mother father going into the functions, entanglement. Nevertheless, let's not make this complex. Write Majorana particles, please write. Hypothetical particles, I told you na, theoretical hai, theoretical particles that are both, I mean it means the same. ठीक है, it's in theory right now, so theoretical or hypothetical, you can write anything. भुला दिया मेरे को, क्या लिखा है मैंने, particles that are, बस इतना ही लिखा है, ओके, that are their own antiparticles, that are their own antiparticles, antiparticles, in bracket you write self mirror particles, self mirror particles, comma, neutral in charge, neutral in charge, then plus you write neutrinos are considered as, neutrinos are considered as Majorana particles, Majorana particles. So we have done this Majorana, right? Any doubt? Simple, matter है, antimatter है, matter and antimatter will come together, will annihilate each other. If those are not annihilating, what will happen? They will be there in the system and they will in the opposite spin. So they can be used in the quantum tech. One of the example we have the neutrinos. Done. Then we have the Amor experiment. Pure factual topic, please write. Amor experiment. If you don't have the space, please ऊपर कहीं लिख लो. These are two very prominent. ऊपर space है आपके पास document में. These are document of science and tech. Here you have the space. Two experiments I need, Catherine and Amor. ठीक है, so write top Amor, Catherine. Make a danda in between. Amor, Catherine. Others will keep on continuing. Those are a part of Samadhan. They will keep on continuing making the notes. Amor, please write the okay. Please write. Please write. Experiment in South Korea. Experiment in South Korea. ठीक है. Then you write aim to search. Aim to search for neutrinoless double beta decay, neutrinoless double beta decay. लिख लो, बड़े आराम से समझ में आएगा, डोंट वरी. न्यूट्रिनोलेस डबल बीटा डिके. In bracket you write अच्छा पहले समझ लो फिर आसान हो जाएगा लिखना, ठीक है. कीप योर पेन डाउन, बी काम, यू नॉट टू मेक एनी नोट्स नाउ, लुक एट द बोर्ड. सर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, मैं बता रहा हूँ. जो उधर सुन रहे होगा ना कान में, वो एग्जाम में याद आएगा. हाँ कुछ तो चल रहा था. बीटा डिके समझो. A single neutron when decayed will be proton, electron and neutrino. Neutron, as he was saying, chargeless hai. I mentioned na, acquired charge is there. I mentioned. So what I was trying to make a point is, when it will decay into one proton, positive, one electron, negative, one neutrino, neutral. Up. Double beta decay. When two such neutrons are decaying, two protons, two electrons. Up, these are fine. These are fine. This is what is the matter. This is matter. Focus here. What scientists are saying, what this experiment was claiming, although this has failed, this is a failed experiment. What this experiment was claiming, that we should have no neutrinos whenever two neutrons are decaying. This should not be the outcome. Why? एक शब्द ध्यान से सुनना. This experiment was claiming that we should not have two neutrinos when this decay is happening. Why? Because one neutrino will cancel the other neutrino, which is the antimatter to that neutrino. So we should not get this. But since it failed, this failed, clearly लिखा है देखो, no confirmed detection, this failed. This proves that neutrinos are their antimatter which do not annihilate each other. If they would have annihilated each other, then we would have get zero neutrino. But we are getting both of them. Matter B, antimatter B, both of them we are getting. So if they are not annihilating each other, that means neutrino are the Majorana particles. समझ में आया? This is not important for your exam. Not important for your exam. ठीक है? अरे this is for the explanation. This is not for important for you. जा सकते हैं आप. Neutrinos double beta decay. What this experiment was trying to say, that whenever the double beta decay is there, we will not get the neutrino because they both will annihilate each other. But there was no confirmed detection. That means neutrinos and the antineutrinos, they do not annihilate each other, and hence they are the Majorana particles. थोड़ा थोड़ा समझ में आ रहा है, थोड़ा थोड़ा समझ में आ रहा है, ठीक है. Just remember this is nothing but neutrinoless double beta decay. अब दिखाइए हमने कितना लिख लिया नोट्स में. Neutrinoless double beta decay. In bracket you write, no confirmed detection, comma, highlighting ejection of two neutrinos. In bracket you write matter, comma, antimatter. Matter, comma, antimatter. वापस या आ गया? ठीक है. So this neutrinoless double beta decay was something we were trying to achieve. यार neutrino and this antineutrino will annihilate. Whatever we have in the theory is wrong. I told you na, Majorana is nothing but a theoretical concept. So whatever we have theory is wrong. But this experiment got no confirmed detection. ठीक है. Now you write Catherine experiment. Catherine experiment. Acha, one more thing in the last one. I will drop this in the handout. That what is the importance of this? It is to understand whether neutrinos are their own antiparticles and to study the absolute mass of neutrinos. So these are the two what against the aims. Not that important, but ठीक है. Level 3 में डाल देना. Catherine. इसमें I mean full form is not that important. ठीक है. बहुत अजीब सी है, but ठीक है. Just remember, out of the full form, we have tritium and we have neutrino. So this is for the neutrino detection. So just write for neutrino detection, Catherine experiment. For neutrino detection, comma, located in Karlsruhe, Germany. Karlsruhe, Karlsruhe, Germany. Now फटाफट से इसे मैप पे देख लो, फिर आई एम लीविंग यू फॉर द लंच. Karlsruhe, Germany. Aims to measure the mass of the electron. Sorry. Aim to measure the mass. ये लिखना नहीं है, देख लो. Aim to measure the mass of electron antineutrino, a type of neutrino produced in beta decay. Not important. It has measured the mass of neutrinos by studying the beta decay of tritium, a radioactive form of hydrogen. Just from the name itself, it has used the tritium. Nothing else. Done. क्या याद रखेंगे इसमें? Location Germany है. Second, neutrino detector है. What it used? It used the tritium, radioactive what is the form of hydrogen. Tritium, radioactive form of hydrogen. Then if you can remember, just remember it detected the mass of neutrino. That is it, nothing else. So this is the experiment. I mean, see how big was the machine. This was for the neutrino mass. लिख ही लो, न्यूट्रिनो मास के लिए लिख लो, क्योंकि न्यूज में न्यूट्रिनो मास से ही था ये, है ना. Now it's 2:10 right now. We'll meet sharp at 3 in the class. Have a lunch and come back. Online, please come on time. Online, whosoever is leaving, please come on time, है ना. Otherwise, see, the idea is if you're not doing it on time, live momentum breaks, ठीक है, रिदम ब्रेक होगी, आपका लॉस है. ऑफलाइन वालों को तो आना ही पड़ेगा. So just try to give some part of what I can say, some sense of competition. Comfort zone में मत जाओ. It's about the competition. Please come on time. We'll meet at 3 p.m. सौरभ हेलो 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 हो गया हो गया हो गया हो गया हो गया हो गया चलो 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 अरे बस सर जी बेटा डोर बंद करिए चलो पता है नीचे खड़े होके ये लोग फोन में देखते रहते हैं क्लास जब चालू होगी तब ऊपर जाएंगे क्या तरीका है ये आ जाओ बेटा हो गई आ जाओ व्हाट वी हैव डन we have covered the telescopes and then we have covered the particle physics also ठीक है now I wish to open or start this declarations in IR take out a new page fresh A4 at the top IR page number 1 at the top IR page number 1 बेटा on that A4 sheet on the A4 sheet at the top write IR या international relations page number 1 you have to divide that page into two halves पहले don't divide what you can do you can just give the heading of declarations 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 okay see when I talk about the IR what we have to cover declarations conventions bodies in bodies non-UN bodies then UN bodies done after that we have to cover the summits initiatives then some mapping of IR and some miscellaneous initiatives that is what we have to cover in IR today's agenda is declarations, conventions, and the body is not related with United Nations. Now, in declarations, you will find the declaration, as a part of some body. Let's say, for example, the declaration is under some SCO summit. So that SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, is nothing but an body or an organization. We will cover that organization in the body. But right now, if the question is coming, that's a Tianjin declaration recently seen in news related to. So you should know the name of the body. So what we will do in declaration, we will just cover two things. First of all, the body with which it is related. Second, the agenda of the declaration or the aim of the declaration. That is it. So I'm trying to hit the direct questions of UPSC related to declarations and conventions. Whatsoever are the related summits or the bodies, I will systematically cover them under the bodies. Don't worry at all. All the bodies, all the summits, I will take care. So as of now, we will start with the declaration and we will just focus upon two things: the body with which it is related and the agenda of the declaration. Okay? If the body is not important, I will skip it. Make sense? Okay. Up. I will make notes. For example, if this is your A4 sheet, declarations you have written, you have two options. Either you can make like me, hub and spoke, or else you can divide the page into three, what I can say, the pillars, and then one by one you can write all the declarations, their aim, and so on. Okay, whatsoever looks good to you, you follow that. What I will do, I will take the declaration in this format, hub and spoke. Done. Half of the space, or maybe let's say 40%, we'll give to the conventions and the other initiatives. So the very first declaration which we have to see, is Tianjin declaration. This is by, very good, right, by SCO. So there was recent summit of SCO. That summit took place in Tianjin. That is where this declaration came out. So this is related to Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Again, I am repeating, we will cover the entire bodies with whatsoever the relevant information. Don't worry about those bodies. As of now, just focus upon the declaration. That this declaration is related to this body, and let's say second, the agenda of that declaration. Then you write strengthen action against terrorism. Action against terrorism and cooperation in AI. Again, I am repeating same thing. Don't worry about the bodies. I will cover all the bodies very systematically in the organized fashion, like we did the telescope, so that it makes head and tail in your head. Right now, I'm just concerned about if someone asked you, Tianjin declaration is related to what? It is related to Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And agenda not that important of this declaration. Just even if you remember this is related to SEO, we are done. Okay? Second important declaration is Johannesburg Declaration. JOHANNESBURG, Johannesburg Declaration. Johannesburg Declaration related to G20. So by G20, so there was recent summit of G20. In that summit, this declaration was adopted. Just write one peculiar fact that US didn't participated. US did not participated. US did not participated. Now G20 as a body I will cover. Don't worry. In the bodies. Then you write then you write adopted adopted. Write in capital letters. Write in capital letters. Nelson Mandela Nelson Mandela Bay target. Nelson Mandela Bay target and Nelson Mandela Bay target and very important, please write Brisbane E, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है बेटा, लिख लो ब्रिस्बेन ई थेकविनी THEK थेकविनी गोल. नेल्सन मंडेला बे टारगेट ब्रिस्बेन ई थेकविनी गोल. ब्रिस्बेन BANE माइनस का साइन लगा के या ई थेकविनी THEKWINI थेकविनी गोल. Very important. I mean, these two terms are very important. Up, see what UPSC will do. Either the UPSC will ask you about the Johannesburg Declaration, but let me tell you one thing. Johannesburg पे there are various declarations. UPSC may not ask you the Johannesburg Declaration. Under that declaration, there were two goals adopted. First goal is Nelson Mandela Bay target. Second goal is Brisbane E Thegwini goal. You should know about these goals now. You should know about these goals now. This Nelson Mandela Brisbane wala, this is for cut. Is there anyone who has heard about this? Maybe you have read it in some documents पहले. कोई नहीं? अरे न्यूज़पेपर में था भाई. ओए होए. अच्छा ठीक है, भूल गए होगे, कोई बात नहीं. All these declarations have been in the newspaper, है ना? For example, see Tianjin Declaration, then Sakit Declaration, Johannesburg Declaration, G20, the declaration of G20 summit at Johannesburg Declaration. Okay, so all these declarations are in news, don't worry. These are two targets, Nelson Mandela Bay target and Brisbane E Thekvini goal. Write about the Nelson Mandela Bay target. Please write cut NEET youth share by 5% by 2030. By 5% by 2030. What is NEET here? This is not the NEET India wala. This NEET is not in employment, education or trading. Not in employment, education or training. So this NEET is different, है ना? So NEET is not in education, then this employment and training. ठीक है, so इसको हमें 5% से we have to bring it down by 2013. So adopted as a single goal of G20 nations. Single goal of G20 nation. UPSC may ask you this also, that this Bay target is related to which body? So G20. Done. Anyway, the question can be framed on this. Second is this, Brisbane E-Thekimini goal. Please write about this. Brisbane E-Thekimini goal. Please write. Reduce gender gap. Reduce gender gap in LFPR. This we have done in mains. Labor force participation rate. Reduce gender gap in LFPR, labor force participation rate, by 25% by 2030. So we have done 4 terms. First we have done Tianjin declaration, then we have done Johannesburg declaration, then we have done Nelson Mandela कोई बे करके कुछ टारगेट है, then we have done Thekbini Brisbane goal. ठीक है, Thekbini Brisbane is related to this gender gap and Nelson Mandela is related to youth share. See यहाँ पे मेल टाइप कुछ साउंड हो रहा है, so you can relate it with the youth and all those things. I mean youth में unemployment, education थोड़ा random है but ठीक है, if you can remember, है ना. And Thekbini and Brisbane, I mean if you can relate with gender something, वैसा करके कुछ याद कर लो और कुछ नहीं है. ठीक है, याद रखना इंपॉर्टेंट है, जो भी तुम्हारे दिमाग में जैसे भी यू कैन लिंक यू लिंक. ठीक है, तो रिलेटेड टू जेंडर गैप 25% by 2030. This is related to NEET by 5% 2030. This 5% 2030 is not important. If you can't remember, ignore what I'm saying. This is not important. If you don't want to remember, it's fine. You should know that this is related to G20, Johannesburg declaration, and then this is related to gender gap, this is related to NEET, not in employment, education and training, youth wala. Done? Make sense? Chalo, next you write, next declaration you write Sakhir declaration. SAKHIR, Sakhir declaration. See, as of now, I am not giving you the countries of them. Tianjin kahan hai, Johannesburg kahan hai, Sakhir kahan hai. What you will do once we are done with all the declarations, I will give you 2 minutes, hunt it out on the Google or maybe map, just see their countries and write it down. ठीक है, Sakhir declaration, SAKHIR, Sakhir declaration. So as you can see, this was also in news. Yeah, Sakhir declaration related to Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC summit. Done? So please write. Please write by Gulf Cooperation Council, by Gulf Cooperation Council. In bracket you write 46th summit. 46 summit. इधर SEO में भी लिखी लो 25th summit. Although we'll see it again, but लिख लो by Gulf Cooperation Council. We will see the Gulf Cooperation Council, Arab League, Organization for Islamic Cooperation, all the Arab bodies, I mean all the Middle East wala bodies at one place we will see. Okay, so don't worry about the bodies. As of now, just focus. If I'm asking you Sakhir declaration, it is related to GCC. Then you write agenda not important. I mean they are reaffirming the cooperation that we will cooperate. Agenda not important. Then you write next. Kuala Lumpur या जो भी है declaration. Kuala Lumpur declaration. Please write which body? adopted at East Asia Summit. East Asia Summit is different than ASEAN. ठीक है? Although the East Asia Summit happens on the lines of ASEAN Summit, but East Asia Summit contains ASEAN also and the other countries like India also. So please write Kuala Lumpur Declaration. Please write by East Asia Summit. East Asia. We'll see this as a body also. Don't worry. East Asia Summit. Then please write 20th to the. It was the 20th summit. Okay. Right, on peace and stability. On peace and stability in East Asian region. On peace and stability in East Asian region. Then you write and mark it 1 star. Mark it 1 star. Awaza Declaration. Awaza Declaration. Awaza Declaration. Please write by LLD C3 by LLD C3. LLD C3. Please write in bracket. In bracket you write. Please write UN conference on UN conference on UN conference on landlocked LL landlocked developing seas countries. LL landlocked developing countries. What is 3? Please write comma third summit. And this is important. I mean, this is most important out of all of them. है ना? Awaza Declaration. So this is related to LLDC3, United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries. Ab here itself we will cover this LLDC3. इधर ही cover कर लेंगे because ये important है. बाकी bodies we will do separately. So please write LLDC conference. Just another point you write LLDC conference held every कितना होगा 1 साल 2 साल 4 साल 5 साल held every 10 years. That is why it is important. So this year after 10 years it was held. So please write LLDC conference held every 10 years. Circle this. This is important. 10 years. 10 years. Then you write इसी में make a arrow on this conference. Make a arrow and write third held at. Anyone who knows where is Awaza? Please write held in Awaza. Very good. Turkmenistan. Third held in Awaza, Turkmenistan. Then one more arrow you write and write last held in. We should know where was second held. Last held in second last. Yep. इससे पहले वाली last held in कि कौन से साल में होगी 2014 2014 at Vienna, VIA Vienna, VIE Vienna. ठीक है. Then you write LLDC focus on 32 landlocked countries. 32 landlocked countries. Logically speaking, would India will be a part of this? In bracket you write India and make a cross. Like this we write India and इसके आगे लिख देंगे ऐसे कि इंडिया नहीं है. अब Google out for me 32 landlocked countries. Please use the Google and see 32 landlocked countries or landlocked countries across the world. ऐसे see on the map. If not the list, see on the map. You will find. बाजू वाले को देख लो. See on the map landlocked countries in the world. And this again we will see in the mapping. Mind you, don't worry. ऐसे मत सोचना सर नहीं करा रहे हैं. Is Nepal landlocked? Okay. Is Bhutan landlocked? So you should know around India there are two landlocked countries, Nepal and Bhutan. Afghanistan is also landlocked. ठीक है. Then is Turkmenistan landlocked? And you will find it in the option if the UPSC is framing a question because summit was held in Turkmenistan. तो इतनी बत्ती क्लिक करनी चाहिए. The summit is held like being held in Turkmenistan. It should be landlocked. दिखाना बेटा. Then Vienna से एक और country you can figure out. Austria. Austria is also landlocked. From Vienna you can figure it out. है ठीक है. Fine. There are 32, right? Chalo on the board now. On the board. You are asking me something or telling me something? Are you sure? ठीक है. Maybe there may be more. It's fine. ठीक है. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है बाबा. इतना दिल पे मत लो. लोड मत लो. He is saying there are 33. It's fine. 3 or more. ठीक है यार. जितनी भी हैं. What he is saying 32 are except South America. इधर आ जाओ तुम लोग. छोड़ो उसको. मैपिंग में 32 35 डजंट मैटर. जस्ट सी ऑन द मैप व्हाट आर द लैंडलॉक्स. यूपीएससी विल नॉट आस्क यू 30 लैंडलॉक्ड है 35 है. कोई नहीं पूछेगा. यू शुड नो अफगानिस्तान नेपाल भूटान अराउंड इंडिया लैंडलॉक्ड. नाउ ऑन द बोर्ड. एंड देन वी हैव सीन 2 मोर तुर्कमेनिस्तान एंड ऑस्ट्रिया. 5 तो याद होनी चाहिए आपको एटलीस्ट. बाकी जो भी याद है रह गया वो ठीक है. नेक्स्ट यू राइट दोहा डिक्लेरेशन. दोहा डिक्लेरेशन. Please write. Adopted at now whatever you are writing is important from your exam. Almost equal to this. Adopted at second WSSD. Second WSSD. In bracket you write World Summit for Social Development. World Summit for Social. This is not sustainable. Social. गलत मत करना, ठीक है? World Summit for Social, not sustainable. वो दूसरी है. अब this you mark 1 star and write about this. इधर ही लिख लेंगे, इंपॉर्टेंट है. सेकंड WSSD, World Summit for Social Development. Please write organized by UN, then you write first held in which year? First held in, please write. That is why this is important. बहुत टाइम के बाद हुई है. First held in 1995. After 1995 it is happening right now. 30 years. First held in 1995 at Copenhagen. Which country? Very good. Denmark. Copenhagen, Denmark. Done. Now this Doha declaration, what this did, see, there were some commitments out of Copenhagen, whatever summit happened in 1995. It reinforced those commitments. So please write, make us another point, or maybe you can extend it. It's fine. इसी में just write a point. Please write. It updated the Copenhagen commitments. It updated the Copenhagen commitments. Now this is your homework. What you will do, you will see the list of Copenhagen commitments. अभी नहीं, बाद में जाके. As of now, not important for prelim. Just see the list बाद में जाके. ठीक है? What are the Copenhagen commitments? है ना? I will compare these commitments with environment वाला Copenhagen. ठीक है? Now, ठीक है? Next you write Delhi Declaration 2026. Delhi Declaration 2026 by जनवरी का ये है तो Arab League by, and we'll see these bodies, don't worry. Arab League, Delhi Declaration by Arab League. Please write. Cited, or what was adopted? Cited, CITD. Cited Suez Canal, Red Sea. Suez Canal माइनस का साइन लगा के रेड सी. Suez Canal, Red Sea as important economic links. As important economic links. Then you write launched stream STREAM. In bracket you write Suez Canal stream, Suez Canal, then again same hyphen लगा के Red Sea, Suez Canal, Red Sea, economic and maritime development, economic and maritime development initiative. Done. So what we have done, we have covered the most important ones. Now I have few more, 5-6 more. ठीक है, these are the most important one in news. अब बाकी भी कवर कर लेते हैं, इतने ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है बट ठीक है, everything will be at one place. Please write Wilmington Declaration. Wilmington Declaration. Now I think this you should know at least. By Quad. By Quad in 2024. This is old. On the board now. Beta on the board. Although I will reiterate the story on the board, please. देख लो याद रहेगा. Quad Summit of 2025 was supposed to be held in India, but हमारे Donald चाचा, he didn't turn up. He said I will not attend it, so it never happened, although it was planned in India. So that was the case why this declaration was in news. Here we should honor the declarations which we have committed in the previous summits. Hence Wilmington was again in news, that why he is not coming to India for the summit. ठीक है, चलो. By Quad in 2024, you know. Please write the agenda. Right. To tackle aggressive behavior of countries in Indo-Pacific region. See, so we have covered this Tianjin, Sakhir. So Sakhir we have done. Then Kuala Lumpur we have done. Then we have done this Johannesburg. ठीक है. Then Awaja declaration we have done to accelerate the development in landlocked nations. Then Delhi declaration we have done. Arab League, India Arab League meeting. ठीक है, तो leading to Delhi declaration. Then Doha लिख लिया हमने. Done. ठीक है. Then Wilmington. Okay. Now we have this. Please write. SCHUMAN. Schuman Declaration. Quite old. Please write in news. So it is from 1950. Write the year. It was in news. 1950. Write the year. Is right. Proposed the creation of European Coal and Steel Community. European Coal and Steel Community. Comma, to pool to pool coal and steel production, to pool PWL, pool coal and steel production. See, this declaration said that don't do the steel and coal production independently, let's pool, let's come together and do the production. That was the declaration. अब न्यूज में क्यों है? Why we are reading it on the board? Our external affairs minister, he visited on the Europe Day celebrations, है ना? And this celebrations this celebrations were marking the 75 years of this particular declaration. This was mentioned in the PIB also. The name of the declaration was mentioned in the PIB also. Hence we are seeing it. Schuman declaration. Now, so Schuman is I think a name. It is not a reason. If I'm not wrong, it is a name. Okay, it's fine. Then you write UAE declaration of action. UAE declaration of action. Please write. Adopted at COP 28. This we will see again in environment, but right now since we are making notes, we are writing it here only. In environment, we'll see all the bodies of the environment, all the conventions where we'll see this. UAE declaration of action. So hence, since this is a declaration, I'm covering it here only. Adopted at COP 28. Then you write. Unites 25 global power companies to accelerate net zero emissions by 2050. To accelerate net zero emissions by 2050. Then write next. अब these are not that major ones. I mean, ठीक है, अगर नहीं भी है तो चलेगा, है ना? किसमें बेटा? विकसित भारत नहीं, वो इंडिया का है, वो इंडिया का है. वी विल कम टू अबाउट दैट इन सम अदर लेक्चर. दिस इज द ग्लोबल. ठीक है बेटा, ऑन द बोर्ड. नेक्स्ट इज जेदा डिक्लेरेशन. जेदा डिक्लेरेशन. Please write. Adopted in 2024. Adopted in 2024 to curb AMR. What is AMR? Antimicrobial resistance. To curb AMR. अब 2024 में it was adopted at, please write, make a arrow and write the name of the summit. It was 4th global conference on AMR. 4th global conference on AMR. Not important that much, but ठीक है, लिख लो. So it is related to AMR, है ना? Next we have one more. अच्छा, एक काम करते हैं, इंडिया वाली दो लिख लेते हैं. ठीक है, you write विशाखापट्टनम डिक्लेरेशन. Please write विशाखापट्टनम declaration. Please write. Please write on ई गवर्नेंस, सिर्फ इतना बहुत है इसके लिए वैसे. You should know Visakhapatnam declaration related to e-governance. One more point which we'll see again in polity. In polity, I will be covering all the India level conferences. Please write. Adopted at 28th National Conference on e-governance. Adopted at 28th National Conference on e-governance. ठीक है. Next you write Kashi Declaration. Last Kashi Declaration. Right, for drug prevention and substance abuse. Yeah, it is for like it is for the drug prevention, है ना. ठीक है. Then right, adopted at Youth Spiritual Summit 2025. Again, this we will see in the polity. Don't worry. Youth Spiritual Summit 2025. Generally, there is a summit hosted by this Ministry of Youth and Sports. ठीक है. Done. Youth Spiritual Summit 2025. Now on the board, there are some static declarations which have led to what I can say, some of the organizations. For example, you might have heard about Fortaleza Declaration. So it led to the setup of this Asian Development Bank. Then we have Brasilia Declaration. It led to the setup of IBSA Group. Then we have this Chicago Convention. It led to setup of this International Civil Aviation Organization. So what you will do, make a box somewhere, make a box here only like this, and just write these three. First you write Fortaleza. So let me fetch the spelling. Fortaleza, Fortaleza Declaration. And don't worry, we will see them again in the bodies, especially these three. We will see them again in the bodies. Fortaleza Declaration. These are old, है ना? काफी पुरानी, I mean. I think this is from 2013 or 2014 something. Fortaleza Declaration. Please write. Set up ADB, Asian Development Bank. किसकी बॉडी है ADB? I mean, which body set up the ADB? Asian Development Bank. BRICS. Please write, set up ADB, Asian Development Bank, and both of them we'll see again. Don't worry. We'll see the BRICS, we'll see the ADB, we'll see CRA. And CRA, Contingency Reserve Arrangement. Contingency Reserve Arrangement. CRA. अच्छा हाँ, एक बार ना नहीं रुको रुको रुको, एक बार फोर्टेलाजा डिक्लेरेशन देखना. एनडीबी है या एडीबी है? एनडीबी है ना, ठीक है. तो एनडीबी, सॉरी, एनडीबी, न्यू डेवलपमेंट बैंक, राइट. एंड सीआरए, सीआरए लिख लिया. कंटिजेंसी रिजर्व अरेंजमेंट ऑफ ब्रिक्स, यू राइट, ऑफ ब्रिक्स. पोस्ट फोर्टेलाजा प्लीज राइट ब्राजीलिया डिक्लेरेशन. Brasilia declaration. Set up IPSA group. What is IPSA? We will see. IPSA, India, Brazil and South Africa. IPSA group. This we will see. Brasilia declaration. Then you write Chicago. Chicago Convention. Chicago Convention. Write the short form only, don't worry, have faith. लिख के भूल जाओ क्योंकि फिर रिवीजन में हेल्प होगा, इसलिए बता रहा हूँ बस. शिकागो कन्वेंशन सेट अप ICAO. Again ICAO we will see. International Civil Aviation Organization we will see. Just write it here and forget, so that whenever we are revising them at the same place. ठीक है? I am giving you 30 seconds, just skim through. एक बार देख लो आराम से. And within those 30 seconds, if you know the country, write them with a different pen color. For example, let's say, leaving these two, whatever is the country, in very small, maybe in brackets here you can write or something like that. If you know. If you don't know, I am giving you 2 minutes. Search, and for all of them, write the countries. Where is Tianjin located? And I am again iterating. Mapping बाद में करेंगे. But अभी जो भी हम we can do parallel, we are doing it parallel. Tianjin. एक पेज पूरा भर गया या आधा भरा है? आधा भरा है. I will not tell you the countries. I will not tell you the countries. You have to hunt. Let me be very particular about it. I'm giving you the time. You have to hunt the countries. You will find them readily on the internet. Some of them I have already told you. Johannesburg in South Africa. Then this. Awaza in Turkmenistan. Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. देख लो. IB. India, Brazil, South Africa. बेटा बात नहीं करो, अपना अपना सर्च कर लो, मानो मेरी बात. There may be some information which may I think in next class we will be doing the military exercises also. So I will announce you have to bring the map, and I will not deal with the military exercise in the class. I mean, I will give you the content. You have to mark it in the map. So I will give you 30 minutes or 45 minutes. I will give you the organized content. You have to mark it online so that you remember. So I mean in the class itself, so that you remember. Okay? I will announce. I will announce. Last 30 seconds. I will not discuss. You have to do it on your own. Last 30 seconds. Whatever is the name, just hunt for the country. Now we are starting with the conventions. Before we start, before we start, we have done the declaration. What is the difference between the declaration and a convention? General difference, I mean. What is the difference between the declaration and the convention? Generally, when we talk about the convention, whatever convention has been adopted, it may be legally binding as well. Legally binding as well. That means it may be drafted as the laws within the nations who have been party to those conventions. Okay? So that is the general difference. Declaration is nothing but बोल बच्चन, बोल दिया बस हो गया, है ना? Nothing legally binding, no rules, nothing. It's just the outcome. The outcome. Conventions are legally binding. You have to make the rules, then it will be adopted in the localized law framework. So what we are seeing now in international relations, we are seeing the convention. Again, your notes making remains the same. Either if you are following the, you are dividing a page into 3, you follow that. Just make a horizontal line so that declarations and conventions are different. Your current affairs is not difficult. See on the board, current affair is not difficult. It has to be done in a particular manner. Otherwise, if you are taking current affairs as the facts, it will be fact only. फिर तो कितने fact हैं you cannot remember, है ना? Like we have done the telescopes. Now, if you will revise the telescopes, now it will not be burden on your head. Similarly, if you will revise the declaration, now it will not be burden on your head. समझ रहे मेरी बात? Revise तो करना पड़ेगा, है ना? चलो, what we are doing is we are now doing the conventions. And mind you, I'm not taking those conventions. For example, let's say Ramsar ho gaya, all those things. I'm not taking all those conventions. Environment wala I'm not taking. We'll do that in the environment only. My focus is majorly tilted towards the IR. Okay? IR and other. So please write first convention. First convention. The name is Accra Convention. Accra Convention. For those who don't believe me, I will show you. This was in news. I mean, almost all of them are in news. Just have faith. See, Vishakhapatnam Declaration directly from the PIB, Kashi Declaration, Chicago Convention directly from the PIB. Then we have also done this Fort Elaza, right? Declaration. Then Accra Convention. Okay? Please write. Please write. right. To regulate, to regulate negotiable, negotiable cargo documents. Underline this, negotiable cargo documents. Then you write adopted in 2025 by UNGA. Those who don't know UNGA, we will cover United Nations General Assembly. We'll cover all of them, all the bodies of United Nations, UNGA, UNSC, all of them. UNGA 2025 recent है. Please write. It provides. It provides that these documents have the same legal effect, will have the same legal effect as physical delivery of goods, as physical delivery of goods. On the board now, this is a person on the board, yaar. This is a person. This person is doing some business in US. This is me. I'm in India and I'm also in some business of trade of some goods. I ordered some goods from this person. This person sent the goods to me, and over the internet, he sent me a document also. Now whatever document he sent me, this document made me the owner of these goods which are traveling, because once he sent these documents, I will send him what? I will send him the money. Goods are traveling in the sea, but as you all may know, this may take some time, beta. This is not something instant it will come to me. It may take even 1 month or 45 days or 40 days, but this person will need the instant money. So what this convention is saying, what we can do, we can use these documents as collateral. So this will give the legal base to the documents. I can use these documents to purchase something or to take a loan. Okay? So this is for regulation of negotiable cargo receipt. It provides that, क्या लिखा अपन ने? It provides that these documents have the same legal effect of physical delivery of goods. In bracket you write, in bracket can be used as collateral, can be used as collateral. अरे ठीक है ना? Understand this again अगर नहीं समझ में आया तो. This document is something which he has sent me over the internet. I can use the documents to take the loan, because the goods will reach me maybe 40 days or 35 days, but I have sent the money instantly to this person. So I should be either having some funds in my hand to do. होगा क्या? If I have sent my entire money to this, I may not be able to purchase the raw material, right? I may not be able to pay the salaries to my staff. The entire thing has been transferred to this. So what will happen now? Until these goods come, I will take the loan from the market based upon the documents, and I can use them as the collateral. So this ACRA convention is related to negotiable cargo documents. Sorted as, shall I remove this? Okay. Next you write. You write Hong Kong Convention. Hong Kong convention. Please write global treaty on recycling of ships under in capital IMO, International Maritime, or we will see this organization. Leave this. Understand what this convention is related to. See on the board now. For example, if there is a ship, if this ship is very old, what will be the repercussion? The repercussion could be it may do some leakages in the water, or maybe it may release some gases in the air. Are hayana. So we need to regulate the shipping industry. So in order to regulate the shipping industry so that the environment is not harmed, we are having the Hong Kong Convention. So this convention is under which body? IMO, and the purpose is to regulate the shipping. Okay, shipping industry, the ships which are traveling, so that they do not pollute the environment. Up, you have to remember just one more thing, that it has came into force in 2025. Please write came into force in 2025. Done. In bracket just write one more convention related to this only. In bracket write Basel Convention. इधर ही नीचे कहीं bracket में लिख लीजिए Basel Convention. अब this is your homework. You will search and write from the environment. ठीक है? Related to hazardous waste. Very good. This is the homework. This we will see again in environment. That is why I am leaving. छोड़ दो अगर नहीं भी कर रहे तो, but bracket में लिख के छोड़ दो. Then you write next convention, which is, and mark it 1 star. ठीक है, इसको थोड़ा important mark कर लेना. This is Hanoi Convention. HANOI. Hanoi Convention. Hanoi Convention. Mark it 1 star. Also known as United Nations or UN Convention against Cybercrime. Also known as UN Convention against Cybercrime. Adopted in, second point, adopted in 2024. Adopted in 2024. Then you write legally binding. Legally binding. Is India part of this? Is India part of this? Google करो फटाफट. यार please everyone, if you have the battery in the phone, please do. अच्छा, if you have the phone and battery in the phone, then you do. अच्छा, if you have the phone, battery in the phone and internet, then you do. ठीक है, अब ठीक है. मस्ती मत करो, तुम लोग ढूंढ लो. अरे आराम से ढूंढो, मुझे तो पता है ना. तुम ढूंढोगे तुम्हें याद रहेगा. So India is not a part. Please write. In bracket you will write India and make a cross mark. Make a cross mark. Then you write Secretariat at secretariat of this convention at, in capitals you will write, we will again see this what is the body, UNODC, UNODC, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC. Just write the small form, I mean don't write the full form, don't worry, don't worry, we'll see the bodies. UNODC, okay. So we have seen the Hanoi Convention. Next you write, or shall I take it? Please write double contribution. Convention. Double contribution. Is there anyone in the class who has heard about this? None. सीधा मेरे ही भरोसे बैठे थे क्या? वो ठीक है, थोड़ा तो न्यूज़पेपर कर लेते. छोड़ो, ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, समझ गया यार, हो गया. हाँ ठीक है, चलो. Please write about double contribution convention. Please write bilateral, bilateral social security agreement, bilateral social security agreement between India and, किसने बोला ये? Very good. UK can come directly. Double contribution convention recently seen in news has been signed with, or is with India and which country? It's United Kingdom. Please write, थोड़ा सा और लिख लीजिए. Please write allows professionals working temporarily in any of both countries, दिखाना क्या लिखा यार, allows professionals working temporarily in any of the both countries. Please write avoid double social security contributions. Double social security contributions. On the board, लिख लो आराम से फिर on the board. For example, if someone is working in India, let's say that person is getting 1 lakh ka salary. Out of this amount, some percentage will be deducted and it will be saved for the pensions later, social security later. Similarly, UK may have some law or may have some scheme, they will deduct something. So let's say there is a professional who has worked for 3 months in India and 9 months in UK, or maybe 5 months in India and maybe 7 months in UK. So to avoid the double contribution in what? In the social security schemes, this is the arrangement. Double contribution convention between India and UK to avoid the double contribution to the social security schemes. वहां पे भी कट जाएगा, यहाँ पे भी कट जाएगा, not something which is justified. Done. चलो. Now next. Again, we will see the SETA also, है ना, with India and UK, between India and UK, SETA. वो हम bilateral में देखेंगे. Trade agreement we'll see in the bilateral. Now please write Ottawa Convention. Ottawa Convention. Ottawa Convention. Please write 1997, comma 1997, comma to control anti-personal mine. I will explain. लिख लीजिए. Anti-personal mines. Anti-personal mines. Then you write AK, also known as mine ban treaty. Also known as mine ban treaty. Let me explain you first, then I will ask you the fundamental question which you should answer logically. On the board, see, you might have seen mines on the ground, right? Mines, like they are hidden underground. If someone will step on this, the person may blast. Mines. So this convention, Ottawa Convention, bans that you cannot deploy these mines. My fundamental question, with whatever movies you have seen, Bollywood or जो भी आपने देखी है, is India part of this? Obviously no, right? So India is not part of this. Please write in bracket India, make a cross mark. So India is not part of this convention. We have anti-personal mines, right, deployed. India is not a part of. Then next you write Maitre Convention, METRE, Maitre Convention. मीटर जो भी बोलना बोल रहे हैं आप, मैत्रे कन्वेंशन. प्लीज राइट 19 सॉरी बहुत पुराना है 1875 1875 please write international cooperation in the field of international cooperation in the field of metrology. Metrology मतलब नापतोल, measurement. So in bracket you can write measurement. International cooperation in metrology. In bracket you can write measurement. 1 kg कितना, that, और 1 लीटर कितना, 1 किलोमीटर कितना. So that kitna is nothing but international standard. Otherwise, if let's say 1 kg of India is not equal to 1 kg of maybe US, we can't compare anything, right? So this convention holds that true. So will India be a party? Yes. Logically speaking. Need not to write it, fine. METROLOGY. Then you write Marpol Convention. MARPOL. Marpol Convention. Please write 1973, 1973, to regulate pollution from ships. Pollution from ships. We have already seen this, na? Hong Kong. What is the difference? That was for the shipping industry. So what are the ships which are being, built? Recycling of ships, and this is out of pollution out of ship. Let's say if some ship has done the pollution in the region around India, right, on the coastal region around India. So this convention is to tackle that. Okay, and the convention to tackle the entire ship as an industry, or maybe the recycling of ship, is nothing but the Hong Kong Convention. So please write second point. Under IMO. So both are under IMO. This was also under IMO. This is also under IMO. Then you write legally binding. Legally binding. Is India member? Yes. Is India member? Yes. India is a member. ठीक है. Marpol. Okay. Then you write please write please write Helsinki Convention. Helsinki Convention. 1992, comma, legal framework. Legal framework. 1992, comma, legal framework. Then you write to control water pollution across national borders. Across national borders. See, generally, some other nation can do the water pollution in the some other nations. A clear example could be of USA. USA generally do the nuclear pollution in the other countries, dumping of the waste, or maybe other tasks. So this convention is related to tackle that thing. Only this much is important. Then okay, please write Cape Town Convention and Protocol. Cape Town Convention and Protocol. Cape Town Convention and Protocol. Right. 2001 by ICAO. 2001 by ICAO. Then write to standardize transactions involving transactions involving valuable 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 assets like airplanes and helicopters. Valuable assets like airplanes and helicopters. अरे यार, I forgot the name यार. Recently you followed the the issue related to Indigo, the entire airline, you know, stuck. ठीक है. अब what happened, that airline took on lease. I got the name now. Took on lease. Let me hunt the name. हाँ. Took on lease some aircrafts and that too from Turkey. समझो गेम कहाँ हो रहा है ये समझो. Indigo, let's say that there were shortages of the personals who were flying the aircraft. There was no shortage of what I can say this aeroplanes or all those things. There was a shortage of the people who will fly them. So what they did, since in order to keep flying, they adopted wet leasing. अब this is a concept in aviation industry where they don't only lease the aircraft, but with aircraft they also lease the personals. Whosoever is managing the aircraft, maybe all of them or maybe some of them, they will take on lease, that give your aircraft and give the people to us for 1 month. Whatsoever is the payment, we'll pay. Ab this Indigo took the aircrafts from Turkey. Okay, I forgot the name of the flight. I traveled in that flight. In that flight I searched, यार ये Indigo तो नहीं है. Then what is happening right now? Okay, so it was about the wet leasing, right? So they took the aeroplanes from the Turkey. Now why we are apprehensive about the Turkey? Because Turkey supported Pakistan during the confrontation, है ना? So we don't have that good relations with the Turkey right now. Hence Indigo was pressurized and the government was criticized to allow the Indigo. Okay, the entire theme was that, and hence this Cape Town, what against the convention protocol was in news. So this deals with the what against the exchange of the aeroplanes or the helicopters. Done? Spotted है? ठीक है. अब maybe if you want to go home and search about wet leasing and dry leasing, please search. Go home. This was in news. Wet leasing and dry leasing. So in dry leasing we just take the aircrafts on lease. In wet leasing we take the aircraft plus the personals on lease. इससे ज़्यादा important कुछ नहीं है, but ये भी नहीं आएगा, छोड़ो. Done. देख लेना बस for the general information, है ना. Then you write Barcelona Convention. Barcelona Convention. So 1976 by UNEP, legally binding, write the reason now. To protect the Mediterranean Sea against pollution. Fundamental question, basic. Will India be a party? क्यों? क्या करोगे मेडिटेरियन सी में जाके? इंडिया इज नॉट अ पार्टी, ठीक है? So please write India, make a cross mark. India, make a cross mark. Now if you have the space, I want you to mention two what I can say the initiatives here itself, not conventions, not declaration, just mentioned here. One is Geelong Treaty and second is some wildlife charter. Okay, two things I wanted to mention the same document at the same place. So again, I'm saying these are not conventions, these are not declarations, but two things which I want you to write on this page itself. I consider them as important. लिख लीजिए. Please write. KANAN ASKIS. Kanan Askis. Kanan Askis. Wildlife Charter. Wildlife Charter. KANAN Kanan Askis Wildlife Charter. By G7. By G7 for wildlife across globe. For wildfires across globe. Wildfires across globe. Here you write endorsed by India. Endorsed or accepted, or what you can say, ठीक है, अच्छा है. Endorsed by India. Is India part of G7? Is India part of G7? Is India part of G20? Is India part of G4? ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है. And G2? G2 क्या होता है? China and US are combinedly known as G2. It's fine, you will see on the board. India, although not part of G7, but in recent summit was invited by G7. So I don't know whether the PM or the other person, maybe I think it was PM only, they visited for the summit of G7. In that summit, this charter was released, and this is something which you have to remember. It is related to G7 as a body. Now one more, please write last. Geelong Treaty. Geelong Treaty. Geelong Treaty between Australia and UK. Between some random facts लिख लो बस, बाकी रिवाइज करते रहोगे तो जो याद आ जाए वो आ जाए. Between Australia and UK. Then you write bilateral nuclear power submarine collaboration. Bilateral nuclear power submarine collaboration under just write and forget this initiative, the pacts we'll see it later. Under AUKUS pact, AUKUS, AUKUS. Under AUKUS pact, this we will deal, don't worry, in the initiatives. Whatever I am leaving will cover, है ना? Bodies, whatever I have left, I will cover. I am giving you 2 minutes now. फटाफट से revise, and अच्छा, 2 minutes I am giving you to see the countries. For example, let's say this: Accra, where it is; Hong Kong, where it is; Hanoi, Marpol, Maitre, Ottawa. Then maybe not making any sense. Helsinki, Cape Town, Barcelona. Then if there is, this is some location, just please see. 2 minutes you have. चलो on the board now. So what we have done, we have done these two parts. From here we have done these two parts. Now I'm starting the economy stats. Let me warn you very frankly, the part will be heavy. Okay, it will go heavy. Just a single request, beta, don't talk. Just a single request, don't try to remember anything. Let's understand, make the notes. Mostly next 1.5 hours or 2 hours will be ultra factual. I cannot do this. Let's say if China is the is having the first rank in maybe some product, I can't do anything, I can't explain anything, है ना? So we have to just see the facts, heavy facts. But let me tell you the importance for those who are leaving outside, I mean for any purpose. Let me show you the importance of this class. Last year from the single slide I delivered 2 questions, and from this single stats I delivered 3 questions in the exam. 3 क्वेश्चन थे from this single section. ठीक है, so that is the importance of this, but it will be heavy, है ना? I mean heavy if you are trying to remember the things. Just focus upon making the notes, revise them again and again, and the things will be sorted. ठीक है, चलो new page, new page. Last year if you might have followed bioethanol wala questions and all these questions, turmeric and all these, or from the stats only, we covered them exactly जितना चाहिए था उतना. See how the notes will follow. On the board please. Generally if I talk about stats of economy stats, 3 things you may know. First is metal, second is food crop, and third is non-food crop. For example, let's say if I talk about steel, or right now you might have heard about silver prices, है ना? So it was very much fluctuating, है ना? So we should know about the silver as a commodity from economy perspective. Food crop, let's say if I talk about sugarcane or maybe maize, है ना? Food crops. Non-food crops, let's say cotton, jute, all those crops. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll cover this, we'll cover this, we'll cover this, it's fine. But apart from these 3 sections, we'll cover the basics of the economy, and I've done that in lectures, but I will do it again. What I can say, the basic stats. For example, if I talk about Indian economy, what is the size? What is the size in terms of GDP? What is the size in terms of purchasing power parity? What is the size in terms of per capita? India's GDP. Then maybe we can talk about, let's say, savings rate, very much in news. Is it declining? Is it increasing? What is the rate currently? Around. Is it 20%? Is it 30%? Is it 40%? 60%? Kya hai? We should know this rate for your year. It is in news. Then maybe Some general stats you might have heard, right? Let's say external debt. Then you might have heard about external commercial borrowing. Then maybe FDI. In this we may see about forex reserves. Right now India ka forex reserves are the 4th largest in the world. Okay? So we should have some, what I can say, the stats on the hand. For how many months the import cover is there. So we should know about the term import cover, FDI. Then maybe India's trade. When I talk about India's trade, exports kya hai, imports kya hai, what is the percentage, all those things. Which commodity we are exporting more, which commodity we are exporting less, all those things. So these are some, basic areas which you have to cover before we move ahead to the metals, food crops, non-food crops. Then maybe, animal husbandry, all those things. ठीक है, horticulture उधर ही देख लेंगे बाद में. Sorted है. For all these we have to cover the stats. Again I am saying important. Now what we will be doing, for example, if this is your page, or let me do it here only. For example, if this is our page, let's say you are making the notes on T. There may be some bodies from T which we have to study, especially the T board of India. So what you will do, we'll make a box and you will write about T board of India within the box itself. For those what I can say, the crops or maybe metals or maybe non-food crops for which the body is important. That is how you will make your notes. Do I make sense? Okay. So we will start with the basic stats of economy. So please write. Give a heading. Indian economy. This I need a fresh page. Heading pe economy 1. We are starting with the first of economy 1. Fresh page. You can divide the page into 3 vertical lines. Now it's up to you. It's up to you how you want to write. You may write the, let's say, the general stats on the first line, metal on the second, maybe food and non-food in the third. That is how you can divide. General, metal, food and non-food. Or maybe you can go continuous. एक के नीचे एक, एक के नीचे एक. ठीक है. So we'll start with India's economy general stats. Again I am iterating, don't get bored, don't get pressurized. These stats are important. Every year there are 2 questions or maybe 3 questions or at least 1 question from these stats. है ना? So they are important, but with time you will be revising them and I will make them as simplified as I can. Easy karke you will write. India's economy generally write. First you write nominal GDP. Nominal GDP सबसे ज्यादा किसकी है? US. Then you write China. Very good. Then you write Germany. Then you write India. In bracket please write 4th largest. 4th largest. And then you write Japan. So in terms of nominal GDP, India is the 4th largest country as of now. If I talk about Japan, Japan is behind India. If I talk about Germany, US and China, they are ahead of India. Very important stat from exam point of view. Then you write GDP on PPP, purchasing power parity. GDP on PPP, purchasing power parity. Who is highest? China. Very good. Then US. Then India. So India is 3rd largest when it comes to the purchasing power parity. It is a concept in economy. We will do this. We are having the 4th lecture of economy pending. There I will cover the GDP and there I will cover these concepts also. Purchasing power parity and all those things. Okay. Okay. Then write per capita GDP. Per capita GDP. ये 4th है, ये 3rd है, ये क्या होगी? 5th, 6th, 3rd. it is 136th, and the amount of per capita GDP is nothing but dollar 2880. $2880, India's per capita GDP. Sorry, wait, डॉलर है, वेट, इट इज डॉलर, मैंने गलत बना दिया, डॉलर, अयो, डन। चलो, what is the target of this under विकसित भारत 2047? target is dollar 14005, 14,2800 से करेंगे, कैसे तो करेंगे, पता नहीं कैसे करेंगे। What is this? What is this value right now? Right in bracket. This is nothing but high income developed status. So we are trying to achieve high income developed status. High income developed, not developing, developed status. So if we are able to reach this, we will be reaching the high income developed status. That is the target in Viksit Bharat. Yeah, this you should know, है ना? Examiner may draft any option की India, let's say per capita GDP is more than 10,000, so you should know at least यार इतना नहीं है, $10,000 से कम है, ठीक है? It is 2880, roughly $3,000. We have the target of $14,000, but the target is nothing but high income developed status. समझ में आ रहा है ना क्या बोल रहा हूँ? ठीक है. Then in this only we will write sectoral composition. Sectoral composition. Services 55% of GDP. Services 55% of GDP. Then we have industry. कितना है? Industry 15%, 16%, 18%. तब तुमने ना कचरा कर दिया. कितने प्यार से समझाया था आपको मैंने वज्र में, इंडस्ट्री और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग दोनों अलग है. व्हेन आई टॉक अबाउट इंडस्ट्री, इंडस्ट्री में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इज अ पार्ट, then the other things like transportation and all those things, warehousing is a part of industry. So industry का GDP is 27%, manufacturing का GDP is hovering around 15 to 18%. That is a different story altogether. Industry is 27%, ठीक है? Then you write agriculture 17% of GDP. Then last you write savings rate. Savings rate. Please write 30.2%, या सिंपल लगते हैं, लेट्स कीप इट सिंपल, 30% ऑफ GDP. Sectoral composition. Here you write, please, one important fact you write. Decrease from 34% in the 2011 2012. A homework for you. A homework for you. Although this I will discuss in the economy lecture 4. How saving rate is linked with investment rate. How saving rate is linked with investment rate. ठीक है बाबा, ठीक है, कर लेना घर पे जाके, आता है तो कोई बात नहीं, एक बार देख लेना. अब on the board, on the board. So the news was, let me see if I have the clipping. हाँ, on the board, see this. The news was that if India want to grow at a rate of 7%, India needs investment rate of at least 34 to 35%. Again, this body we will see in the bodies of polity. Don't worry at all. What I'm saying, as of now, if India wants to grow at a rate of 7% growth rate, agar we have to maintain that, we need the investment rate of at least 34%. And you go home and see how the investment rate is directly linked with the savings rate of a country. Okay? So we need a better savings rate within the country. So earlier savings rate used to be around 35%. It has been declining and right now it is 30%. In COVID it came down to almost 18% or 19% during the COVID, but then it again jumped. So if the statement is coming that let's say it's constantly decreasing, it's false. If I'm saying in last 10 years the saving rate is constantly decreasing, is it true or false? The COVID may decrease, then it get up, decrease, then it get up. Okay? So just have that thing in mind of COVID. Whenever you're dealing with the stats, have that exception of COVID in your head. Chalo. So we have seen this now. Now what you will do, give a heading, public debt. Public debt. Right? India's total debt. Total debt. Internal. Did we wrote anything? I mean, कितना लिखा था हमने अपने डॉक्यूमेंट में? 97%, right? 97%. Then we have external debt from the what is the foreign other bodies, banks, or maybe institutions, or maybe countries. External debt, it is 1 to 3%. Internal debt taken from the banks or maybe the other institutions or maybe people of the country or maybe from the list the provident fund schemes and all those things is 97%. And then external debt is 1 to 3%. Then you write government debt. Government debt. First point is central government debt. What percent of GDP? Central government debt. What percent of GDP? I made you write 56 or 57. कॉपी में क्या लिखा है? 57 लिखा है? ओए होए, 57% of GDP. 57% of GDP. Then you write state government debt. State government debt around 25 to 28 है, तो 25 to 28% of GDP. Then you write general government debt. What is the total? Just add both of them. General government debt. It is 81 or 82% of GDP. 81.9 or 82 of GDP. Precisely, it is 81.9%. 82% of GDP. On the board now, I am linking both the data points. Out of this 82%, we have taken 97% internally and 3% from the external, what I can say, the countries or maybe institutions or maybe banks. This I explained you in the economy also. Out of this 82, and this 82 is bifurcated as 57% is the debt of central government and 25% is state government. 25% of not total, it is 25% of GDP. It is 57% of GDP. Okay. Then next you write FRBM targets. FRBM targets. What is the target for general government debt? Very good. It's 60% for the general government debt, and the FRBM target for the central government is 40% of GDP. These are the favorite areas of UPSC. UPSC has asked one question on this. It may come any time on any of the, what I can say, dimensions. General government debt is how much? 82%. This is center ka debt, which is 57%, plus state ka debt, which is around 25 to 28%. This is current scenario. Abhi kya hai? And when I said 82%, it is 82% of GDP. India GDP का कितना है? 57% of India GDP, 25% of India GDP. Up. When I talk about the FRBM Act, which we saw in the static portion, this act says that the target of this is 60% and the target of this is 40%. So what is the target for the state? 20%. Okay. This is nothing but FRBM. What I am saying, out of this 80% on the board, out of this 82%, if I talk about internal debt taken within the nation, maybe from the banks or through the bonds or anything, or maybe from the RBI, this internal debt is 97%, very high as compared to the external debt, which is just 1 to 3%. है ना? Make sense? चलो. Now give a heading. Acha, from the static, can you tell me who manages the public debt of government? RBI. This I made you write. ठीक है? RBI is the manager of public debt. Done. Then you give the heading. Or maybe let me write there also. External debt. See, when I talk about country, India, if this country is taking the debt from outside, what I can say, maybe the banks or maybe the institutions like World Bank or IMF, or maybe the countries For example, India took the loan from the US. So it could be from the banks, it could be from the countries, it could be from the institution. It will be termed as external debt. It will be termed as external debt. Now understand one this thing. This external debt could be either taken by government or could be taken by the companies or the corporates. When I say about the corporates or the individuals, it could be twofold. First is public, what is the sector companies, the companies which are public sector. Okay. Second could be private sector. So we just now saw that the government is not taking much loan from the outside. It is just 1 to 3% of the external borrowing or the entire borrowings. This we have seen. So right now we will be seeing the external debt, what I can say, the stats related to maybe all three of them, more emphasized on the corporates. Okay. So please write external debt. So external debt can be by the government, can be by the public companies, can be by the corporate this private companies, public sector companies or the private companies. Public listed and public sector both are different, mind you. Public listed and public sector both are different. Okay. External debt, please write. From foreign entities, from foreign entities by both central government and corporates. Please write equals to 19% of GDP. 19% of GDP. Tell me what was the general government debt? General government debt was 82% of GDP. अब see, I am going into CSET. करना है तुमको, देख लो. 82% of GDP was general government debt. अब out of that only 1 to 3% is external debt. So 1 to 3% of 80% will be nothing but 0.8 to 2.4%. So 0.8 to 2.4%, or can I say around 1.5%, is with government. Rest 17.5% of this will be with the corporates. Out of this, very marginal is with the government. And I'm telling the calculation. See, कहाँ गया यार 80%, 82% का 1 to 3% is external. So 1% of 82 is 0.82. 3% is around 2.4. What I'm saying, 0.8 to 2.4, let's say 1.5%. So 1.5% of GDP is nothing but government, and rest 17.5% is nothing but corporate. So you can say this, that in this corporates are very high than government debt. So out of this external debt, corporate debt is very high than government debt. I told you na, approximately if we will calculate, this will be 17.5% and this will be around 1.5%. Need not to write the percentage because those are not mentioned in the official document. These percentages are not there in the official document, so we will not mention them. Okay. Next. Next. Mostly wait, right? Currency composition. write currency composition semicolon. If you remember, I made you write this. Can you tell me the data from there? Currency composition. US dollar is around 54%. Then Indian rupee. So this is dollar. This is dollar 54%. Indian rupees around 30%. Then we have Japanese yen. Then we have Japanese yen. Then we have HDR. Then we have HDR. So what I'm saying, if we have taken the loan of 100 rupees, let's say, out of that 100 rupees, 54 rupees were taken in form of dollars. 30 rupees were taken as rupees only from other countries. They have some rupees stored with them out of some transactions done in the past. Japanese yen is third, and then we have HDR. HDR is something which we have done in the static portion of economy. Again, this I will repeat in the bodies when I will be covering the IMF. So need not to worry. Okay. As of now, you can write this. Those who don't know can search about this. Don't worry. See, I cannot make khichdi right now, है ना? वरना mess हो जाएगा. If I am explaining the HDR again within this, useless है. Next is external commercial borrowings. External commercial borrowings. Please write. Please write. Refers to commercial loans. Refers to commercial loans by eligible entities with minimum average maturity of 3 years. With minimum average maturity of 3 years. Next point you write. All entities and underline all entities, all permitted entities. When I say all entities, all permitted entities can raise ECBs up to $750 million. See on the board I've written $750 million. $750 million per year. This is per year, underline year. Through automatic route. I'm not telling you much. I'm giving a statement now. Indian entities are permitted to borrow only $750 million in any circumstances. It is under automatic route. Otherwise, there is a higher limit which we should not be concerned about. Under automatic route, it is $750 million. Up on the board. See, earlier 1 year or I think 2 years ago, what used to happen, there was some sectoral limits. The things were not this homogeneous. It was, let's say, 300 million for some sector, 400 million for some sector, let's say 600 million for some sector, maybe 1000 million for some sector. Right now that sector wise limit have been removed. So if you find some statement having that, ECBs are having sector wise limit, that is false now. So please write in bracket, no sector wise limits, or instead of no, please write sector wise limits and end use restrictions. Sector wise limits and AND end and END end के बाद दूसरा end, ठीक है, एंड पहला वाला एंड है AND, दूसरा वाला एंड है END. कैसे प्रोनाउंस करना है तुम देख लो, ठीक है. एंड use restrictions, end use restrictions, and end use restrictions ठीक है. अब जो लिखना है तो लिख ले, मैं बाद में सही कर लूंगा. And end use restrictions have been removed now. Underline the word removed. This is important statement, ठीक है. Earlier there used to be end use restriction that you can use this, you purchase the machinery only. Now it has been removed. You can use it for whatever purpose you want to use. Salaries देनी है दे दो, raw material खरीदना है खरीद लो, whatever you want to do you do. End use restrictions have been removed now. Move now. Please write last. As per RBI, all entities like corporates and NBFCs, as per RBI, all entities like corporates, NBFC, etc. All entities like corporates, NBFCs, etc. except LLP. Except in capital you will write LLP, Limited Liability Partnership. So it is a type of firm, midway between company and a firm. ठीक है, midway between a corporate and a firm. Limited Liability Partnership. क्या लिखा दिखाइए. As per RBI, all entities like corporates, NBFC, etc. Except limited liability partnership are allowed to raise ECBs. Dividing foreign exchange reserves. Now see in this external debt, or external debt, this I have skipped. Non-financial corporates except the central bank then held the highest share, followed by deposit taking corporates, then general government. Okay, what you will do, you will just make the in the level 3 from the book. Then we have external commercial borrowings, this we have covered. Okay, different institutions keep on taking the ECBs, right? So this is some of the what I can say, advanced financial crisis raises this ECB. Fine, we have seen what is our ECBs. Then please write foreign exchange reserve. Foreign exchange reserves. What is the current value of the foreign exchange reserves? This is important. What is the current value in terms of $1 billion? it is around $700 billion. ठीक है, it has crossed the mark of 700 for the first time. It is $700 billion. Please write, please write 700 billion, and it is more than 700. It is sometimes 701, 702, 700 billion. Then you write composition, that how we hold it, composition of this reserve. तो सबसे ज्यादा we have foreign currency assets. Foreign currency assets. I will explain first. You write. Then we have gold or gold reserves. Then we have HDR, special drawing rights. And then we have reserve position, IMF reserve position. I mentioned it, but I have not explained you that reverse tranche. Are they? Please write IMF reserve position. We will see both of them later. Abhi likh lo bas. On the board. If you remember my statica class, I told you when I talk about the forex, what is the reserves, generally there are some hard currencies like US dollar, maybe euro, pound, Australian dollar, yen of Japan, then एक और था शायद, gold reserve is fine, HDR is fine, then we have this reverse tranche position. I think in this currency, if you can see your notes, हाँ Chinese की थी, yuan था, ठीक है. So there is one more which is yuan of China, ठीक है. So what I'm mentioning here, that when I talk about the composition, the foreign currency assets, all these 6, they are the highest. Then we have gold reserves, then we have HDR, then we have IMF का reverse tranche. What is this reverse transposition? This we will see later. Reserve transposition. I will give a very good example to explain the difference between the HDR and reverse transposition. ठीक है, अभी बस लिख लो, दोनों IMF की करेंसी हैं, kind of. Then you write India's rank in forex reserves. क्या है? I mentioned it. 4th. In bracket you can write the order also. Who is having the highest? I told you this in the static. China. Other I told you the story between the China and US. What is the major or the big issue? Trump क्यों पीछे पड़ा है चाइना के? Because of these reserves, which are mostly in dollars, है ना? And the moment China decides to infuse it, हो गया काम US का. So that is why US wants China to release it time to time. China. Then we have Japan. Then we have Switzerland. Then we have India, and then we have Russia. China, Japan, Switzerland, India, Russia. Please write import cover. What is the import cover? Around 11 months. For those who don't know import cover simply means that if new foreign currency is not coming in the country, for how many months I can bring the imports by paying whatever reserves I have. So I have the dollars, I have the gold. For how many months I can serve the imports of this country if I am not having any dollar or maybe any currency coming within the country. Import cover. Okay? Import cover is of 11 months. Then you write one more important. Acha. Wait. In external debt na, in external debt, write the value. External debt, external debt, like here you have written na 700, what I can say, the billion dollars. In external debt, please write there, कहाँ गया, इधर, please write here, maybe ऊपर करा के ब्रैकेट में लिखिए $747 billion or billion dollar, $747 billion. Which is higher? Foreign currency is higher, or this foreign reserve is higher, or external debt is higher? External debt. So if you will see the stats now, right now around 93% of external debt can be served by using forex. By using forex. So forex reserves. Debt we have of $747 billion. Forex reserves we have of $700 billion. So this is saying that approximately 93% of external debt right now we can serve with whatever we have in the reserves. And I told you in the class, this is a very good position of India. We are in a very good position that whatsoever external debt we have right now, we can pay all it off by using the forex reserves we are holding. Almost all it off. 93%, up to 93%. Again, I am mentioning for those who are new in my classes or sessions, whatever we are doing in the class, whatever numbers I am writing on the board, in the format I am writing on the board, in the way I am explaining to you, is important to solve the questions. Is important to solve the questions. ठीक है? So do not take them lightly कि ठीक है 93% बताया था क्या ही हो गया, है ना? वो एग्जाम में हो जाएगा. ठीक है? So I told you external debt is 747 billion, forex reserves is 700 billion. 93% of the external debt we can serve from the forex reserves. Sorted. ठीक है. Now you write about the FDI. Foreign direct investment, FDI. Foreign direct investment, FDI. Foreign direct investment. Please write. Whatever is static we have already done, है ना? I think we have covered the dynamic also in the, I think FDI में कराया था मैंने state wise rank and all those things in FDI. नहीं? Please write. State wise rank. Which state is getting the highest FDI? Very good. Ab see, whatever rankings we are starting from now on the board, please, on the board. Abhi tak whatever rankings we did, again I am mentioning, in this I want you to remember even Japan, Germany. UPSC can make the question. It did with one of the statements in with Bangladesh. Okay, so it can do. You should know the orders also, ranks also. This is level 1, level 2 right now. What we will do from now, your level 1 and level 2 will be nothing but the India's rank and the number 1. Whosoever is the country which is number 1, you should be concerned about it, and whatsoever is the India's rank, you should be concerned about it. Okay, so that is nothing but the level 2 and level 1 ka information for us. Beyond number 1 country, the other countries, even if you want to escape, you escape. If you want to remember, you remember as level 3. Rest I will explain with the topics. So please write. Highest is Maharashtra, then you write Karnataka, then we have Gujarat. So what I'm saying, this is something which you should remember as a level 2. If you want to remember, you can remember Karnataka and Gujarat also, and if the things are heavy, you can skip them, no issues. At least महाराष्ट्र पता होना चाहिए कि महाराष्ट्र is the number one in terms of FDI, where the FDI is going within the nation. Then you write investing countries, or the countries which are investing in India, which is the highest? Singapore. So as of now, this everyone should know that Singapore is the country which is investing highest in India. Singapore is the country which is investing highest in India. Investing countries in India. If you want more clarity, you can write in India. Singapore. Then you write Mauritius. And the story of Mauritius I have explained you in the economy. Why Mauritius? Tax haven. Very good. Okay. Singapore, Mauritius, and then we have US. These both are nothing but dummy. Although they are highest, but these are nothing but the tax havens. US is something which is prominent. So Singapore is first. Okay. Now you write sectors receiving FDI. Sectors receiving FDI. Sectors receiving FDI. Please write. The sector which is receiving the highest FDI is services sector. So this you should know now. Services sector. Number 1 पता होना चाहिए. Then you write computer software and hardware. Computer software and hardware. Then you write trading. And then you write telecommunication. Someone was asking me in the break, sir, do we have the MCQ today? So I told you in my previous classes also, SAMADHAAN are pure lectures. The MCQ wala concept is in the static wala portion. है ना? For those subjects जिसके भी MCQ बचे हैं, we will call you for let's say 3 hours, 4 hours. We will conduct all of them together. Make sense? अब in SAMADHAAN end तक we will have the class. We don't have the MCQ concept in SAMADHAAN. So sectors receiving FDI. Then give a heading. Give a heading. Right, India's external trade. This I made you write also, but ठीक है, वापस से लिख लेते हैं. India FDI is done. India's external trade. India's external trade. Please write exports. First is for exports. What percent of global share we have? Open your notes. I think it was lecture 1 last second page if I'm not wrong. Lecture 1 of my economy class. Lecture 1 economy class. लेक्चर 1 में है, किसमें है? टॉपिक 3. ओके, लेक्चर 1 और 2 इसमें नहीं है यार. फिर अच्छा, आपने पीछे कराया क्या? इसमें नहीं है. बेटा कोई दे दो जिसके पास है, इसमें नहीं है। ठीक है, आई नो द पेज वॉज मिसिंग आई थिंक, या मेरे को मिला नहीं। एक्सपोर्ट इज 2.4% ऑफ वर्ल्ड शेयर, 2.4% ऑफ वर्ल्ड शेयर। दिस यू विल राइट अगेन, वापस लिखेंगे यहाँ पे 2.4% ऑफ वर्ल्ड शेयर। आउट ऑफ दिस गुड्स में व्हाट इज द परसेंट ऑफ वर्ल्ड शेयर? वेरी गुड, गुड्स में वी हैव 1.8% ऑफ वर्ल्ड शेयर, सर्विसेज में वी हैव 4.3% ऑफ वर्ल्ड शेयर, and in population what is the world share? 17 to 18%. So in population we have the share of 18%, but when it comes to the exports we have just 2.4% ka share. That is how we compare the stats, right? In goods we are only having 1.8%, and services we are having only 4.3%. Now next you write goods, top export commodity, top export commodity. This is engineering goods. Then we have petroleum products, engineering goods, then we have petroleum products, then we have electronic goods, electronic goods, then we have drugs and pharma, drugs and pharma, drugs and pharma, then we have gems and jewels, and lastly we have chemicals. All of them are important, but you please try to at least remember the first, engineering, है ना? Engineering goods, petroleum products, electronic goods, drugs and pharma, gems and jewels, chemicals, chemical. Then write top imports. Logically speaking, what will be the top import? Crude oil. Top imports, please write crude oil and petroleum products, and petroleum products, crude oil and petroleum products. Then gold and precious metal. गोल्ड एंड, किसी इंजीनियर का है क्या मेरे हाथ में? तुम इंजीनियर हो? इंजीनियर हो ना? गोल्ड एंड प्रीशियस, उसने गोल्ड को गोल्ड लिखा ही नहीं है, उसने पीरियोडिक टेबल से एयू उठाया वो लिखा है। गोल्ड एंड, मैं कंफ्यूज हो गया, जल्दी क्लिक नहीं किया, फिर बाद में क्लिक किया, हाँ ठीक है। गोल्ड एंड प्रीशियस मेटल। देन यू राइट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गुड्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गुड्स, ठीक है। In the same row you will write about the services. Now services, top export services, top export sub services. Logically speaking, I think this you can comprehend. This is computer, IT and hardware. Please write computer services. I'm not writing on the board now. Please write computer services. In bracket you write IT and hardware. In bracket you write IT and IT or software. Sorry, yaar. IT or software. Then you write after this business and professional services. Business and professional services. After this transport. transport. Then you write top imports. Top imports. Please write transport. Transport. So whatever we are, let's say, bringing from the outside countries, importing, we are giving a service fee of transport. So that is nothing but transport, freight charges. Then you write travel. Travel. In bracket you can write education and tourism. Let's say foreigners are coming into India for tourism, so travel. Education and tourism. Then you write, next you write please, business and IT. Business and IT. Now we will see about the countries that इंडिया का टॉप एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशन कौन सा है, इंपोर्टिंग कंट्री कौन सी है हाईएस्ट, ठीक है, वो सारी चीजें. कंट्रीज फर्स्ट राइट टॉप एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशंस. टॉप एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशंस. Which is the country? US. Now this is something which you cannot ignore. Whatever I am double underlining is something which you cannot ignore. USA. So right now our highest exports are to USA. Then you write UAE. अरे इसलिए तो वो टैरिफ लगाता रहता है इसकी वजह से, क्योंकि वी आर ट्रेड सरप्लस विद देम, है ना, विद चाइना एंड विद अदर कंट्रीज आर ट्रेड डेफिसिट. यूएस के साथ वी आर ट्रेड सरप्लस, ठीक है. सो यूएस, देन यूएई, देन यू राइट नेदरलैंड. नेदरलैंड. देन चाइना. चाइना. देन सिंगापुर. सिंगापुर. अरे वापस लिख लेना प्लीज, है ना, अगर है तब भी लिख लो, मानो लिख लो. टॉप इंपोर्टिंग कंट्रीज. टॉप इंपोर्टिंग कंट्रीज. टॉप इंपोर्टिंग मतलब फ्रॉम वेयर वी आर इंपोर्टिंग हाईएस्ट. किस कंट्री से हाईएस्ट इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं? चाइना. वेरी गुड. Most of the toys, electronics and all the other items, even your 70, see, we are the pharmacy of the world. Despite of being the pharmacy of the world, the active pharmaceutical ingredients which is required to make those drugs, 70 to 80% of them we are importing from China. ठीक है. So China. Then you write Russia. Then UAE. Then US. UAE, US. Then you write one more here only, right? Trade surplus. Trade surplus countries. Trade surplus countries. सबसे ज्यादा ट्रेड सरप्लस किससे ज्यादा है हमारा? वेरी गुड, यूएस. राइट नाउ वी आर हैविंग द हाईएस्ट ट्रेड सरप्लस विद यूएस. देन यू राइट फर्दर, प्लीज राइट यूएस के बाद बांग्लादेश, नेदरलैंड, देन यूके. एंड प्लीज अंडरलाइन यूके, डबल अंडरलाइन. यूके ऑल्सो यू हैव टू रिमेंबर फॉर योर ईयर. फॉर योर ईयर यू हैव टू रिमेंबर द यूके. ठीक है. Wherever it is mentioned, please remember the UK. And I will tell you the reason in IR. I will, let's not make the thing complex. Next you write trade deficit countries. Trade deficit countries. Highest trade deficit is with China. China के बाद Russia. Then we have Saudi Arabia. So please write trade deficit countries. First is China. China. Then you write Russia. Then you write Saudi Arabia for the simple simple reason of crude oil. Okay, Saudi Arabia, Russia. ठीक है. So now we will be starting with the metals and minerals. Now we will be starting with the metals and minerals. A suggestion to you, what you can do, you can give, let's say, 20% or 25% of the blank space in your copy, so that if you find some more stats which are important from India's general perspective, you edit there only. थोड़ा सा space खाली छोड़ के, then give the heading economy, stats, metals and minerals, metals and minerals. First is steel, metals and minerals. ऑनलाइन कोई दिक्कत? डन. चलो, अब one thing I want to share with you. When I talk about this metals, minerals, crops, on the board please. When I talk about this metals, minerals, crops, there are two dimensions which are there. Two dimensions which are there. First dimension is of economy, where you generally focus upon the stats. Second dimension is of geography. For example, if it is a mineral or metal, you talk about the ores. Okay, you talk about the ore. For example, aluminium. What is the name of the ore? Bauxite ore. Okay, you talk about the ore. When we talk about the this crops, you talk about the growing conditions. What is the temperature? What is the humidity? What is the height? And all those things. Okay. What I'm saying, whatever are the tools important from the geography perspective. Let's say in metals, you should know about the, maybe you should, I will not use the word should, you may know about whether they are malleable or not, whether they are ductile, all those properties of metal. Okay. This geography wala perspective, this you have to do on your own. This you have to do on your own for all the metals and all the crops in use. I have a help for you. The help is, whenever I will be dropping this handout, for example, let's say steel, or let me show you some good example. See this, tobacco. So whatsoever is important from the this geography point of view or the history point of view, introduced by Portuguese. Drought tolerant, hardy, short duration tropical and subtropical crop. Majorly cultivated species are these two, indigenous to South America. Then the growing condition, annual rainfall around 100 centimeter, temperature 16 to 35 centimeter, well drained sandy loam soils. This part of information I have dropped in your SAMADHAAN. Okay. Right now we are compiling the SAMADHAAN as a the magazine. 28 February tak it will be out. This extra information. Ab understand one thing. I am dropping this information in level 3. Why in level 3? Because for all the crops you may not know the geographical and maybe the all those the properties. But once your geography classes are over with Kuldeep sir, you will be able to guess them. यार इतना होना चाहिए, ऐसा होना चाहिए, वैसा होना चाहिए. You need not to rectify them. You have to understand the geography. Then you maybe on the basis of the type of the crop, you can guess the the condition, geographical condition. As of now, we will drop this at especially this geographical condition into level 3. Okay. When you're doing your SAMADHAAN, do it from the SAMADHAAN itself. Does that make sense? Okay. जनरली मेरे को आज तक याद नहीं हुई है. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट मी. मेरे को तो बहुत चीजें याद नहीं रहती, बट ठीक है. इज समथिंग विच आई डोंट रिमेंबर, होती ही नहीं है. आई हैव सम लॉजिक्स विद विच आई कैन सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम्स, एंड लॉजिक्स आर डेवलप्ड बेस्ड अपॉन द concepts which I read in the geography. So when you're doing the classes, focus on the concepts, है ना. क्योंकि ये रट नहीं सकते आप. समझिए, कितनी क्रॉप के कितने टेम्परेचर, क्या ह्यूमिडिटी, क्या एरियाज, यू कैन नॉट रेक्टिफाई, क्या सॉइल. यू हैव टू सी द पैटर्न, दैट इज हाउ यू हैव टू सॉल्व द क्वेश्चंस, है ना. चलो, nevertheless, let's come back to this. Steel, please write. Steel, please write. State wise, state wise, which state in India is having the highest production of steel? Odisha. So this I want you to remember at least, Odisha. Then we have Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh. Then we have Jharkhand. Then we have Jharkhand. If I talk about India, India is, please write, second largest producer. Second largest producer. Who is the largest? China. In bracket you can write China equals to first. So you should now know both. You have to remember China also, you have to remember India second rank also. दोनों आपको याद होने चाहिए, ठीक है. Then apart from second largest producer, India is third largest consumer. Third largest consumer. And when I say consumption, the pattern is China, then we have US, then we have India. China, US, India. Government target. Government target. 500 million tons. 500 million tons of steel production by 2034. By 2034. Make a stick mark and just write the name. Just write the name. I am dictating. I will not write it on the board. Please write. या ऐसे लिखिए आप, DMI and SP policy 2025. DMI SP policy 2025 and SP policy 2025. Semicolon. Semicolon. Please write. By Ministry of Steel, by Ministry of Steel plus या comma plus या comma for domestically manufactured iron and steel products. For domestically manufactured iron and steel products. Now Abba, you will make a box. I don't have a body, but I have a scheme for you. I told you na, you will make a center box like this. Please write. Green steel taxonomy. Green steel taxonomy. Please write. 2024, comma. So whenever I am writing this, this is nothing but the year of launch. 2024, comma. Ministry of Steel. Ministry of Steel. Important is not this, not this. You can always figure out. Yeah, Ministry of Steel hogi. Important is this, the aim of this. Please write. Aim to decarbonize. Aim to decarbonize. Decarbonize steel production. Aim to decarbonize steel production with net zero emission intensity. Net zero emission intensity by 2070. Please read this. I'm giving you some time. Please read this. What I made you write. बाबा cool. समझ में आ गया ना क्या लिखा आपने अभी? ठीक है. Cool. First we'll write the state. So state wise, what is the production ranking. ठीक है. Which state has the highest production? Jharkhand. Very good. Jharkhand. Then write Odisha. Then you write Chhattisgarh. पूरा लिखवाते हैं तुम लोग यार. छत्तीसगढ़. अरे 36 in Hindi is 36. Those who don't know. Chhattisgarh. Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh. Then you write India. It is second largest producer. Who will be the highest? China is highest. We have China, then we have India, then we have US. You have to remember China also. मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता, ये फैक्ट है. I can just make them what I can say, easy for you, nothing else. That is it. Then India has second largest consumer. Highest is China. So China, then India. That is it. Then you write one more important stat. Fifth largest reserves. And don't confuse between first and the third stat. Fifth largest reserves. Just give me 10 seconds on the board. those who are weak, I mean, with the conceptual apart from on this point, like on this topic. Generally, when I talk about the production and when I talk about the reserves, if something is available within the country, maybe underground, that is nothing but the reserve. But if I'm able to produce it, if I'm able to extract it by using the technology, that is nothing but the production. I'm able to extract it. So reserves के मामले में India is the 5th largest. Please write the global ranking then. Highest reserves are in USA. Underline. Highest is in USA, Russia, China, Australia. Then we have India. USA, Russia, China, Australia, India. Others you can ignore. टेंशन मत लो, इतना सिर पे जोर डालना ही नहीं है. सिर्फ यूएस याद रखो, इंडिया याद रखो. अभी ये हो गया तो हो गया, नहीं तो छोड़ो. ठीक है. This is level 3. Again I am telling whatever we are writing after this is level 3. Either you should know the first or you should know the Indias. Rest is level 3. Then please write. Please write some important stats related to economy. Although I will explain you the major minerals, minor minerals with the act in polity. As of now, is this major mineral or minor mineral? Major. Please write major mineral. This is major mineral. Major mineral, comma, responsible for 50% of power generation. India's power generation I am talking, है ना? 50% of India's power generation. Thermal power plant responsible for 50% of. Sorry, can you search it right now? आप एक बार देख लीजिए. Around 50 है, 50 से कम हो गया था. We have achieved less than 50. But right now, what is the percentage? It is below 50. 41. So you can change and write around 41%. So this was a landmark. This was a target that we have to bring it below 50, and we have achieved it. So it is 41. He is saying. ठीक है. Then you write. I am writing the name on board. Namchik, Namphuk, Namphuk, coal block. Here you will write next point, Namchik, Namphuk, coal block, semicolon. कहाँ है ये? Which state? Namchik, Namphuk. यार ये तो एनसीईआरटी में है. एनसीईआरटी वाली चीज नहीं यार तुम लोगों को यार. अरुणाचल प्रदेश, कॉमा, फर्स्ट कॉमर्शियल कोल माइन inaugurated in 2025. अब in infrastructure we will deal with this again. Infrastructure energy. That what do we mean by commercial coal mine? So write this as the homework. Homework में लिखिए commercial coal mines. क्या होता है commercial coal mine? Coal mine and commercial coal mine. What is the difference? Write this as the homework. Again we will deal this in the economy infrastructure. Commercial coal mine. Okay. Then see, please on the board. For example, if I'm talking about coal, there are types of coal, anthracite and all those things. ठीक है, bituminous, lignite. I will drop that in the SAMADHAAN. You read that in the SAMADHAAN, है ना? Done. ठीक है. चलो. Next you write copper. copper, please write. States. Which state is having the largest production of copper? Rajasthan. Please write. Rajasthan. In bracket you write more than 50%. More than 50%. Then we have MP. Then we have Jharkhand. Then we have MP. Then we have Jharkhand. यार रुको ना, इसमें शायद वेट 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 वेट, इसमें मैंने कुछ गलती किया है. वेट 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 वेट, एक मिनट दो बस, है ना, एक मिनट. आई एम जस्ट कंफ्यूज बिटवीन द रिजर्व्स एंड द प्रोडक्शन. नहीं नहीं नहीं, वॉट एवर वी रोट आई थिंक इट इज फॉर द रिजर्व्स. कैन एनीवन कंफर्म प्रोडक्शन में एमपी है, राजस्थान है? एमपी है तो ये रिजर्व्स है. फिर स्टेट वाइज इन रिजर्व्स, in reserves it is Rajasthan. Rajasthan is having more than 50% reserves. Then we have MP. Then we have Jharkhand. Then you write state wise this production. State wise, here and here we have written the production only. Okay, here state wise production. Please write MP. Production में highest is MP, around 60%. Then we have Rajasthan. Then we have Jharkhand. Please write. Make an arrow like this and write India's domestic copper production is declining. India's domestic copper production is declining. Then one more point important है. India produce 2%. 2%. India produce, beta, India produce 2% of world's copper. India produce 2% of world's copper. Huh? Very heavily. Then we write production, this global producers. Global producers. Who is the highest? Chile. Chile. Then we have DRC. Congo. DRC. Democratic Republic of Congo. Then we have Peru. And then we have China. And then we have China. इंडिया की रैंक कोई सर्च करेगा एक बार? इंडियाज रैंक इन ग्लोबल कॉपर प्रोडक्शन. सॉरी 1330. ठीक है. So India is not in the list. Let's forget. ठीक है. You have to remember this country, Chile. Then you write last state from here. World's largest copper deposit. World's largest copper deposit. I mean the mine. It is Escondida mine in Chile. And I am telling you why I am making you write this. Escondida mine, Chile. Escondida mine, Chile. Up, see on the board, on the board, on the board, on the board. Copper was in news because recently world's top 10 की एक और copper mine has been discovered in Argentina, and the name of that mine is Filo de Sol. Is the name of this mine. This is among the top 10 copper mines in terms of reserves. This has been discovered recently, so we should know that which is the mine which has the largest reserves of copper, and hence I made you write Escondida mine in Chile. Okay, so we are covering everything which is peripheral. Now the name of these mines, this I will drop in the समाधान in the context. ठीक है, done. एक बार ये और पढ़ लो. India is investing in, just read this, India is investing in copper rich regions like Namibia, Chile and DRC to meet its import demand. In March 2025, India secured a 9,000 square kilometer block in Namibia to explore copper and cobalt. So we are having the relations and what I can say the blocks in these countries done for the copper, because we are just making 2% of the world's copper, so we are import dependent on copper, heavily import dependent on the copper. So next you write aluminium. Acha, copper was important for one more reason. If you will see this, copper was important for one more reason in the news. The vision documents for two main metals are released by the government. Those are aluminium and copper. So one context I told you, mine has been discovered in Argentina. Second context is vision documents have been released by the government for two what I can say the metals, copper and aluminium. So we will see the aluminium now. We'll see the aluminium now. Aluminium. Please write. Most abundant metal. Most abundant metal in earth crust. In earth crust. If I now frame a statement in front of you, most abundant metal on the earth is iron. Yeah, in the earth is iron. True or false? True. In crust, aluminium is the most abundant. But if you might have read about the earth's ore, iron is predominant there. So when I talk about the ore has majorly iron. So when I talk about the earth, comparatively in the entire earth, this is a part of Kuldeep, he will take. वो देखेगा. So what I'm saying, when I talk about the earth, in earth, iron is the most abundant. In crust, aluminium is the most abundant. Does that make sense? Chaliye, please. Next you write. क्या कर रहे थे यार? ठीक है. Please write state wise. State wise ranking I am writing now. Highest is Odisha. Very good. Odisha, 41% of the aluminium. Then write Chhattisgarh. No, second is Chhattisgarh. Third is Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh and Chhattisgarh have served the places this year only. This is production. Reserves generally I will not go into. I will talk about the production. Now we are talking about the economy. I am not talking about geography as of now. Majorly I will be dealing with the production. Odisha, then we have Chhattisgarh, then we have Andhra Pradesh. Then you write production Odisha, ये वाले ना अभी रोक लो, सिर्फ उड़ीसा लिख दो बस, बहुत है। बाकी वाले अभी ठीक है, कट्टा मत मारना, रुक जाओ, रोक दो बस, मैं एक बार बस क्रॉस चेक कर लूंगा। सेकेंडली राइट, ग्लोबली ग्लोबल प्रोडक्शन, ग्लोबल प्रोडक्शन हाईएस्ट इज चाइना, highest is China, then India is second, India is second in terms of aluminium, India is second in terms of aluminium. ठीक है, now you write another metal, silver. Now I hope you know why this was in news, because of the volatility. ठीक है, please write, थोड़ा ढंग से कर लेना सिल्वर को इस साल, सिल्वर एंड गोल्ड प्लीज प्रिपेयर देम क्वाइट गुड. ओके, प्लीज राइट सिल्वर. प्लीज राइट, इंडिया हैज, अंडरलाइन करना इन कैपिटल, नो नो स्टैंड अलोन सिल्वर डिपॉजिट्स, नो स्टैंड अलोन सिल्वर डिपॉजिट. सौरभ क्या है, गया समोसे का, पूछो कब आ रहे. इंडिया हैज नो स्टैंड अलोन सिल्वर डिपॉजिट. नाउ प्लीज डोंट टेक दिस एज द एक्सट्रीम स्टेटमेंट, आई हैव मेड यू राइट. ठीक है, कॉमा कॉमा mainly recovered as, mainly recovered as byproduct of lead comma lead, or lead, whatever you want to write, lead lead comma lead comma, अच्छा तो मुझे जिंक comma copper and gold ores, and gold ores. I can frame a question now, very very beautiful question. Which of the following ores may give you the silver? The ores are zinc, lead, copper, gold, all of them. ठीक है, चलिए नेक्स्ट यू राइट, नेक्स्ट यू राइट स्टेट्स, स्टेट्स और स्टेट वाइज. प्लीज राइट राजस्थान, so this is in production, state wise production, right? Rajasthan, then Andhra Pradesh, then we have Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, then we have Telangana. Then I want you to know some prominent what I can say, you know, this areas or mines in Rajasthan. Also the mines will not be directly of silver, there will be other mines where we are extracting the silver. Please write the names of mines. Please write K3, K3, Zawar, Zawar, Rampura, Agucha, Agucha, Rampura, Agucha, Agucha. So these are name of the mines. ठीक है, खेतरी, जावर, रामपुरा, अगुचा. Then please write India 1%, 1% of global silver reserves, of global silver reserves. Of global silver reserves. uh इसमें just make a sub arrow and write 86% of reserve is in Rajasthan. 86% of reserves, silver reserves, are in Rajasthan. Then you write global production. Global production. The country with the highest production, you should know this year, please. ना, मेक्सिको. इस साल आपको पता होना चाहिए, मेक्सिको. Then we have China, and then we have Peru. In bracket you can write India is not in top 10. India is not in top 10. India not in top 10. Done. चलो बहुत है. Next is okay. Now we are starting a potato and now we are starting a food and non-food crops. Before that, I am giving you 10 minutes. Whatever you want to do, you do. Come back sharp and let me tell you, please come back on time. है ना? हाँ. गोल्ड अभी बाद में, रुक जाओ, मेरे ऊपर छोड़ दो गोल्ड को. क्या? हाँ ये हम्म हम्म. क्या डाल दो अभी। ओहो। हम्म। हेलो 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 हेलो। चलो कोई बात नहीं, स्टार्ट। ऑन द बोर्ड नाउ। पोटैटो। पोटैटो यार। चलो स्टार्ट करो जल्दी फटाफट। हो गया तुम्हारा, आ जाओ भाई। So we are done with the metals and minerals. One important metal we have left. I have left जान के gold. ठीक है, gold I have left. I will tell you why. Let me do the IR. Next is potato. So it has been used for many reasons, right? So India has recently approved the South Asia unit of International Potato Center. What you have done at Agra, we have approved the local center of International Potato Center. Then all of these are same thing, right? So the majority, the new news is around the International Potato Center, but we will see about the potato also, right? First you write about the state. Which state is having the largest production of potato? UP. Please do. UP. Then we have West Bengal. Then we have Bihar. UP, West Bengal, Bihar. Then globally, India, globally India is second largest producer. Second largest producer. Who is the highest? China. China. Then we have India. Then in terms of consumption, we are the second largest consumer. Second largest consumer. Who is the highest? Again China. China. Then we have India. Then we have India. What you have to do is you have to cover in box International Potato Center. International Potato Center. So I told you just now that India has approved the regional center of International Potato Center at Agra. है ना? We will see more about now International Potato Center. Please write founded in, or you can directly write 1971. 1971. Headquarter at very good, Lima, Peru. Headquarter at Lima, Peru. Then you write research institution in Peru. Research institution focusing upon, so this is a research institution focusing upon potato, comma sweet potato, comma sweet potato, and tuber crops. This Kuldeep sir will deal in the geography. Tuber crops. Then you write tuber, Tuber. There are certain types of crops, tuber crops, ground ke niche. Kuldeep sir will take care, don't worry. Then you write it operates in countries of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Okay. So we are done with potato. Again, I am telling you, India has approved the regional center of this at Agra. If you want to write, you can write it somewhere. Otherwise, it's fine. UPSC इतना नहीं पूछेगा. इंडिया में कहाँ? ये सब नहीं पूछेगा. UPPCS में आया था. ठीक है. अब ठीक है यार, जो भी है. UPSC नहीं करेगा. Don't worry. Then you write next. Turmeric. So state-wise production we are seeing, which is having the largest production of turmeric. Maharashtra. Please write Maharashtra. Then you write Telangana. Maharashtra. Then you write Telangana. Then Andhra Pradesh, and then Odisha. Andhra Pradesh, and then you write Odisha. Then globally, India Please write largest producer, then you write largest consumer, and then you write largest exporter. This was asked by UPSC in 2025 as it is. Huh? Okay. Then you write इधर producer में you can write India, then we have China. India, then we have China, then we have Myanmar. India, China, and we have Myanmar. India, China, Myanmar. Then make a box. And write National Turmeric Board. Turmeric Board. टर्मरिक मतलब हल्दी, हल्दी, ठीक है, टर्मरिक बोर्ड. प्लीज राइट established in 2025. This is very recent, and that is why the UPSC asked question on this. 2025. This is non-statutory body. Non-statutory body. Now write the nodal ministry. Which is the nodal ministry? Very good. Nodal ministry is Ministry of Commerce, or you can simply write under Ministry of Commerce. Under Ministry of Commerce. Then you write headquarter कहाँ है? तेलंगाना. Please write Nizamabad, Telangana. Nizamabad, Telangana. Then you write chairperson appointed by central government. Chairperson. Chairperson appointed by central government. Appointed by central government. See, when you are seeing any body, you should know the year of establishment. You should know whether it is executive body, statutory body, non-statutory body, all those things. Then you should know the headquarter, nodal ministry, aim. What will the aim of turmeric board? Research related to turmeric only. That's what turmeric board will do, right? Research and all those things related to turmeric. And then we should have the, if prominent body is there, we should have key chairperson who is appointing the chairperson of that body. Okay? Central government. Then 30 right, coconut. Mark it 1 or 2 star, coconut. Mark it 1 or 2 star. See, it has been in budget, and there is was the news upon the coconut development board. Okay? So it has been in news, especially after the budget. That budget has released some coconut promotion scheme. UPSC will not ask you about this scheme. Let me tell you very frankly. Whenever new scheme is announced in budget, UPSC generally do not make the question on that scheme. But what UPSC will do? UPSC will frame a peripheral question on that topic. That okay, we are talking about coconut here. We'll frame a question on coconut. Okay? So maybe you should have some, what I can say, for example, wait. Okay. So it is tropical fruit and a major plantation crop. Family is this. Only living species of genus cocoa. Is distinct because it contains clear liquid water rich in potassium. So right in coconut, the coconut water it is known as a very good hydration ka liquid because of the potassium and the other minerals available in that. Okay? Growing condition, Daily temperature should be this, less than 12 to 13 degree, rainfall above 1000 mm or 100 centimeter. ठीक है. अब what I'm saying, this is something which even if I make you write ना, exam में याद आ जाए, let's say you are able to remember, do not solve the paper. So you will skip this information. You will see this information in the level 3. So I will give you that in the Samadhan. Right now, please write states. Right now, please write states. States. Please write. Which state is having the highest production? Very good. Karnataka. So Karnataka. Then you write Tamil Nadu. Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and then you write Andhra Pradesh. हो पाए तो इसकी चारों स्टेट देख लेना. फॉर कोकोनट एंड सेकंड इज कॉटन. ठीक है. फॉर दीज टू थिंग्स आई वांट यू टू गो ऑल इन. ज्योग्राफी क्या, इकोनॉमी क्या, गो ऑल इन. कर्नाटका, तमिलनाडु, केरल, आंध्र प्रदेश. देन यू राइट प्रोडक्शन और ग्लोबल प्रोडक्शन. Global production. Who is the world leader? Indonesia. Then you have Philippines. And then you have very important country which is India. So India is the third largest producer of coconut. ठीक है. This you will remember. So you will remember at least two, Indonesia and India. Philippines याद रह गई तो कर लेना, वरना छोड़ देना. Okay. Consumption. Global consumption. India is first. So we are first in the consumption. अब ये क्या लेके घूम रहा है? सारी सुविधाएं उपलब्ध है. हाँ. Done. Now make a box. Make a box. And please write Coconut Development Board. Coconut Development Board. Coconut Development Board. 1981. Can anyone search on the over the internet whether it is statutory or not? Statutory or not? I think it is. एक बार देख लीजिए. Coconut Development Board statutory or not? It is, right? So comma you write statutory body. So this is made under the act, statutory body. So don't get confused कि board है तो statutory नहीं होगा, है ना? This is board. Despite of that, nomenclature, it is statutory. Then you write ministry. Which ministry? Ministry of Agriculture. Underline this, double underline this. This is not commerce. This is Ministry of Agriculture. Here it was Ministry of Commerce. Under Ministry of Agriculture. Then you write headquarter. Very good. Headquarter is in Kochi, Kerala. See, despite of Karnataka being the highest, what I can say, the producer, headquarter is in Kochi, Kerala. Generally, the headquarters are set up in those states which have the this highest production. Done. Generally. Okay. Kochi, Kerala. Then you write regional offices. Not important. लिख लो फिर भी. Regional offices. लिख लो, कोई बात नहीं. Bangalore. Since coconut है इसलिए लिख लेते हैं. Bangalore, comma Chennai, comma Guwahati, Bangalore, comma Chennai, comma Guwahati, and Patna, and Patna. क्या हुआ? पटना कैसे हो गया? है रीजनल ऑफिस तो है। जलवा है भाई। कुछ भी यार। Then you write next. T. You can mark this also 1 star. This also you can mark 1 star. Apart from cotton, coconut, tea. Oh, the main most important what I can say the news is not here. There is one more. See on the board, yaar. देख लो. International Tea Convention. It was recently held here. ठीक है? That is what the tea is quite important for us. The topic, है ना? International Tea Convention held in Kochi, Kerala. Headquarters यहाँ पे भी हैं. Sorry, ये तो कोकोनट का हेडक्वार्टर था. टी बोर्ड ऑफ इंडिया का हेडक्वार्टर. ठीक है. प्लीज राइट स्टेट वाइज राइट. हाईएस्ट कहाँ है? असम. Assam, around 50% production is in Assam only. Then we have West Bengal. Then we have Tamil Nadu. Then we have Kerala. Tamil Nadu. Then we have Kerala. Then globally, India. Right? India. Second largest producer. Second largest producer. Who is the largest? China, yeah. China. Highest is China. Then we have India. Then we have Kenya. Then you write second largest consumer. Second largest consumer. China, India, Kenya. Second largest consumer. Then you write third largest exporter. Third largest exporter. In these two, we don't need the top and all those rankings. It's fine. You just remember India is the second largest producer. China is the largest producer. Then India is the second largest consumer. And India is the third largest exporter. Done? Make a box and give a heading Tea Board of India. Tea Board of India. Tea Board of India. 1954. 1954, comma, statutory. This is statutory. आराम से दीजिए. Statutory. Then, what is the ministry? Very good. See, this was Ministry of Commerce. turmeric. Coconut was agriculture. This is again under Ministry of Commerce. Ministry of Commerce. Then right, हेडक्वार्टर कहाँ है? हेडक्वार्टर एट कोलकाता. Headquarter at Kolkata. Then you can write overseas offices. बाहर भी हैं भाई. Overseas offices at, ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट याद तो रहेगा नहीं, लिख लो लेकिन. Overseas offices at Moscow, दुबई, लंदन, न्यूयॉर्क एंड हैम्बर्ग. HAMBURG. अरे कोई बचा जिसको नहीं मिला? इसका मुंह चल रहा है, इसे कैसे नहीं मिला मुझे नहीं पता. इसका दे दो भाई. चलो 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 लिखो लिखो लिखो. ठीक है, प्लीज राइट. Please write. Has 31 members. Comma. Reconstituted. Has 31 members, comma. Reconstituted every 3 years. See, those 31 members are, some members are from the parliament, some members are from the tea producers, some members are from the this this, what I can say, the labor organizations. Then so 31 members are there from different organizations, including the MPs also, member of parliament also. Okay. Now you will make another box. एक और बॉक्स आप बनाएंगे टी में. You will make another box. Give a heading. India International Tea Convention 2025. India International Tea Convention 2025. Please write 8th edition, comma, held in Kochi, Kerala. 8th edition held in Kochi, Kerala. Organized by Tea Board of India. Organized by Tea Board of India. See, there is one more body. I'm reading it for you. The body's name is United Planters Association of Southern India. We shall not write this क्योंकि ये याद नहीं रहेगा. बस what you have written, organized by Tea Board of India. Just remember, और किसी के साथ भी है. ठीक है. Then you write, last you write theme. इसका थीम लिख लेते हैं यहीं पे. थीम innovating the tea ecosystem. Innovating the tea ecosystem for tomorrow. Done. Next you write tobacco. सिर्फ लिखना है. Please write tobacco. Tobacco. Write about the states. Which state is having the highest production? गुजरात. एक बार सर्च कर लो. I think it is Gujarat. Tobacco production. गुजरात. ठीक है. Please write Gujarat. Then you write Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh. UP. And then Karnataka. Andhra Pradesh, UP, and then Karnataka. Then write globally India. Globally India. Globally India. Second largest producer. Second largest producer. First is China. Please write China, India, then we have Brazil. China, India, then we have Brazil. Then write second largest consumer. हाँ फर्स्ट नहीं है, सेकंड है. सेकंड लार्जेस्ट कंज्यूमर. सेकंड लार्जेस्ट कंज्यूमर. फर्स्ट कौन है? यही है. अच्छा है. चाइना. देन राइट इंडिया. देन तीसरा कंट्री देखो यूएसए. ठीक है. देन राइट. अरे ठीक है यार, बुरा मतलब बुरा क्या मान रहे हो उसमें. देन राइट थर्ड लार्जेस्ट एक्सपोर्टर. थर्ड लार्जेस्ट exporter. Third largest exporter. First is China, then we have Brazil, then we have India. Third largest exporter. Then make one more streak mark and write Maldives. Maldives. Semicolon. Became first country to impose generational ban on tobacco. To impose generational ban. कहीं अलाउड नहीं है, कोई नहीं, कुछ नहीं, पूरा बैन, कंप्लीट बैन, जनरेशनल बैन ऑन टबैको. ठीक है. Maldives. Now you write a word. Write a word. This is wait. This is FCV, or please write flu cured Virginia. Flu cured Virginia. FCB. FCB. Flu cured Virginia. You remember UPSC asked Vex Texas Intermediate recently seen in news is related to or is a type of crude oil hai kya hai? Remember? If I'm not wrong, that was the question. What I'm saying, this is a type of tobacco for which this tobacco wala thing was in news. हाँ, FCB tobacco. ठीक है? So flu cured Virginia is a type of tobacco. Please write about this now. Please write about this. Flu cured Virginia. Please write about this. Variety of tobacco. Variety of tobacco, comma, high quality, comma, high quality, comma, used in cigarette manufacturing. Used in cigarette manufacturing. See what was the news article? This FCB on the board, please. This FCB variety of tobacco, the price at the global level surged. So whosoever was producing these, FCB variety of tobacco in India, they were able to get the good price from the exports. So whatever were their income, they were doubled, almost doubled, as per the Tobacco Board of India. With that, make a box and write Tobacco Board of India. Please make a Tobacco Board of India. Please write 1976, comma, statutory and non-statutory. Please write statutory body. 1976, comma, statutory. Then which ministry? Very good. Under Ministry of Commerce. Under Ministry of Commerce. हेडक्वार्टर, हाँ ये पता है, हेडक्वार्टर एट गुंटूर. गुंटूर, आंध्र प्रदेश. हेडक्वार्टर एट गुंटूर, आंध्र प्रदेश. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट यू राइट अबाउट, मेक अ बॉक्स. इधर ही एक और, just make another box below this. Make another box below this and write about Central Tobacco Research Institute. Central Tobacco Research Institute. In bracket you write CTRI. Central Tobacco Research Institute. वैसे तो इसकी सिर्फ लोकेशन इंपॉर्टेंट है, बाकी फिर भी लेकिन लिख लेते हैं. प्लीज राइट हेडक्वार्टर एट, ओनली दिस मच इफ यू आर रिमेम्बरिंग यू आर डन. हेडक्वार्टर एट राजमुंद्री, आंध्र प्रदेश. राजमुंद्री, आंध्र प्रदेश. आंध्र प्रदेश. ठीक है. MUNDRY. Then you write non-statutory, obviously research institute है, non-statutory. Done. इतना बहुत है. इतना बहुत है, ठीक है। नाउ नेक्स्ट टॉप यू राइट मखाना। मखाना states, states only one. I mean मखाना में बिहार is having almost 90% of the country's production, almost 90%. And let me tell you one more fact, out of the entire world, India has almost 80% of 90% of the world's production of makhana. So Bihar in a way is producing almost 72% of the world's makhana. Bihar. चलो ठीक है पार्ट ऑफ सी सेट। बजा लो बजा लो बजा लो बजा लो। हो गया हो गया हो गया हो गया हो गया। चलो आ जाओ, प्लीज राइट स्टेट्स बिहार 90%, ग्लोबली ग्लोबली इंडिया largest producer, first largest or just write largest, first I am writing so that you are able to remember or recall it better. First largest producer. So what we are having, 80% of world production, of world production, ठीक है। then write मिथिला मखाना, मिथिला मखाना, very good, मिथिला मखाना got GI tag in 2022. मिथिला मखाना got GI tag in 2022. Then again we will write the board, which is मखाना board. मखाना बोर्ड बाबा, please write proposed in budget, proposed in budget 24-25, then established in Bihar. Can someone tell me the exact location? दरभंगा, ठीक है, प्लीज राइट दरभंगा बिहार, established in दरभंगा बिहार, दरभंगा बिहार। काम क्या होगा, प्रोडक्शन, प्रोसेसिंग, वैल्यू एडिशन, मार्केटिंग एक्सेट्रा। वी आर नॉट राइटिंग द वर्क, व्हाट वी आर राइटिंग नाउ, प्रमोट्स, प्रमोट्स, सॉरी दरभंगा नहीं है, कैन एनीवन प्लीज कंपेयर कंफर्म, आराम से देख लो, आराम से देख लो। maybe for the same reason I don't have the location, either the location is not confirmed or maybe something else. Purnia, it is saying Purnia, Purnea, I will cross verify, don't worry। दरभंगा क्यों बोल रहे थे फिर, प्लीज राइट, राइट focusing on, focusing on, अच्छा promotes लिखा है, promotes varieties like, varieties like स्वर्ण वैदई, SWARNA, स्वर्ण, in inverted commas you will write स्वर्ण, in inverted commas you will write VAIDEHI. See, although the statement is Swan Vedai and Sabur Makhana, I am not making you write the Sabur Makhana. It is clear that it is the variety of Makhana. But this Swan Vedai in news is variety of Makhana. Okay? See, what UPSC will do? UPSC will hunt for 2 or 3 varieties. These varieties recently in news of which crop? You should know, you should identify at least one. आपको at least Swan Vedai तो पता है ये किसकी variety है? मखाना की है. ठीक है? Next right. Cotton. And if you remember, I asked you to mark it 1 star. Sorry. Exporter. ठीक है, एक्सपोर्टर का डेटा है भी नहीं इधर. एक्सपोर्टर में व्हाट यू आर सेइंग, अच्छा लार्जेस्ट कौन है? पंजाब. प्रोसेसिंग होती होगी. ठीक है, फाइन. कॉटन, प्लीज राइट कॉटन. कॉटन. स्टेट्स. स्टेट्स. Which state is having the highest production of the cotton? सर्च करो फटाफट. सर्च 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 सर्च. सर्च. गुजरात, राइट? प्लीज राइट गुजरात. Then we have Maharashtra, and then we have Telangana. Gujarat, Maharashtra, and then we have Telangana. Globally, India second largest producer. पहला कौन होगा? चाइना. इंडिया इज लार्जेस्ट एरिया अंडर कल्टीवेशन इज इंडिया. एक बार देख लो यार. ही इज सेइंग इंडिया इज लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ कॉटन. आई थिंक इट इज चाइना. प्लीज वेरीफाई फटाफट. कोई बात नहीं, क्विक फैक्ट्स. इंडिया. तुम लोग पुराना मत देखना. बेटा आप किस ईयर का देख रहे हैं वो इंपॉर्टेंट है. ये प्लेसेस स्विच करते रहते हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. चाइना ओनली. रिसेंट में चाइना इज ओवरटेकन. देन राइट फर्स्ट इन एरिया अंडर कॉटन कल्टीवेशन. फर्स्ट इन एरिया अंडर cultivation. First in area under cultivation. Then write second largest consumer. Second largest consumer. Then write 2 names. Whitefly and pink bollworm. Pink bollworm. These are pests of cotton. Whitefly and pink bollworm. Pests of cotton. And that is where you will see about the BT cotton. ठीक है. BT cotton I have already discussed in the I think the science and tech, but again in current affairs I will discuss whenever we will be dealing with the biotech वाला फाइन. Now बोलो नहीं यार. Write the body. Please write coconut. Sorry, cotton. Sorry, cotton Corporation of India. Cotton Corporation of India. Cotton Corporation of India. Is right. 1970. Then non-statutory. Non-statutory. Ministry. Please write PSU under. So this is a PSU. This is a company. PSU. Please write PSU under Ministry of Textiles. Underline textiles. It is not commerce now or agriculture. Ministry of Textiles. Then write headquarter at Navi Mumbai. Headquarter at Navi Mumbai. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Next you write cotton कर लिया, जूट कर लेते हैं. Jute. On the board now. See, on the board. Cotton has been in news for two different reasons. Again, first is some announcements in the budget. Last year also there was some announcements in the budget related to long staple cotton. This year also there are some announcements in the budget. We will see separately. Apart from that, I think in month of August, the import duty. सुन लो एक बारी. The import duty on the cotton was removed, so that we can import more cotton. And the idea line was, it was assumed either the demand has increased or the production has decreased. These two may be the reasons. Up recently in January 2026, again we have reimposed the import duty. So it was removed, then it was reimposed recently in January. So don't get confused. Just the idea line is, production may either there was decline or maybe demand may there was rise, which was not that clear. See, production and demand you can estimate after 1 year, but you can not do it on the real time basis. Did you get it? Okay. So we removed the import duty. 11% के आसपास थी, होगा यहाँ पे कहीं. हाँ देखो ये 11%. ठीक है. Then we again imposed in the month of January. That is the context, not important from the exam point of view. Whatever is static information, let's say also called as white, gold, growing condition, all of it I will give in the समाधान. आराम से कर लेना, टेंशन मत लो. जूट. ओके. जूट. Please write states. States. Highest. Very good. No doubt. West Bengal, almost 80%. Then we have Assam. And then we have Bihar. Very good. That pocket. Okay. Then globally India first largest producer. India Bangladesh है? No, it is India. Bangladesh is the largest exporter. ठीक है? So don't confuse. It is India. So what you can do in below, you can write India, then you can write Bangladesh, and then you can write China. India, Bangladesh, China. Jute. And India is second largest exporter. India is second largest exporter. Who is the largest? Bangladesh. And that is where we compete. Bangladesh, then we have India. Okay. Now one more fact, please write India's area under jute cultivation. India's area under jute cultivation. Make an arrow like this. Declining. Declining. Very important trend. Again, I am iterating the same thing. Whatever you're writing right now in your handouts, each and every sentence is important. Okay? This is important, can be asked independent statement in the examination. Right now, India's area under the jute production is declining, while at the same time, Bangladesh area under the jute production is increasing. If you want to write, you can write in bracket Bangladesh, then show the increasing sign. Bangladesh increasing. Then you write Bodo Narzi. Bodo Narzi. Bodo, BODO NARZI. Please write GI tag product. GI tag product of Bodo, Assam. GI tag product of Assam, comma, food. This is a food made from jute leaves. Food made from jute leaves. Do you all know the process of rating? RETTING. Rating का process. How many of you don't know? नहीं पता. अबे यार कैसे लोगों? रेटिंग कितने लोगों को नहीं पता रेटिंग? भाई ज्योग्राफी बहुत वीक है फिर आपका. जूट को ऐसे लॉक्स में व्हाट वी डू, वी बाइंड द जूट लॉक्स, वी थ्रो देम इन द वाटर, वी लेट देम बिकम सॉफ्ट. दैट इज नथिंग बट द रेटिंग. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फिनोमेना ऑफ जूट. चलो, अरे बैटिंग नहीं है, रेटिंग है. अच्छा, टर्म नहीं पता था आपको, ठीक है. बैटिंग पता है, वो ये नहीं है बस. अच्छा, बैटिंग ऑल्सो वी विल सी इन द न्यूज, है ना. इंडिया बैंड द एप्स. नाउ यू राइट हियर में, प्लीज राइट वन बॉडी. मैं 1 मिनट रुको, पहले बॉडी लिखवाने दो मेरे को. प्लीज राइट द बॉडी. जूट कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया. जूट कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया. प्लीज राइट 1971, नॉन स्टैट्यूटरी. 1971, नॉन स्टैट्यूटरी. Again, this is PSU under which ministry? Very good, Ministry of Textiles. PSU under Ministry of Textiles. Where is headquarter? Headquarter at Kolkata. Very good. Headquarter at Kolkata. दो और करेंगे, देन आई विल गिव यू 2 or 3 minutes टू रिवाइज. ठीक है, वी विल डू सिल्क एंड वी विल डू सिल्क के बाद कौन सा बचता है? कॉफी. बस बस हो गया. बस रिकॉल करने की कोशिश मत करो. द थिंग्स विल बी क्वाइट इजी. इफ यू आर ट्राइंग टू रिकॉल, द थिंग्स विल बी हैवी, है ना. एज ऑफ नाउ वी आर जस्ट seeing the context, we are seeing the topics, we are seeing the ranks, that is it. जितना ऑटोमेटिक याद रह गया ठीक है, वरना यू विल रिवाइज एंड यू विल रिमेंबर, दैट इज हाउ इट हैज टू बी डन, बट इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट, इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट. Silk. Please write the states. States. Highest is Karnataka. Karnataka. Then you write Andhra Pradesh. Then you write Tamil Nadu. And then West Bengal. Globally, India. Second in production. Second in production. Highest is China. So we have China, then we have India, then we have Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan. Still. Then right. First in consumption. First in consumption. Then right. Only country producing all four varieties of silk. All four varieties of silk. Only country producing all four varieties of silk. The varieties are mulberry, then you write tasar, muga, and eri, muga and eri. Muga, there is one specialty of muga silk, that this is only produced in Assam. Muga silk only produced in Assam exclusively. Eri, mulberry, tasar, muga, eri. So India is the only country in the world producing all four of them. Muga is only produced in Assam. Okay. Then you write acha. Oh. Then you write coffee. Coffee. Please write the states. Largest production in Karnataka. Then Kerala. Then we have Tamil Nadu. Karnataka, Kerala. Then we have Tamil Nadu. Then you write global production. Global production. Who is the largest? Brazil, almost 40%. Then we have Vietnam, and then we have Colombia. यार दो ही लिखो, सिर्फ वियतनाम तक लिखो, तीसरा छोड़ो. राइट इन ब्रैकेट इंडिया 7th largest. So our rank is 7th. India is 7th largest. ठीक है. Please make a box and write Coffee Board of India. Coffee Board of India. Coffee Board of India. Please write. Coffee Board of India. Please write. 1942. Statutory and non-statutory? Statutory. So made by the Act. Then write under which ministry? Very good. Under Ministry of Commerce. Then headquarter Bangalore. Headquarter at Bangalore or Bengaluru, whatever you want to write. Then make another box and write International Coffee Organization. International Coffee Organization. ठीक है? Please write International Coffee Organization. Please write. (1963), under UN. 1963, under UN. Then you write intergovernmental organization. So a country will be a part, है ना? Intergovernmental. Intergovernmental. Governmental organization. Sorted. Then you write third point. 49 members. So both members are there. There are exporting members also or importing members also. Surplus will be exported and the deficit countries will be importing. So both of them can be a member of this. 49 members are there. Is India a member? India is a global, what I can say, major one, 7th largest. So India is a member. Now I'm giving you 2 minutes. Please revise whatever you have done in the stats so far. Please revise whatever you have done in the stats so far. You have 2 minutes. Please revise. दिखाएगा। चलो on the board. We are left with this. What is the items? We have two options. Either I cover this in the next class, or else I give you the handout. How many people saying handout? और नेक्स्ट क्लास में करना है? चलो ठीक है, आई विल कवर दिस इन द नेक्स्ट क्लास देन. ठीक है, it will take 1 more hour, it's fine. We will important है. For example, in this ना, palm oil, you already have a question. Mustard oil, important है. Then animal husbandry and all these things. Apple पे UPSC has asked the question. The others are also important. ठीक है, these have been in news. So what we will do now? We will start the science and tech again. अच्छा, खुश हो गए थे क्या? हाँ. This will not be heavy now. We have already seen the static part. This will not be heavy on the board now. Please, please, please. Hardly 4 or 5 extra current affairs pointers there. ठीक है. Shakti will सुना होगा. Very important. So those important news are from this particular thing. You know. Shakti है, Shanti है. Shanti. Shakti is for coal. Shanti will. Science and tech. What we are starting? We are starting the nuclear energy. We are starting the nuclear energy. When I say nuclear energy, this means energy being produced out of nucleus. Energy being produced out of nucleus. We saw the atom in the morning. Atom was having some nucleus with some electrons going around it. So this atom ka nucleus will have proton and will have neutron. Up, generally there are two types of nuclear energy. First is fission and second is fusion. What happens in fusion? In fusion, two small molecules, they combine and then they make a bigger molecule. In the process, what will happen? The bonds will break. The bonds will break of these two small molecules, and whenever those bonds are breaking, that is releasing some energy. Right now, whatever stars are there in the galaxy, all of them are running on the fusion energy. That is, two small hydrogen atoms are fusing, and then they are releasing a big atom, maybe helium or maybe other than helium as well. Okay? So fusion. What is fission? Fission is like there is a big atom. What you do? You send a neutron from the outside, and when you send the neutron from the outside, this atom will destabilize. This atom will destabilize, and then there will be two small atoms and three extra neutrons. Now these three extra neutrons will hit the some other three atoms, and when they will hit the some other three atoms, what will happen? They again will release 9 electrons, and this is nothing but the chain reaction in the nuclear what I can say, the fission. When I talk about the fusion, right now right now on Earth we don't have any natural fusion reaction being going on. On Earth we don't have any natural fusion reaction being going on. But when I talk about stars like Sun, we have the natural fusion going on. On Earth, we are trying to create the artificial fusion. On Earth, we are trying to create the artificial fusion. What we are doing? We are bringing two small atoms, we are giving them the energy so that they collide, they come together, and when they will come together, they will release the energy. The idea is, in this artificial fusion, we have to give energy to release energy. Not only energy we have to give, we have to keep it at high temperature and high pressure. Now whatsoever are the devices which are artificially being made and having the fusion reactor, those are being termed as tokamak. These devices are termed with the name as tokamak. This we have seen in the static portion pretty well. Okay? Devices are known as tokamak. Now these tokamak have the fusion reaction artificial in nature, but the idea line is, till date on Earth we don't have the net positive energy outcome. Understand this point, those are new. Net positive energy outcome has not been achieved yet. Why? Because there is some energy which you are giving to bring them closer. They both are stable atoms, so you have to give some energy to bring them closer. Stars pe to there is already energy available which they will use to fuse together. Here you have to give the external energy to make them fuse together, then they will release some energy. For example, if you are giving 10 joules of energy, right now you are only getting 7 joules of energy. So practically speaking, we have not achieved any tokamak which can be used for the energy generation, because the more energy you are giving, less you are getting the energy. I mean, the energy which you are giving is more than the energy you are getting out of it. Okay? So we don't have this functional right now on the Earth in the practical sense, but we have some experiments ongoing on the Earth when it comes to fusion. And one of the prominent experiment is ITER. ITER, known with the name of International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. So this is nothing, this is a tokamak, that is a device which is carrying the fusion reaction. International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. Now this is under construction, not built yet. This is under construction in France, and it has 35 countries including India. 35 countries including India. As I was telling you, ITR has been designed for high fusion power gain with about 10-fold return, As of now, whatsoever tokamak exist, if you will see, we have some tokamaks operating across the globe. All these tokamaks have energy output less than 1. That is, if I'm giving 10 joule, I'm just getting 7 joule. So this ITER is being developed to ensure that the return is 10 times. If I'm giving 10 joule, I'm getting 100 joules in return. Okay, up. Okay, this is done. Let's see the tokamak now again. Tokamak, I told you, are the reactors for the fusion. As of now, these are the functional tokamaks across the globe. First is JT60SA. So this is nothing but world's biggest experimental fusion reactor in Japan. It is a joint initiative of UN, Japan. So again, what is this? This is a nuclear fusion reactor, also known as tokamak. Okay. Then HS70 is world's first high temperature superconducting tokamak, and this is made by China. Then we have East. East is also by China, and it is known as artificial sun. Not written here. Okay. So the nuclear fusion reaction. This is known by the name artificial sun. Artificial sun. यहाँ कहीं लिखा है. So for decades that stable plasma up to 65%. ठीक है. Now Indian tokamak, we have two tokamak designs generally known with the series name as Aditya series. So Aditya and Aditya U. U is upgraded. This is first indigenously designed tokamak by Indian Institute of Plasma Research. Then Aditya U is nothing but the recent design, new one. Okay. So these are the tokamaks of India. What I expect you to remember is just that these four are tokamaks. First thing, these four are tokamaks. Then we have JET, Joint European Torus Facility, and then the location of them, location or maybe the country. So again we are revising. JT is Japan, J for Japan. Then we have HS70 is by China. Then we have East, artificial sun by China. Then we have JET is by Europe. Then we have ITER, which is under construction, in which there are more than 20 countries, or I think 35 countries, and out of them India is one of them. Okay. Now for those who are from the SAMADHAAN batch, what you will do, you will make a give a heading tokamak in a separate page. Those are from the Prelims bootcamp classes. What you will do, you will open your nuclear wala chapter in the static. दिखाइए sir. Done. ये तो हमने कवर कर लिया ना सारा. ठीक है. आदित्य इंडिया वाला नहीं किया आपने, वो लिख लीजिए फटाफट. न्यूक्लियर टेक. ठीक है. You don't have the Aditya, please write tokamak in India. Tokamak in India. Aditya. Those who are new, please write tokamak. Give a heading tokamak. Tokamak. Semicolon. Yeah, first point you write. Nuclear reactor for fusion. Second point. This is for those who are from SAMADHAAN batch only. You already have this content. Second point. Requires high pressure and initial energy Third point. Currently energy output is less than energy input. So whatever energy currently energy output is more than is less than energy, ठीक है, energy input, comma, making them practically practically infeasible. Infeasible. Then you write. Then you write. Tokamak across world. Tokamak across world. Tokamak across world. First is JT 60 SA. JT 60 SA. Semicolon, just write Japan. Semicolon, just write Japan. Then you write HH70. HH70. Semicolon, please write China. Semicolon, please write China. Then you write East Experimental Advanced Superconducting Tokamak. Experimental Advanced Superconducting Tokamak. East. First you write China. This is a tokamak, China. Then you write also known as artificial sun. Also known as artificial sun. Then you write jet facility. Jet facility. In bracket you write joint European torus. Joint European torus. Write the location, which is UK. UK. Then you write Aditya and Aditya U. Aditya and Aditya U. Tokamak of India. Tokamak Designs of India. Tokamak Designs of India. Built by Institute of Plasma Research. Built by Institute of Plasma Research. Then you give the heading, beta. ITER. Those are from SAMADHAAN, give the heading ITER. International Thermonuclear. International Thermonuclear. International Thermonuclear. Others please revise your nuclear tech. ठीक है, टाइम पास मत करो अपना, फटाफट एक हो जाएगा इतनी देर में, 5 मिनट रिवाइज कर सकते हो तुम, 2 पेज में ही तो है, पूरा रिवाइज कर सकते हो. इंटरनेशनल थर्मोन्यूक्लियर एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिएक्टर. अच्छा बाकी ना व्हेन यू अटेम्प्ट द टेस्ट एंड लेट्स से मे बी इकोनॉमी का, साइंस एंड टेक का, बाकी और टेस्ट, जस्ट डू लेट मी नो वेदर यू आर नॉट मोर कंफर्टेबल और नॉट. ठीक है, अगर दिक्कत आ रही है अभी भी तो मुझे बताना. बाकी हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर मोर कंफर्टेबल देन बिफोर, पहले से ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल हो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. बाकी अभी भी सेम है, पिछले जैसा ही हाल है. ऐसे कितने लोग हैं कोई? आप हैं. पॉलिटी, मैं अपने सब्जेक्ट्स की बात कर रहा हूँ. पॉलिटी ठीक है, पॉलिटी में मे बी कुछ कंसेप्चुअल एनालिटिकल विद प्रैक्टिस इंप्रूव हो जाएगा. अच्छा, सुन्या के टेस्ट में नंबर नहीं आते, बहुत वैसे टफ बना दिया लोगों ने, कोई बात नहीं, उन लोगों में से एक मैं हूँ. राइट. देन राइट ITER. प्लीज राइट tokamak device under construction in France. Those who are from SAMADHAAN only, please write tokamak device under construction in France. Second point, out of 35 members, out of 35 members, India is one of them. Underline India. India is one of them. ठीक है. Now on the board now. If I make the statement right now on Earth, fusion reaction is taking place in the nuclear reactors only. Fission reaction is taking place in the nuclear reactors only. Fission reaction is taking place only in the nuclear reactors. No, right? There could be some decays, there could be some other reactions. Ab, for energy generation, what we are doing, we are using the fission, and that is what we are doing in the nuclear reactors. Right now, if I talk about nuclear reactors, India has 3-stage nuclear program. These nuclear reactors are differentiated, first of all, on the basis of fuel, secondly on the basis of moderator, and then coolant. So if I talk about India's 3-stage nuclear program, the very first stage says that we will use the fuel which is nothing but uranium, natural uranium. For those who don't know, we have to see 3 types of uranium. यार देख लो, तुम्हारा भी रिवीजन ही हो रहा है. We have to see 3 types of uranium. First is uranium 238. Second is uranium 235, and then uranium 233. Understand, this is not what I can say, this is fertile but not fissile. This is fertile but not fissile. That is, when I will throw the neutron on this, it will blast into 2 atoms. This is fissile and this is again fissile. Understand the concept, understand the difference. Okay? Right now, in natural form, these two are available. Right now, in natural form, these two are available. And when I talk about the natural form uranium or natural uranium, this natural uranium contains both 238 and 235. This 238, which is not fissile but fertile, matlab can be converted into some fissile material. This is 99.3%, but the fissile one is only 0.7%. That is, if you are taking 1 kg, in 1 kg only 0.7% will be consumed in the nuclear reaction or for the nuclear energy. Done. Now with this, you might have heard about the parallel concept, which is nothing but uranium enrichment. When I talk about uranium enrichment, I try to increase what? I try to increase the percentage of uranium 235. That is nothing but the uranium enrichment. Now 238 हो गया, 235 हो गया. अच्छा, this 238 when striked by neutron, this convert into plutonium 239. Ab you might have heard about one more material, which is thorium. Right now, India has the world's largest thorium reserves. But the idea is this thorium cannot be directly used by the nuclear power plants. But there is a catch. Upon decay, this thorium can be converted into uranium 233. which can be used as a fissile material. Ab look here, this plutonium 239 which came out of uranium 238 is also fissile material. How many of you are with me? कितने लोग मेरे साथ हो? Almost all. ठीक है. अब understand one thing. We have three stages of nuclear program. In the first stage, we are using natural uranium, and the output is that since there are more neutrons, those will hit the uranium 238 also, and this uranium 238 is collected as plutonium 239. It will be collected, it will be stored. Now in stage 2, we are using this MOX fuel. MOX fuel is nothing but uranium plus plutonium, which is derived from the stage 1, that is stage 2. In stage 3, from thorium we are letting it convert into uranium 3, and then we are using it. I mean, this is nothing but the ideal stage. In the I mean, there is no nuclear reactor right now in India based upon the thorium, but this is something which has been conceptualized that we will do it in future. Okay, this is nothing but again online yaar. I mean, I have covered it in detail बहुत अच्छे से. Every minute detail has been covered in the lecture. Static वाला part. This is nothing but the brief. Again I am briefing. Natural uranium में ये दो होते हैं, ये फिजाइल होता है, तो ये तो रिएक्ट कर जाएगा. I mean this will convert the energy. ये न्यूट्रॉन्स एब्जॉर्ब करके प्लूटोनियम में कन्वर्ट कर जाएगा. वी विल स्टोर इट एंड विल स्टोर दैट मॉक्स फ्यूल. द टर्म यूज्ड इज मॉक्स फ्यूल. मॉक्स फ्यूल विल यूज इन द second stage. First stage of India's what I can say this nuclear program is known by the name of pressurized heavy water reactor. What was the first pressurized heavy water reactor in India? Rawat-Bhata, Rajasthan. This was at Rawat-Bhata, Rajasthan. First pressurized heavy water reactor. Not important from the current affairs point of view, but static का part है. अब when I talk about the second stage, which is using the MOX fuel, this is known with the name of fast breeder reactor. Right now we only have one of them. Right now we have just one reactor of the second stage, which is known with the name of prototype fast breeder reactor, and this is located in Kalapakkam, Tamil Nadu. This is in Kalapakkam, Tamil Nadu, and this is managed by which organization? Bhavini. I told you in the class. Okay. Ab what I am trying to conclude right now, uranium 238 is fertile, not fissile, but in the stage 1 it will consume the neutron and it will be stored as plutonium 238. So the output of stage 1 or byproduct is plutonium 239, and then this uranium 235 will be converted into energy. This plutonium will be used in second stage. Right now we have only one reactor of second stage, that is also a prototype, and it is in Kalapakkam, Tamil Nadu, established by Bhavini. Third, what is the stage? No reactor so far, it is just theoretical. No reactor so far in India, it is just theoretical. Although we have thorium salt, molten salt reactor, which we will see very shortly. This is just what is the theoretical right now. Thorium will be decayed into uranium 233, which will be used as a fuel. Okay. So this was the brief. Now I am coming back to this uranium 238. So I think now the things will make sense. Okay. What you have to remember now, you have to remember some mines of uranium. Some mines in uranium. Is it in your notes? Notes में है आपके, दिखाइए. यूरेनियम माइंस हैं. माइंस नहीं है ना? प्लीज राइट यूरेनियम माइंस. यूरेनियम माइंस. जादूगढ़ा माइन, यूरेनियम माइंस प्लीज राइट, कहीं भी स्पेस मिल जाए लिख दो, दोज आर फ्रॉम बूट कैम्प. यूरेनियम माइंस प्लीज राइट. जादूगुड़ा माइन झारखंड, जादूगुड़ा माइन झारखंड. सेकेंड राइट. तुम्हारा पल्ले, कोई बात नहीं, ऐसे नहीं करते यार, ठीक है. TUMMALAPALLE, TUMMALAPALLE, तुम्हारा पल्ले कॉमा कडप्पा, कडप्पा, कडप्पा डिस्ट्रिक्ट, आंध्र प्रदेश, आंध्र प्रदेश. This is second which you have written. Then you write लंबपुर पेडागट्टू रिजर्व, LAMBA, लंबपुर पेडागट्टू रिजर्व. Those who are watching only the Samadhan lecture, there is a request. We will be meeting next on Saturday. Next Saturday. Before that, there is a free lecture on YouTube on Science and Tech. You can watch that and come. Okay? The live will be very easy on those topics. Lambapur, Pedagattu Reserve. Then you write. So where is this reserve? Telangana. Telangana. Then you write Domiasyat, Domiasyat, comma Wakaji, WAHKZI, वाकाजी रिजर्व. दो हैं अलग अलग, बोथ आर इन मेघालय. डोमियासियाट कॉमा वाकाजी रिजर्व, मेघालय. कोई बात नहीं, डोंट वरी. Done. Then uranium enrichment we have seen. I am reading it for you. Uranium, natural uranium contains 0.7% of uranium 235, right? Then enrichment aims to enhance uranium concentration from this to this percent for standard nuclear reactors. So for electricity, or up to 5% is enough, and for let's say bomb, more than 20%, anything will be bomb, nuclear bomb. It will explode. Nuclear reactions will not be controlled. Right now you are able to control because there are less percentage, but if you increase the percentage, it will explode. So this is nothing but the uranium enrichment, nothing to write. Okay, ठीक है. Then pressurized heavy water reactors. I told you this is first stage of India's 3-stage nuclear program. What is the fuel? Natural uranium. Coolant is heavy water, and this moderate is also heavy water. I told you, if you remember. Stage 1, this is pressurized heavy water reactor. Fuel is natural uranium, moderator is D2O, coolant is D2O. ठीक है. Then second stage, what will be the fuel? MOX fuel. I told you plutonium will be breeded, plutonium will be used in the MOX fuel. Plutonium 239, second stage. Can you tell, see your notes and tell me the moderator? No moderator. And what is the coolant? Liquid sodium is the coolant here on the second stage. Post second stage, we have the third stage. Although theoretical, no nuclear reactor yet. Third stage mein what will be the fuel? Thorium which will be converted into uranium 233. Thorium which will be converted into uranium 233. Let's come back to this. What it will generate? Pressurized heavy water reactors. It will generate plutonium 239, and this plutonium 239 will be used as MOX fuel, which would subsequently be used as fuel for fast breeder reactors. The second are nothing but, these are nothing but fast breeder reactors, FBR, fast breeder reactor. So India's first PHWR was constructed in Rawatbhata. I told you in the class also. Rawatbhata, Rajasthan. Okay. In 1960s. So this is static also, current also, both of them we have covered. Done. Then we have prototype fast breeder reactor. I told you in second stage we have only one reactor. This is that reactor. So it is India's first fast breeder reactor located at Kalapakkam, Tamil Nadu. And this Bhavini I was mentioning again and again. That Bharatiya Navikiya Vidut Nigam Limited, just to remember, Bhavini is an PSU made for this purpose. For first stage we have other PSU. For first stage we have NPCIL, if I'm not wrong. NPCIL. For second stage we have Bhavini as the PSU. It is a part of second stage of India's 3-stage nuclear program. What is the fuel? MOX fuel. Coolant is liquid sodium. Moderator is no moderator, or the same thing. Fast neutrons will be used as a moderators. Done. Then buy better because it is the ability to breed more fissile material, plutonium, than it consumes, thus making it sustainable and long-term energy solution. You can see. Right. Then thorium molten salt reactor. This is not there in your notes if I'm not wrong. Please show me the notes. नहीं है, ये नहीं होगा. Please write it at the top, or maybe the see. इधर आपके पास थोड़ा सा स्पेस है वॉट के नीचे. कैन यू कंज्यूम इट राइट नाउ? इधर ही लिख लीजिए, वॉट के नीचे थोड़ा स्पेस आपके पास होगा. आई रिमेंबर इसके नीचे. दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट. थोरियम molten salt reactor. Thorium molten salt reactor by China in bracket you write by China in bracket you write only operational by China in bracket you write only operational molten salt reactor in the world. Only operational molten salt reactor in the world. Then second point you write fourth generation. Then you write fuel is thorium. Coolant is molten salt. That is how the name is coming. Thorium molten salt. And then moderator is graphite. Please write moderator is graphite. Then last point, India is also developing molten salt breeder reactor. Breeder is the name related to which stage of India? Second. So what this will do? This will just replace the coolant with the molten salt, and the fuel will be same. The same plutonium वाला fuel will be there. ठीक है? अरे इन्होंने थोरियम यूज किया है बाबा. That is why they are the only people in the world to do this. Sorry बेटा. बेटर इफिशियंसी, लो टेम्परेचर पे काम कर सकता है तो सिक्योरिटी बहुत हो जाती है. ठीक है. Molten salt helps the nuclear reactors to work in the better what I can say the temperature range. फ्यूल थोरियम हम यूज नहीं कर रहे इसमें मॉल्टन सॉल्ट ब्रीडर में. थोरियम तो इन्होंने यूज किया है थोरियम मॉल्टन सॉल्ट रिएक्टर में. ठीक है, दिस इज अ ब्रीडर. नेक्स्ट यू राइट, अच्छा थोरियम एज फ्यूल, दिस वी हैव ऑलरेडी सीन. So what it could be converted into uranium 233. Those are from समाधान, just bear with me. बाकी अगर चाहिए तो वीडियो रिमाइंड करके नोट्स बना लेना. अगेन आई एम सेइंग एक लेक्चर है वो आप देख सकते हैं. द थिंग्स आर स्लाइटली नॉट मेकिंग सेंस. आपको समझ में आ रहा है? हाउ मेनी फ्रॉम द समाधान? वापस से एक बार हाथ हो. समझ में आ रहा है आप लोगों को क्या चल रहा है अभी? ठीक है, थोड़ा फास्ट हो जाता है. आई मीन आई हैव गिवन ऑलमोस्ट 3 hours टू द टॉपिक एंड दिस हैज बीन डन इन 5 minutes or 7 minutes. So the things will be like that only. So thorium 232 is the only natural occurring isotope of thorium. Advanced heavy water reactor. This third stage is known by this name. See on the board, pressurized heavy water reactor was the name for the first stage. Advanced heavy water reactor is the name for the third stage. It will use thorium as the fuel or maybe uranium 233. Thorium will be converted into thorium cannot be used directly. It will be converted first. So third stage or final stage of this currently under development with bark to be powered by thorium as fuel. Thorium is found at trace levels in this. Thorium is derived from the salt named as monazite. Monazite reserves we have across the coast. So there is much higher concentration of monazite on Kerala coast. Main producing states are Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, not important. ठीक है. This is something which I was mentioning that India is almost 25% reserves of the thorium of the world. Highest reserves of thorium. ठीक है. Then you give heading anil. अनिल कहीं तो स्पेस बनाना पड़ेगा. देख लो यार, थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर नीचे दिखाना, थोड़ा बहुत कर लो मैनेज. ज्यादा नहीं है, 2 लाइन चाहिए बस. टॉप पे लिख लो कहीं अनिल. एडवांस न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी, एडवांस न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी फॉर एनरिच्ड लाइफ. फॉर एनरिच्ड लाइफ. अनिल, अनिल, ANEEL. in capital you will write ANEEL, anil. See, there are 2 important topics I want to cover in this. उस पे हम आ रहे हैं. एक तो है ये शांति एक्ट. सेकंड आई वांट टू कवर इज दिस भारत रिएक्टर्स, है ना. दीज 2 आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. तो तब तक थोड़ा बियर करो, लिखते जाओ बस. अनिल, अनिल प्लीज राइट सेमीकोलन. फ्यूल डेवलप्ड बाय US agency. Fuel developed by UN agency. US agency. Sorry, शाम तक हो जाता है, शाम तक आते आते होने लगता है. क्या टाइम हुआ? अरे अभी तो कुछ नहीं हुआ. बोला था मैंने समाधान 10 तक जाएगा. चलो, मेट्रो नहीं मिलेगी, रिक्शे से चले जाना, ऑटो रिक्शे से चले जाना. अच्छा चलो ठीक है, करो ना, ये करो तो सही. फ्यूल डेवलप्ड बाय USA, कॉमा has blend of blend of BLEND, blend of, mix of, has mix of uranium with small amount of thorium. Uranium with small amount of thorium. एनरिच्ड यूरेनियम तो कम ही होगा, थोरियम भी कम है. यूरेनियम 238 इज हाई. सी देन यू राइट, पहले लिख लेते हैं फिर समझा दूंगा. प्लीज राइट कॉमा टू बी यूज्ड इन इंडियाज फर्स्ट स्टेज, इंडियाज फर्स्ट स्टेज in bracket you write PWHR, PHWR सॉरी शाम तक हो जाता है, प्रेशराइज्ड हैवी वाटर रिएक्टर PHWR। थोड़ी देर तुम्हें मेरे को संभालना पड़ेगा चलो अब टेल मी it contains thorium but we are using it in the first stage. Don't get confused, thorium is just here used as a blender so that it becomes more safer, more economical. ठीक है, it is used as a blender to make it more economical, more safer. That is the only use of thorium. Thorium here is not used for the fuel or as a fuel, just blend है कि यार यूरेनियम महंगा आ रहा है, थोरियम मिल रहा है, उसके साथ blend करके you can use it. Make sense? Okay, anil fuel है ना. Next is two power plants, all of them, both of them we have seen. First is काकरापर, कहाँ है काकरापर, काकरा खागरा याद है, खाकरा गुजरात याद है. So I told you located at Tapi River, Gujarat. Those are from the current affair classes. Please get the heading. Kakrapar power plant. Kakrapar power plant. Located at Tapi River. Located at Tapi River, comma Gujarat. If you remember, I told you 3 nuclear power plants along the oceans. याद है, तारापुर, कुदनकुलम, कलापक्कम. Very good. Static का part है, not important from the current affairs point of view. It's fine. Located at Tapi River, Gujarat. Second point you write. Second largest after Kudankulam. Second largest after Kudankulam. In bracket you write Kudankulam कहाँ है, तमिलनाडु, TN. Then last, indigenously developed then give a heading Kudankulam nuclear power plant on Kudankulam power plant. Kudankulam power plant. Tamil Nadu. Then write largest nuclear power station. किसकी हेल्प ले रहे हैं हम? Please write. Next point. Built with help of Russia. With help of Russia. Then write 6 VBER 1000 reactors. 6. So it will contain, see, there is a power station पे there will be reactors. एक होता है ना, वो देखा होगा आपने, इस टाइप से बना होता है reactor, nuclear reactor. So there will be 6 reactors in that power station. So the type is VBER 1000. VBER 1000 reactors. So it will contain 6 VBER 1000 reactors. Don't write the full form, just write the short form. मैं हटा देता हूँ. बेटे यूवी वाला बी 2 बार लिखना है. बी नहीं है, बी है, बी सॉरी. टाइप ऑफ रिएक्टर्स है, तो these 6 reactors will be installed there. This is a type of reactor, है ना. करंट अफेयर्स में तो लिख लेते हैं, बस इतना है. Then please write. See, in your notes, those are from BootCamp, nuclear power reactors दिया हुआ है. फिर आपने यहाँ पे इंडिया का मैप बनाया है, जो कि पूरा नहीं है, इसे मैंने बनाया इसलिए पूरा नहीं है। किसी का डॉक्यूमेंट दो, होम दे दो यार, मैं बस ये देख रहा हूँ स्पेस है या नहीं है। ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं। व्हाट यू विल डू, आई जस्ट वांट दीज टू सब हेडिंग्स, इसमें 2 लाइन लिखनी है, इसमें 2 लाइन लिखनी है, दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट। प्लीज गिव हेडिंग माही बंसवाड़ा न्यूक्लियर पावर प्रोजेक्ट। माही बांसवाड़ा, माही बांसवाड़ा न्यूक्लियर पावर प्रोजेक्ट। न्यूक्लियर पावर प्रोजेक्ट, प्लीज राइट एट राजस्थान, एट राजस्थान। जितना बोल रहा हूं उतना लिखो बस, एट राजस्थान, कॉमा पार्ट ऑफ इंडियाज फ्लीट मोड इनिशिएटिव, पार्ट ऑफ इंडियाज फ्लीट मोड इनिशिएटिव। अब idea line is about fleet mode initiative. Question can come, I mean, in any form. Maybe the 3 or 4 what I can say the features, or maybe just this much. India fleet mode initiative is related to. You should know it is related to nuclear power reactors. What we are doing now, see, what we are doing now, for example, sir, दिखाना है, बुक दे दो, कुछ भी दे दो यार, छोड़ो। See this marker or highlighter. If I want the same copy of this highlighter to be made, don't you think it is much more easy rather than making some highlighter big, then some highlighter small, then some other ultra big? Making the copy of this is easy for me. So what we are doing, we want to increase the nuclear capacity, and in order to ensure that, we have taken the target of 10 identical 70 megawatt reactors, 700 megawatt, sorry, 10 identical 700 megawatt reactors, which we will be installing across the India. Out of these 10, if you can see, 4 we have installed in Mahi Banswara. So India's fleet mode initiative is for please write India's fleet mode initiative. India's fleet mode initiative to install 10 identical 700 megawatt, like this, 700 megawatt reactors, 700 megawatt reactors across India. Next you write 4 out of 10 4 out of these 10 have been installed in okay, Mahi Banswara nuclear power plant, have been installed in Mahi Banswara nuclear. अरे समझ में आ रहा है ना यार? ठीक है। नहीं, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि मैं समझा पा रहा हूँ या नहीं समझा पा रहा, वो एक अलग बात है। आ रहा है ना? ठीक है, चलो अब एक और पॉइंट लिखेंगे, ऑल्दो लेवल 3 है बट लिख लेते हैं। सी ऑन द बोर्ड, stage 1 nuclear power plant known by the name of P pressurized heavy water reactor. Those were built by NPCIL. Second stage power plant, fast breeder reactors. One of them has been built at Kalapakkam, built by Bhavini. These fleet mode, एक एक से दिखने वाले, have been built by the agency name Ashwini. So please write. देख रहा होगा ना किसी का नाम अश्विनी होगा इधर. हाँ, पारस तेरा क्या होगा, इससे याद रहेगा तेरे को. गजब कार्टून है यार. प्लीज राइट. डेवलप्ड थ्रू अश्विनी, ASH VINI. In bracket you can write joint venture. So this NPCIL we have already seen. Then NTPC है ना, थर्मल पावर कॉर्पोरेशन. बोथ आर अदर PSU. जॉइंट वेंचर है, बस इतना लिख लो, खत्म हो जाती है बात, बाकी कुछ लिखो. देन न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन. फॉर दोज हु आर फ्रॉम समाधान, यू राइट इट सेपरेटली. फॉर अदर्स देयर इज अ स्पेस इन योर डॉक्यूमेंट. लिखा ना, है ना, देयर इज अ स्पेस. आप तो आए नहीं थे शायद. न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी स्पेस. प्लीज राइट. प्लीज राइट. ओहो, हाँ, बात करना चालू छोड़ दो बस. ओके, प्लीज राइट. proposed in budget 24-25. Proposed in nuclear energy mission. Very important, please write nuclear energy mission. Either you can expect the question from this mission, or else from this what I can say, this Shanti Act, or else from the small modular reactors, or else from the Bharat modular reactors. These 4 topics you can expect a question. बहुत important है. Nuclear energy mission proposed in budget 2024-2025. last year का budget 2024-2025. aim. See, this mission gave a bedrock to Shanti Act. This was the bedrock. Please write aim, semicolon, aim to focus on small modular reactors, comma, especially Bharat modular reactors, What do you understand by the word modular? Small, and it could be made in some module. You just put the concrete, you will get a what is the reactor or the shape of the reactor. Modular reactor, small, and it could be made in some mold. Modular. Okay. End. Policy reforms to attract private sector in nuclear energy production. Then you write target to achieve 100 gigawatt nuclear energy by or nuclear capacity you write, not energy, nuclear capacity by which year? Very good, 2047. 2047. What you will do, थोड़ा सा स्पेस बचा होगा इसके नीचे, नहीं है कोई बात नहीं, कोई ऐसे होने लग जाते हैं यार, कोई बात नहीं ना है। एक काम करो, भारत वाला को बीच में से एक सीधा डंडा, ठीक है तो लिख लो, है तो लिख लो, राइट। स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स, स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर reactors, you can make a separate heading also. See, small modular reactors on the board here, please, on the board, everyone on the board. Nuclear energy mission was proposed in budget. It was having one clear target, that we have to produce 100 gigawatt by 2047. Under that, it had two things. First is small modular reactors, especially Bharat modular reactors. Small modular reactors, especially Bharat modular reactors. The second parallel was attract the private sector. This Bharat modular reactors is fine. We will see. To attract the private sector, what we have done? We have done the entire policy reforms. If you know, if you have done some basics, earlier private sector participation was not allowed in the nuclear energy production. It was only limited exclusively for the public sector or the public sector undertakings. Private sector was not allowed for the nuclear energy production. So this energy mission first proposed that we have to bring the policy reforms so that private sector can rope in. Now after that, Shakti bill was introduced, which Shanti, sorry yaar, Shakti is for coal, Shanti is for this, ठीक है, Shanti. So Shanti bill was introduced, which recently got the assent of the president. It has been now converted into Shanti Act. Now private sector can also participate in the nuclear energy production, and see how beautifully they have linked the small modular reactors with the private sector participation. What they are saying is, don't make the big nuclear reactors which need so much of water. See, the idea is, when you talk about the nuclear reactors now, you need huge supply of water in order to cool it down. So what they are saying, don't go for the big reactors, go for the small compact reactors. Those small reactors have the capacity of 300 megawatt, first thing. Second thing is, they can be assembled readily in the factory and can be transported to the location. Let's say there is a big factory that needs energy. For that factory purpose, what you do, you have your own, either the Bharat modular reactor or the small modular reactor, you produce your own energy. Are you getting my point? Private sector se bola ja raha hai. So this small modular reactor along with private sector के लिए opening of the nuclear energy is envisaged in order to achieve the target of 100 gigawatt by 2047. Am I clear? थोड़ा थोड़ा ठीक है. More I will make clear soon. ठीक है. So these are some important topics. So क्या लिखा अभी हमने small modular reactors? Heading है. Okay, please write. Please write. Please write. Capacity of up to 300 megawatt, 300 megawatt, comma, factory assembled, comma, factory assembled, and can be transported, and can be transported to location, for installation. You can transport it also, then install it to the location. Some factory, some big factories that needs big big amount of energy, you have your own nuclear reactor, you get it installed, you produce your energy. That is the whole concept, है ना? So private sector is allowed to produce the nuclear energy, and this small modular reactors is complementing them. How inse? Does that make sense? Okay. Then you have the space, or else you can make the subheading Bharat small reactors. Bharat small reactors. So see, what is the difference between Bharat small reactors and the small modular reactors? One type of small modular reactor is Bharat. Bharat is limited to this particular what I can say is capacity 220 megawatt. So this is a small modular reactor ka type which is producing the energy of 220 megawatt, and is developed by BARC and NPCIL, and this was also announced in budget 2024-2025. Please write this. Type of SMR or small modular reactor. Type of SMR. With capacity of write this 220 megawatt. Precisely you have to write 220 megawatt, right? Then you write developed by BARC. BARC is Baba, ठीक है, BARC, and NPCIL is nothing but the same PSU. I told you for the first stage we have the PSU. For the second stage we have Bhavini. For this fleet, India's fleet mode initiative, we have Ashwini. Not important, लेकिन ठीक है, याद रह जाएगा और क्या, बार बार सुनना. Please write developed by BARC and NPCIL. Then you can write announced in budget 2024, not this year, last year ka budget. See, we are not writing it again. Please on the board. Compact है on the board यार. Modular है and can be deployed near industrial hubs. We are not writing it again. This is the feature of the SMR. This is one of the SMR. What you write? You write this is indigenous PWHR. Obviously, common sense. Budget 24-25. This is indigenous PWHR. This is common sense यार, है ना? Indigenous may not be that common. I mean the PWHR ही होगा, PHWR ही होगा, pressurized heavy water reactor. ठीक है? Now see India's goal. This is level 3. Not important. Don't write in the notes. We are aiming to deploy 40 to 50 small modular reactors in order to achieve net zero emissions by 2070. सिर्फ इतने हैं. अब वो लिख ला 1 लाख 2 लाख, वो मत जाना, ठीक है? Some random data will be given. The UPSC will give the data. Just 40-50 we are targeting as of now, because there is a risk. There is a risk with the nuclear reactors. 40-50 by 2070. ठीक है? सॉरी, वो अलग मॉड्यूलर है. सी, वो 700 मेगावाट का है. इट इज बिगर देन दिस. Smaller modular reactor was 300 megawatt. Then Bharat is 220. That was 700 megawatt. That is also modular, but that is not small. That is medium modular reactor. Medium. हाँ, obviously it will be PHWR only. Now give the heading. इसको बिल की जगह एक्ट कर देना, because it has got the accent. See इधर assent to शांति बिल. So please write शांति एक्ट. कहाँ लिखे हैं? वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन. पीछे लिख दो, मिसलिनियस वगैरह में लिख दो. थोड़ी ज्यादा जगह चाहिए यार इसमें. टुवर्ड्स द एंड ना, मिसलिनियस टेक्नोलॉजी न्यूज है, उसमें एक बॉक्स बना लो, इधर उधर लिख दो, चलेगा. बट इधर कुछ अपने लिए ना रिवीजन के लिए एक हिंट छोड़ देना. शांति टेक्नोलॉजी, शांति एक्ट, रीड एट बैक, पीछे से पढ़ लो बाद में. शांति एक्ट 2025. फर्स्ट राइट द फुल फॉर्म. sustainable harnessing and sustainable harnessing and sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy. Sustainable harnessing and advancement of nuclear energy. Then you write allowed private sector participation for the very first time, allowed private sector participation for the very first time. एम भाई इसका एक एक शब्द आराम से समझ के लिखना, डाउट हो तो 10 बार पूछ लेना. दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट, दिस इज रेवोल्यूशन, ऑलमोस्ट अ रेवोल्यूशन. एंड व्हेन इट इज सो यूपीएससी, अरे यार हम देख रहे थे टर्मेरिक बोर्ड, सिर्फ बोर्ड बनाया था, क्वेश्चन बना दिया, पूरा अलग रिवॉल्यूशन है. ठीक है, तो दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस. प्लीज राइट एम सेमीकोलन. help India reach 100 gigawatt nuclear capacity. 100 gigawatt nuclear capacity by 2047. ठीक है. Then you write repealed acts, REPEALED, repealed acts. So it repealed 2 acts, not amended, repealed, khatam, repealed acts, semicolon. Please write Atomic Energy Act 1962, Atomic Energy Act 1962, and civil liability for Nuclear Damage Act, Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act 2010. I am giving you 20 seconds, just digest this, then we will move ahead. 20 seconds, just read these 3 points, 2 or 3 points, whatever you have wrote. इसमें प्रोविजन है ना. अरे बेटा एक्ट रिपील किए हैं तो प्रोविजन काय में आएंगे? शांति एक्ट में आएंगे. ठीक है, provisions will be in the Shanti Act. Whatever were the provisions, they will be remolded, they will be drafted in the Shanti Act. इससे एक बात और याद रखना, शक्ति पॉलिसी है वो किसकी है? कोल की. ठीक है, शक्ति पॉलिसी. नेवरदलेस पढ़ लिया अभी तक? कंफर्टेबल? नेक्स्ट पॉइंट प्लीज राइट. granted statutory status to AERB. Bracket you write Atomic Energy, AERB, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. अच्छा, tell me fundamentally what will be the change after granting the statutory status? क्या होगा? बॉडी तो सेम है, स्टैट्यूटरी स्टेटस से क्या हो जाएगा? The body will be accountable now directly to the parliament, not to the executive. If it is the executive body, the body will be responsible to the ministry. But now it is statutory body made by an act of parliament, so it will be responsible to the parliament directly. ठीक है. अब in bracket you write 1983 comma 1983 comma, please write, ensures nuclear safety, and quality assurance of nuclear installations. Baba, tell me one thing, the headquarter of AERB, headquarter located, can you please search it for me? Atomic Energy Regulatory Board headquarter, and it is under which, headquarter or location. ठीक है, please write headquarter in Mumbai, please write under Department of Atomic Energy, under Department of Atomic Energy. Department of Atomic Energy under which ministry? No ministry, it is under PMO directly. So this bodies we will see later, these departments we will see later. So what you can write in bracket, you can write this department comma PMO. It's not under Ministry of Science and Tech, don't make it wrong. This is directly under PMO, Prime Minister Office. ठीक है. Then what you will do? We'll make a subheading, Atomic Energy Redressal Advisory Council. Atomic Energy Redressal Advisory Council. Set up for redressal of disputes. So this has been set up under the act. So we have seen one body got the statutory status. It is not set up under the act. This has got the statutory status. Second is Atomic Energy Redressal Advisory Council, set up for redressal of disputes. Set up for redressal of disputes. Now for these disputes, appeal. See on the board, पहले देख लो यार, फिर नहीं तो घूम जाओगे एग्जाम में. If there is any appeal, we have the appellate tribunal provision also. The appeal will be done, mind you, the appeal will be done in the appellate tribunal for electricity. This has not been set up, but the act says that if the appeal is there out of this body, if you want to do the appeal, you have to go to the appellate tribunal for electricity. Ab, and this is set up under Electricity Act. So please write appellate tribunal for electricity. Appellate tribunal, next point, appellate tribunal for electricity, semicolon, set up under, semicolon, set up under Electricity Act, set up under Electricity Act 2003, comma, will listen to the, या जो भी है लिख लो, will hear the appeals from our body. इसकी अपील इधर जाएगी, ये बनी नहीं है, पहले से है, अपील सुनी जाएगी. आप समझ रहे हैं मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? दिस इज न्यू, दिस इज ओल्ड, this has been assigned for the appeals. Then you write nuclear damage claims commission. हाँ, मैं ये बोल रहा हूं आपसे कि ये वाली बॉडी लेट से एईआरबी, एईआरबी इस एक्ट के तहत बनाई नहीं गई है, एईआरबी को स्टैट्यूटरी स्टेटस मिला है। सेकंड इज एडवाइजरी काउंसिल, रिड्रेसल एडवाइजरी काउंसिल, ये नई बॉडी बनाई है। थर्ड इज इससे जो भी अपील करनी है, आपने कोई सी कोर्ट में केस फाइल किया, वर्डिक्ट आ गया, उसको आपको अपील करना है, तो ऑलरेडी एक बॉडी एग्जिस्ट करती है जिसको ये काम दे दिया गया है। वो जो बॉडी है वो ये है, एपीलेट ट्रिब्यूनल फॉर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी। ये किस एक्ट में बनी थी? इलेक्ट्रिसिटी एक्ट 2003। अब फोर्थ बॉडी यू हैव टू राइट न्यूक्लियर डैमेज क्लेम्स कमीशन, न्यूक्लियर डैमेज क्लेम्स कमीशन। भाई ऑल ऑफ देम आर इंपॉर्टेंट, मेरी बात मान लो, ये लिख लेना, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है जो भी आप कर रहे हो। द टाइम यू आर इन्वेस्टिंग, जितना लेट आप रुके हो, एवरीथिंग विल बी पेड ऑफ अगर एक क्वेश्चन आ गया तो, है ना। न्यूक्लियर डैमेज क्लेम कमीशन, प्लीज राइट न्यू डेडिकेटेड बॉडी, न्यू डेडिकेटेड बॉडी to handle cases involving, to handle cases involving severe nuclear damage, severe nuclear damage. Now this is level 3 which I am reading for you. Yeah, I will drop in the document. Level 3 on the board. देख लो बस आराम से. There is new, see if you can see. अरे बेटा यार प्लीज ना, एक मिनट छोड़ रहा हूं. इसके बाद there are two acts. This has been repealed, this has been repealed. If you can see, this was the act for the civil liability. So now this act has a framework for the civil liability. This says that clear granted liability system for nuclear operators will be there. Liability cap is up to 3000 crores for the large, 1500 crores for medium, and 100 crores for the small modular reactors. याद है? Small modular reactors. Government bears liability beyond the cap through a nuclear liability fund. So there is a fund, nuclear liability fund. If the liability is extra, let's say the liability is 4000 crores, that government will bear. The private companies will not bear, or the companies will not bear. Remove supply liability completely. Very important. Remove supply liability completely. If some supplier is supplying maybe the fuel or maybe the component, it has removed the liability of the supplier. Altogether remove the liability of the supplier. See, earlier what used to happen, these suppliers were apprehensive. If there is some let's say nuclear reactor what I can say खराब हो जाता है, blast हो जाता है, कुछ भी हो जाता है, the liability will come on us. But they are not responsible for the functioning, right? They delivered the component, their job is done. They are not they are not maintaining the nuclear reactors. So the liability has now removed from the suppliers. Suppliers will now have no liability whatsoever. Thank you. See you in the next class on Saturday. अच्छा, तुमसे फिर से बोल रहा हूं मैं, थोड़ा ऑनलाइन क्लास के बाद घर जाने के बाद एक इंपॉर्टेंट काम, फीडबैक. ठीक है? कितने लोग हैं? अगली क्लास में पूछूंगा मैं. सोने से पहले 1 मिनट निकाल के एक फीडबैक डाल देना. ठीक है एवरीवन, ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन यार प्लीज. अच्छा एक और चीज, और एक मिनट रुक जाओ. एक और चीज, एक रिक्वेस्ट है. आई नो you may know some friends which are video editors. If you know some good video editors to edit the shorts or the videos, if you have any lead, do सेंड इट टू मी ओवर द शून्य ऐसे। सैलरी डिस्कस करोगे, इस पे मैसेज कर दो, कर लेंगे। वीडियो एडिटर,